projectiles. What's the word for those? There's a better word.
Ballistic.
Self-propelling.
Ballistic
There you go.
projectile.
Yeah, ballistics or projectiles.
Yeah. That's
It wouldn't
crap.
apply to planes. It wouldn't apply to hot air balloons or helium balloons or anything that relies on the atmosphere.
Yeah, because they're using the atmosphere as their propulsion system, right? That's the argument.
Yeah.
Well, then, okay, if that's the case, then why do they say that? Well, air, jets and certain things, or propeller planes, maybe. But the whole concept is that jet propulsion works in a vacuum, and it doesn't require to be pushing off of air at all. It's purely the inertial differences between the sudden inertial shock of the explosion of the gas. So in other words, you have a gas burning and exploding out one end, and therefore it flings the vehicle in the other direction.
Did you say jet engines?
Engines that have thrust, like a like a rocket engine type engine.
Yeah, like rockets. Yeah. I think you can make that argument that rockets are basically like ballistics in the respect that they don't rely on.
Well, then which is it? But which is it? Is it pushing off the air, or is it not pushing off the air? Or is it doing both?
They claim it's not.
Yeah, I think you can look at it two ways. That you can look at it from the point of view of conservation of momentum. So this is a rocket I'm talking about here, but jet engine is essentially the same. That it's ejecting mass out the back at high velocity, so you get a action-reaction thing. And the other way to look at it, particularly for a rocket, is that as the gas is expanding in the nozzle, the gas has pressure, right? Even though it's expanding into a vacuum. As the gas particles collide with the nozzle, they put a force on the nozzle, and that pushes the nozzle away from the gas. Which is how the things work in a vacuum.
Isn't that the same thing that you just mentioned? The only reason that there's the incongruent force is because it's letting the mass outgo the back. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so it's the same thing.
It all results that there's a net mass flowing one way and a net mass flowing the other way. The total momentum is the same.
No, but his point is that is the atmosphere required for it to push off of?
No.
Does there have to be material underneath the engine for it to push off of instead of just having the incongruent mass?
No, and it actually reduces the efficiency of the engine when there is atmosphere around it.
Yeah, that's what they claim is.
Okay, so then the claim to counter Larry's point is that when you travel into a differential concentric ring of ambient atmosphere, which already is at quote unquote speed, right? Then it's affecting you, and then that allows you to either decelerate or accelerate to not have to do it yourself. So the plane doesn't have to do it; it's just automatic.
So I apologize. I missed the beginning of the conversation. So this is the flying across a rotating Earth problem we're discussing is the origin of this, is it?
No, he was saying.
So when the plane travels into a different concentric ring radius, perpendicular to the axis of rotation, it's now It's now, in order to maintain the same ground speed, it must either accelerate or decelerate from its previous ring, right?
Yeah. Those rings are all infinitesimally small, though, right? It's a continuous gradient.
The gradual, yeah.
So like a worst case scenario, say we're going from the North Pole to the equator down a meridian line, and let's say it takes 10 hours, right? 10,000 Ks, 10 hours, 1,000 Ks an hour, just as a ballpark figure, make the numbers easy. It's only got to accelerate westward or whatever the direction is, like 1 mile an hour every minute, something like that, and it will pick up the correct velocity. So it's the amount of acceleration the aircraft has to provide is far less than other disturbances like the wind and changes in wind direction and gusts and stuff like that.
So, all right, so now that all that's been said, hold on, friend. Now that that's been said, let's see if Larry thinks that sounds sufficient or not. Go ahead, Larry, if you're still here.
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention, but I think that I'll just repeat what I said earlier, that if there's, two reference frames here, then you have to understand that one is not pulling on the other like a tether, right? So if the Earth is spinning, yeah, there's going to be some connection there, but it's not about just the reference frame. It's about the airplane picking up speed. So if the airplane is picking up speed, wouldn't it be measurable?
It's relative to the ground, though, Larry. So the
Yeah,
aircraft
it's
can't.
all relative.
And you don't need
Yeah,
insurance, Larry, because it's just so smooth. It's all automatic. You don't need
Yeah,
insurance.
yeah. The problem, Larry, is that the only way that the plane has to judge its speed when it's in the air is, I'm pretty sure that that
airspeed.
little thing that sticks out the front and it
Mm,
actually catches wind, and that's how it knows. Like it has the pressure going down that little, tube that's facing forward.
yeah, a pitot
Larry,
tube, I think
I'll
it's
steel
called.
man your thing, Larry.
Right. So if
It,
it went into if it went into a different concentric ring of air, it would have to be gauging off of that air. So that it probably wouldn't be able to tell.
Larry,
Yeah,
your
that's it.
Coriolis insurance would be applicable if you're in a rocket and not in a plane. Definitely, you
Yep.
should be getting Coriolis insurance if you go into a rocket, or if you're
Yeah,
like, if you work in the circus and you're the human cannonball.
yeah. Anything that's a projectile, right? That's traveling inertially. That's where you have the two reference frames. But powered flight, an aircraft, it's effectively ensuring that its reference frame is always the Earth. It's attaching itself to the Earth by making sure that its motion is fixed to the Earth at a particular ground speed and particular track. So there's really only one
Right.
reference frame involved in powered flight.
Well, I interrupt this to pay the bills with a commercial, and that commercial is this: I personally will throw 75 plastic straws into the ocean for every time you have to suffer through a paper straw for the low price of $5.99 a month.
What are you doing?
You actually do that for real? Every time someone tells you I used a paper straw, you're gonna throw 75 plastics? That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I want everybody to do that until paper straws are canceled because they're stupid. All right,
You just
everybody
gotta
continue.
drink
Go
quick,
ahead.
man. Just drink quick.
Actually, I'll take that a step further if you don't mind. What's worse than that is people that use paper straws and they put it in fucking soda cans to drink out of a Pepsi instead of using your fucking lips. That's just AIDS. Why?
Hey, do you use a straw for your juice box?
Well, hold on, friend. Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's
There
different.
actually is
That's
a
not a
way.
soda can.
Hold on,
I
though.
know.
Hold on,
I know. You
friend.
just
There
close
actually
the
just
thing
chill,
and just drink it like a soda can.
chill.
You can't drink juice without a fucking straw, dude.
Yes, you can. I'll
I
give you
know,
my
but
time.
just chill for a second. Chill for a second. I'll tell you the answer. So there is this, whether true or not, doesn't matter. There just is this thing that people believe that if you use a straw, it's past your teeth and you're sucking the soda straight down your mouth, so you avoid the contact of the soda with your teeth and you prolong the health of your teeth. That is one thing that I've been told. It was taught in school, so some people might be using that as a reason.
It checks out.
Clog your
It does
artery.
make
No,
sense.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing your point because I have heard that before. But what I don't understand by that logic is what you're going to just clog your arteries, but yet I need to preserve my teeth to make sure they're all white and they look nice. What the fuck is that shit? Come on.
Dude, many people worry about their outside appearance than their inside character.
Does drinking soda, clog your arteries?
Obviously, Brendan's never heard of the Joker's phrase. If you gotta go with a smile. I mean, if you're gonna be smiling, you gotta have nice teeth, right?
Oh, that is true. The Joker did say that, and he
No.
is a nonconformist.
Can't be smiling with
I
bad
see. The
teeth, man.
thing is, yeah, but also healthy teeth are a sexual demarcator for the opposite sex to think you're a healthy partner. So a lot of people put effort into making their teeth look nice, and they could care less about their arteries.
Yeah, but usually when your arteries start going bad, your body starts going bad.
Well, usually when your arteries start going bad, your main vein goes bad, and then the whole idea of sexual partners is kind of irrelevant.
Not if you're rich. No, seriously, you could be missing teeth, and as long as you got $1 billion, don't matter. Just still get fucked.
I
So
mean,
anyways,
if you
go ahead. I was gonna say those billionaires that you're talking about, they missed out because when they went on like what was it, Blue Origin or whatever, and the Virgin one, when they went in those rocket propelled flights going straight up, they could have like charged for like the Coriolis insurance.
I just want to know, is there any Globers on here who can hear my voice who wants to buy some lunar real estate? I've been asking Globers for years, like, hey, just purchase some Venetian, lunar, or Martian real estate right in front of me, just so I know that you actually believe what you're saying. Because, if you invest in lunar real estate, it's good payoff for that, right? We're going to the moon in 5 more years.
Yeah, I already bought some, but now I got squatters. Damn it.
Are you selling rights to land that you don't own, Larry?
No, not at all. I'm asking you to go on the website where you can legally buy land and they give you a deed for lunar real estate, Martian or Venetian real estate. I'm not
That's
selling anything.
That's crazy. That's some
Yeah,
Wild
but
West like Silas Pickering type.
bro, can I take out a second mortgage and cash out some money on it?
You'd have to talk to your banksters about that.
It's like when the white man sold the Indian land. Except the Indians actually, could go on that land. It was actually real. By Indians, I mean Aboriginals.
You know, the natives to Australia actually were the first people to be recognized as having natural apex.
Natural 8-packs.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Is it true?
yeah, they were the Aborigines.
I
Uh,
see what you did there.
Where's that? What's that island in India that's like like it's habited, but like people from the outside can't go because it's all like natives and shit. Talking about AI. You ever heard of that?
inhabited island where people can't go.
Does not ring a
the
bell.
Sentinel Islands.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why that hasn't been like industrialized yet. McDonald's there, Wendy's.
Well, I mean,
Arby's.
there's an island that's full of natural resources that hasn't been industrialized yet.
I'm
In
not
fact,
okay with that.
it's supposed to be a greater reserve of all the really important minerals like silver, gold, uranium, greater than the stores of the United States, according to the guy who was supposed to chart it. And that hasn't been industrialized yet. Of course, I'm speaking of Antarctica.
Yep. The maybe true words of Admiral Byrd.
Well, then again, I mean, he could have been full of crap. I mean, he was only, commissioned by the government to go out and chart that bitch and find out what's up with it.
Who knows? Maybe he got MK Ultra.
I'm saying, why are there still parts of the world that aren't like industrialized? That's like a waste.
It's a waste to
Well,
industrialize.
It's not. It's more space for Americans and first world countries to spread out and not be so population dense to one spot.
Guys, I'm living dangerously. I got a boba straw, which has a half-inch diameter, and it has a 45-degree tapered edge for maximum stabbing. And I'm going to take this into Burger King and they're going to give me a milkshake with their paper ass straw, and I'm going to whip this sucker out right in front of them and show them who's boss.
When you go into Burger King AI, you need to ask the person at the counter, "Do you know how to measure the curvature of the Earth?" They won't know.
What I'm going to say was, when you stirred this shake, which way did the Coriolis spin the swirls?
Well, so
Westerlies. Westerlies.
This shake is wrong, bro. The swirls are in the wrong direction. What the hell? You know what, brothers? I'm going to tell you something.
you'll
Do
actually
you
carry a
guys
bolus.
remember? Do you guys remember what milkshakes from Burger King and McDonald's used to be like? They used to be like 17 inches tall and 7 inches wide, right?
No, I'm
You
not
used
that
to
old.
have to work out to be able to carry one. Now they're like only 4 inches tall and 3 inches wide, and they call that a large.
Shrinkflation.
And what?
Yeah,
Well,
but
and
You
what?
remember
because the
the big
government
gulps and stuff? Like, fuck, those things were huge.
still have those, dude. Gas stations.
Oh, do you?
America.
You know,
Yeah, they still got them.
The double
Yeah.
big.
The big. Oh, the
And they
double
still
big.
got
Oh, Jesus. Oh, never mind.
they still got the classic 44-ounce tumbler, which with the big handle, and you can refill it.
But to the
And
gentleman's point, you used to be able to go to Burger King and get that kind of shit. Now you got to go to a fucking gas station. Yeah.
and didn't they pride
Hey,
themselves in having made that stuff so thick that you could tilt it upside down or something and it wouldn't fall out?
and it wouldn't come out. That's
That's
right,
very
brother.
true.
Now check this out. You
That's
guys
very
ready
true
for
wisdom.
this? Guess what? McDonald's is losing money. They're no longer a profitable company.
BDS.
You know why?
They have two.
I'll tell you why. Because they keep charging. You go to a restaurant and you can get dinner for like Applebee's. They got that $20 menu where two people get for $20 each get an appetizer, a meal, like a salad, a
$2.49
drink.
for 19.99.
Yeah, then you go to McDonald's and you get like a Big Mac and a milkshake, and it's like $27.
Y-
I thought
I
maybe
think
it's
of it
because
as
they're still effing with
I
Israel.
actually like it. I think of it as donating money to the United States government, to Uncle Sam. Just a little bit more money.
Even to the Israeli government.
Correct.
Well, look, the moral of the story is I looked at my receipt and I was wondering why it was so expensive, and it said on the bottom of the receipt, accounting for the curvature of the Earth fee.
My cell phone bill used to have, like, no shit, GPS satellite tax. Metro
Heck yeah,
PCS.
bro.
So what we're
Someone's got
talking
to
about,
You know what
someone's got to
happened
pay
to
for free satellites. What the fuck? You guys know that that GPS was mandated to be freely accessed. That means anybody charging you for it is scamming you.
It's a shame, though. I wish it was
no, but
privatized.
the accessing still requires gear.
Now, look, homeboy, the whole point of it is that the satellites are passive transmitters and you have a passive receiver. So the source of the satellites is government funded, and that means that any private company charging you for it is committing fraud.
Hmm.
At best, they might say we are doing something proprietary with the passive signal that's free, and we're charging you for it. You guys remember? Holy crap! What's it called? AOL. Remember AOL?
Yeah.
American Online.
AOL used to be a paid service, so it was basically a web browser that you had to pay like $20 a month for. Now, eventually, the internet was free, right? And web browsers were free and freely accessed. But a lot of people didn't realize it, and they've been paying for AOL for decades.
oh,
Now, I know this. I know this specifically because I used to work with Radio Shack, and we would actually talk to people and get them to drop AOL if they were willing. Because a lot of people aren't willing to drop it because they're so used to it. You know, they're like, whatever, I ain't giving up AOL.
That's crazy. Because like since I can remember, Microsoft came with Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
They
So
deserve
another
credit.
scam,
It's been taken from them.
which wasn't really, it's not really a scam, but it's kind of like a misperception. People used to, you had upgrades for cell phones every 2 years. And so people would get to their 2 years and they say, I don't want to upgrade my phone because I don't want to pay for a new phone. So I'll just keep the phone I have. But back then, phones were apportioned on your bill, included within the bill, approximately $40. So by not upgrading your phone, you're actually paying $40 to subsidize a phone that's your old phone. So you basically held out your phone for 4 years and you paid for two brand new phones and you got to enjoy one ass old phone and you screwed yourself.
That's
Now,
still actually.
interestingly enough, though, for example, I know for a fact Verizon would allow you, if you were in that situation, you could call in and tell them, I'm not upgrading my phone. I'd like to drop the extra fee, and they would do it for you, but they never advertised it.
Mhm.
So basically, they're just hoping people would just pay them free money.
Now the question is that wrong?
Um, I would say technically no, but morally yes.
But
Well,
because
if they
at what
if
point
they
can you
fail
blame the
to
person that gets
disclose to
scammed?
you in that contract, then yeah, that would be an actionable tort.
Yeah, but who reads the contract?
Very few people do, but their statement should have a line item, right? What each charge is.
Yeah, and they have that initially, and I'm sure the clients, usually more often than not, is aware that initially part of the monthly bill is due to the new phone or whatever, but then they just forget after the 2 years
Yeah.
and they keep on
Well,
paying the same amount.
look, maybe somebody brought it up because you notice how the structuring of phones changed to where they are a separate item now.
Well, I think people need to start reading contracts, not just like signing and
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. So here's what I want to happen. I want every law in the United States to be mandatorily read out loud in a single event from start to finish, and you must be present to vote on it for the entire reading.
Well, that's different though.
That's never going to happen.
Oh yeah, it's so different. It's so different that we just make laws and the Congress people just vote on them without knowing what's in them. Yeah, that's so different.
Yeah, these
Remember
Well,
that
that's their
Nancy
14
fault
page
too.
Pelosi?
They
laws.
read.
At
Nancy
what point
Pelosi
do we
said, "Let's
blame the
pass this
person that
thing
got
so we can
scammed,
read
though?
it."
At what point do we blame the person that got scammed? Where is personal responsibility
Right?
in
There's
all
no
this?
victim blaming. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, friend. I believe it's a crime to vote on a law as a congressman without having read it. In my opinion, that's borderline fraud and it's borderline abuse and it's
It's
deprivation of people's rights.
breach of oath of
Well,
office.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
inclined to agree.
they get
exactly.
okay. So these
It's
same
direct
people that we're
endorsement.
referring to. Well, hold on. These same people that we're referring to in these politicians, they have advisors and interns and helpers that summarize in 2 sentences. Hey, Ted Cruz, this is what this bill's about. You like it or not? No, I don't. It's
Yeah,
summarized because
that's yeah, but but see the problem is that the whole idea of the congressman is to be the representative of the people, and you're sending them for them, not for their aides. Yeah,
There's just
the
not enough
problem
time
is that
for people.
that's the problem. That is the problem. They shouldn't be so complicated that you can't read them in one sitting.
Actually,
I
I
think
would
Listen,
require
the
them
whole reading
to.
it in one sitting is extreme.
I would want them to translate each law into the correct parse, syntax, grammar for the avoidance of perjury.
listen, friends. How long is a classic workday? The classic workday in the United States is considered to be 8 hours.
Mhm.
So I expect a congressman to be able to sit for 8 hours with two 15-minute breaks and a half hour for lunch. And then if they can't finish reading a bill in that 8 hours, then they need to do it the next day. So if it takes them 3 days to read the entire bill, that's what they need to do before they vote on it.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
Not to mention, did you know that there's actually laws and rules, for example, that something like courts and different things are in session 24 hours a day, and the judge is supposed to show up in the middle of the night? But you know
Yep.
what? They don't do that. You know why? Because they're assholes. That's why. Because they don't take their duty seriously. For example, if you join the military and you swear your oath, you're on call 24 hours a day, unless you're on leave, right? So you're expected to be on call in the middle of the frickin' night. When you're needed, you're there. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, like Night Court and Judge Harry Stone. He was there during the nighttime.
Exactly. For example, you're not supposed to sit in jail overnight waiting on the judge in the morning. The judge is supposed to show up and handle the issue right on the spot. That's why he gets paid out the ass.
Every time he makes a felon.
So when are we gonna revolt, guys?
No, we don't want to revolt. We want to teach people that, hey, there's this thing called show a cause hearing.
I kind of
All
want
right,
to
guys.
rebel.
What, you like bloodshed or something?
Oh man.
As long as it's the oppressors, yeah.
Dude, you get the government you deserve.
I'm gonna send you guys a picture of my long black thing. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Nasty. What kind of grown ass man goes into a Burger King carrying a boba straw?
Bro, I'm gonna have it in my chest pocket, homie.
You're still gonna whip it out.
Oh yeah, friends.
You have the daringness to do that. That's what I would call a Boba Fett, a Boba Feet.
I gotta get myself a stainless steel one.
I got one of those. I use it when I slaughter.
Yeah, see that's the thing. If you have a stainless steel boba straw with a 45-degree stabber on the end, you can use it as a weapon. You can drink out of it. You can do all
No, I
kinds of
just got
things with it.
the regular size stainless steel straw with the 45-degree angle. I use it when I'm slaughtering to inflate the animal or skinning.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh, so you blow air in the skin?
But yeah, I blow air, like cut a little hole into the leg, and then just blow air into the like body, and just like beat it basically, move it all around, and then it makes the skinning process a lot easier.
That makes perfect sense, Holmes.
Some people use like air compressors and stuff like that, but that I'm old school. Which is why I wouldn't like them to industrialize all these little islands and stuff like that. No, man, industrialization is bad. Until we figure out how, like the kind of the esoteric method, the way that they did the pyramids and stuff like that, the part that's not all these big machines and electricity uh, and like power, burning fuel and stuff like that. There's a cleaner way to do it. We just don't know it yet.
So,
We've had the technology for clean energy for over 100 years.
Which one is that?
Nikola Tesla had it. We've had the PAP engine for like 4 decades. Smokey Yunick did his engine in the
actually,
1980s. The
yeah, but
150
don't
mile per
forget.
gallon engine was developed in the early 2000s.
Okay, so
Yeah,
me as a man in my house, how do I get clean energy?
Oscillating magnetic fields.
How though?
But
What tools do I need that I can't
so
rely on
you know what a V6 looks
industrialization?
you know what a V6 looks like, right?
Yes.
Okay, do magnets repel?
Yes.
So if you put magnets on the pistons that are faced the opposite
How do
way,
I how do I manufacture the pistons without industrialization?
you ever seen a syringe?
Yes.
That's a piston.
Okay.
so you don't need the needle. But the little part that you pull back, put magnets on that, and hook it
So
all up.
from nature, how do I do that from nature though?
You know, you don't want to use magnets from nature. You want neodymium magnets. And you set it up to where as one side of the engine is in flux, the other side is in motion, and the magnet will push it away, right? It pushes. So there's no combustion. There's just that magnetic force, whatever that is.
Yeah, I guess you could probably, mine the ore, and then smelt it with like a natural fire and stuff like that, and not like have these big machines that are doing the smelting process and stuff, and somehow form these pistons and do it like that. Maybe. I still think there's
I saw
like
this
an even
guy
better way.
that he will use a panel that will attract cold, and it will be inserted into the ground, but it will also be outside, right above the ground, and within the temperature differential, he could grab that change in the pressure or the temperature, and from there, how do you say, compress it and produce heat or cold with that. You've seen this. There's a principle about this. I gotta find the name of
I
the
don't know if I've
law.
seen it. It's the way you describe it sounds new to me.
You know the change of temperature between the ground and the air, and also the charge between those two. So there is a change, a small change between those two, and
Hmm.
you can use that to produce a pressure, and basically how you say, compress that difference and produce it from there. I mean, I'll find the guy. There's a whole video. He had a whole construct about that stuff.
Yeah, it sounds similar. Like maybe with the pressure differential, there's also maybe an electrical differential because it sounds similar to like lightning. The difference in charge between the ground and
Bro, he had a
sky.
bunch of panels. My bad, person. He had a bunch of panels next to each other, like just in the ground, and producing that pressure from there, from the panels, from the temperature differential. But yeah, I'll find it. Maybe it's probably been in my history somewhere.
Yeah, and also reminds me of something that like the stuff that like Witsit talks about sometimes, how you have the different plates and the electric potential of 100 volts per meter or whatever it is. I forget what the plates are called, like between the two plates. I forget, grounding plates or some other type of plates. You're able to harness it somehow. I just want to levitate shit, man. I don't levitate stuff with vibration. How does in X-Men? How does Xavier like do the telekinesis?
You got to take a bullet to the spine first.
To find how does Jean
Yeah.
Grey? How does Jean Grey do it?
She's
Like, do
a
they
she's a freak. You don't want that.
Yeah,
crazy?
she is beyond anything, you know.
No, but like, do they send vibrations to the thing? Like, what's the mechanism behind it? I'm sure some like comic book nerd knows. Do they increase like the frequency somehow, like just mentally? I don't know.
They're just mutants, man.
Isn't real.
I know, but the theoretical, like the hypothetical
Still,
basis
it
for how
doesn't
they do
work.
it is real. The idea exists. Is my point.
Oh, and surely Jesus could have done this in the same way, you know, but why would he, you know? Why would he stick his hand into someone's brain to heal him? You know, it's like, why?
Because Jesus loved to heal. You know,
Yeah,
God
but
loved
he
to heal
could
through
it
Jesus.
also outside
What's that?
without going into someone, you know? He did it with words instead.
No, sometimes Jesus did it by actually rubbing. He would rub someone's like blind eye, and they would be able to see again.
Yeah, but he created mud for this. And he touched him outside still physically. He didn't push it into his eyes, you know?
I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe it's just for God to like say be, and it is. You know, to just have the power of the voice without doing anything else. Then again, there's some weirdos that believe Jesus was God.
Can be two, can be one.
How would you know?
Some think it's Satan.
Yeah, don't do that, you know? Don't even
Yes,
think
some
about
think
this.
it's Satan.
Y'all see that video of that lady saying, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus" to that cop, and he shot her in the head and killed her?
You should never rebuke anybody after 7 p.m. No, I'm just playing. I don't fucking know. I'm stupid. I wouldn't even want to rebuke that cop. Looked like he was ready to fucking give everybody a colostomy bag. He ready to shoot everybody. I'm glad there wasn't no kids there. He'd been like, "Go to bed. I will shoot you in your fucking face."
He also laughed within those seconds of that happening, like smirk and said, "I did it because of water, like hot
Yeah, she
water."
was gonna get me in the face with water. Mm, sad.
We are here to help you.
Water.
Kapow!
Yeah, why would we hurt you? You called us.
Water.
10 minutes later. Don't get the med kit. It's a headshot.
Where's Nathan?
Probably sleeping, home or something. I don't know, doing something, cooking.
Yeah, no, that. Yeah, that cop was crazy, man.
You know, demons get scared when they hear the name of Jesus, right?
Well, I wonder how his grandmas made it. Wonder if he hasn't shot all the other neighborhood grandmas.
He got arrested, but he'll probably get a plea deal. He said she came at me, charged me with the hot water. Shot her in the eye. Crazy.
Yeah, and it sounded like he bragged about it and shit. That didn't even make no sense.
Trump wants to give complete immunity to cops, so that guy would not be in jail under a Trump presidency. He would be showing up to work the next day. That's one of the things Trump wants to do. He wants to give extra immunity to cops. They already have qualified immunity. So even if they violate your rights, they get qualified immunity if the court has never ruled on it before. But if it's the feds are completely immune to everything. Like the only people that can sue the feds is like certain groups. What do you guys think, Trump? So we can give complete immunity to cops?
I think the
What
world is
Trump
flat.
do?
He wants to give complete immunity to cops.
You got a link to that article? I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, sure.
So what do you do again? I missed it. Totally.
Trump wants to give complete immunity to cops.
What?
Yeah.
Well, send them all to his house. All the cops he wants to give immunity to, tell them to come over to his house every day when there's a problem and shoot everybody that's got a problem at his house. And then we'll talk about it after
Promises
that.
to give police immunity from prosecution. Let's see.
Well, just become a cop then. Everybody just become a police officer then. And then say, Trump, what's your deal, dude? And then a cop will shoot Trump and it'll be okay because you have immunity, right? Cool, huh? Solve that problem.
Let's see. I'm trying to find.
Yeah, I'd just tell Trump, I'd say, hey, Trump, that cop you want to give immunity to wants to kill you. So as soon as you give him immunity, you're going down. I'm not a cop, so don't worry about me.
ACLU. Okay, Supreme. No. Trump. Militarized law enforcement. It's really hard to find a good source. Be patient.
Yeah, I say all the people that do that weird stuff, like let's sign this law, or let's do this, or let this happen. They get to do it first before they let it happen. Let them experience it. Scientists say, hey, you shouldn't have to prove anything. Like, all right, you owe me $1 million. I don't need to prove it. Just pay my damn money. And then they're going to want you to prove something. Why? How does this work? Something you'd want them to prove it. No, you owe $1 million. Pay up. Or else. You know?
So, Mark, you're breaking up really bad, bro. So, the U.S. Supreme Court rules Trump has absolute immunity. That means Biden, if he's still alive, has absolute immunity. If Kamala takes over, she'd have absolute immunity. And if Trump gets in, the cops will have immunity. Trump wants reducing immunity for police. I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, but I think you should be like held responsible for your actions. Crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, this should be no question, right?
Yeah, three things keep popping up. Trump has immunity from the Supreme Court. Trump suggests he'll give immunity to police to carry out mass deportation. And then,
Yeah, technically speaking, it should be necessary in order to prevent lawsuits and such, which they don't do anyway because they're illegal, you know. But they find a way always, you know. I guess it's a two-step process against the Democrats also. Well, but I agree, it shouldn't be that way.
any globe earthers got any evidence for a globe?
Check 1259.
Without any shady inferences, you sound good now, Demok.
Okay. Yeah, Globers.
Let's see, what is it, the 47 things that Trump wants to do? Trump wants 47. Agenda 47.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Talking about that wacky boy Trump and his crazy antics.
Oops. Unless any Glober's got any evidence of the globe. It's crazy to me that people talk about, waging war on the cartels. You could instantly defund 60% of the cartel's income by legalizing marijuana from sea to shining sea. The cartels bring alcohol over here?
I don't think they do.
What about Coke? They totally messed him up on that. That and weed, really, because you see cocaine everywhere like you used to back in the 70s and 80s and the 90s.
Yes, side money
You
from
do?
government.
Yeah, in the White House.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like around the neighborhoods, you know. 'Cause you used to be a little kid and walk down the block, you see 15 dudes on the east side of the block trying to sell cocaine. I got that sale. Yep. Over here. Yep. Like they're not talking to me, I don't think, but that's what they do. You know, that's what they used to do. I ain't seen that in years. So it's weird, right? So the same depreciation rate of weed being like that, yeah, they're like growing, that shit got taken out. So the weed with seeds got taken out, and so did that at the same rate, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Hunter can sing a song of this.
You're going to sing a song about it?
No, Hunter can. Hunter Biden.
I'm in the White House. It's really, really white. You'll never search the White House.
I mean, I find it funny, especially the people who come on stage, like Zelensky, and who's that woman that looks totally cracked out always at all times. You know, I mean, why, bro? Always you see always a hand going to the nose, like snipping the nose up. You know, it's obvious. You usually don't do that. If you're in a conversation, usually it's an indication that you're either lying or make something up when you touch your nose, you know, or you're not sure.
You talk
But you
about
say
Nancy
it
Pelosi?
anyways. I haven't seen Pelosi do that necessarily. I haven't noticed it, but I mean, who knows? I
That
guess
old
I
bat
guess
would
I have other
probably like
stuff, you
have
know.
an instant heart attack.
Say again.
I was saying that old bat would probably heart would probably explode.
You're a robot, and I didn't hear one thing.
He's a robot.
Hunter and Joe Biden. Ain't nobody telling where the cocaine. In the White House with a couple of white men.
Why did the Secret Service step aside then?
Because Joe Biden looks like a damn Vicodin. Joe Biden is whiter than a Vicodin.
The 4th of July, the
I
day that
mean,
we celebrate. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, apparently, COVID made Joe Biden grew 2 inches. You know, he's apparently now taller than
Yeah, I
before.
saw that.
I mean, how many fucking clones or
It was the smiling, awaiting a
doubles do
protein
they
drink.
have, dude? It's like, oh, I know we have to reside to the biggest one because all the other 2 or 3 people are sick or dead or whatever, you know, dying left and right.
Rub your fingers together for the world's smallest violin. In the basement of the White House, the coke keeps piling.
Yeah,
And all the boys
I
are
expected
smiling.
that.
I know whose number that they're dialing.
Trump did say something that made me kind of do a double take. He said he met with Netanyahu, and after 3 minutes, he realized that he doesn't want a deal. He doesn't want a peace deal.
Who?
Trump said that
Of course
Bibi
not.
Netanyahu.
Why would they? The conflict, the conflict benefits Israel. There's no reason that they would want to end it, really.
I don't think it
Wait,
benefits Israel as a whole. I think it keeps Bibi Netanyahu in power because he's already been indicted several
Well,
times, and
that's actually a better point. Yeah, because he's
wait.
looking at once this war is over, he's probably donezo.
yeah,
I mean, didn't Trump say recently that unless you vote for me, there's nobody else who could prevent World War III? And now I hear this. It goes basically the same direction, regardless if we vote for him or not.
go and post a video where Trump said that about Bibi Netanyahu. Met with him for like 3 minutes, and then asked him like, "You don't even want a peace deal, do you?" He was like,
I mean, why would they? You know.
Yeah, I think what they want is I think more than like peace is easy. What people want is like what they feel is a just resolution, right? The Palestinians want their land. The Israelis want Hamas to be destroyed. Peace really isn't even the concern.
"Yeah, it is for me." That's one thing I agree with Trump with. I
Well,
just want people to stop dying.
I mean, to be honest, what's the point at all? This is how long do they want to play the game overall? Because the CIA usually is responsible for 90 or 59% of all terrorized organizations in the whole world. So who gives? It's just a play. It's like when and how long are they going to play this?
did you know that 80% of statistics are made up on the spot?
Yeah, sure.
That sounds 100% right 60% of the time. No Globers in here? Christopher, I mean, surely you're a Glober. Who spoke up?
Someone said yes.
Yeah,
Don't call me Shirley.
I got a
You think?
minute.
Yeah, you think the Earth's a globe, bro?
Yeah,
How do you know?
because I love the globe.
Oh, your endearment
Yeah.
alone. Okay. Anything
When did
else?
you start? When did you start thinking the Earth was flat?
Well, I guess off and on for a number of years. But when I went to the ocean and like made some long distance observations, in the ocean, like with the water up to my armpits, like that pretty much sealed the deal. Seeing beach houses from 10 miles away.
Yeah. I always heard like a really, I haven't even asked it in this chat because I'm sure there's an easy answer, but like, when I watched like the Professor Dave's thing, they mentioned high and low tide was like a big gotcha for Globers.
I don't
You know
see
what I
how.
mean? The speaking level.
How?
Yeah. And I realized like they were using the flat math that prescribes to.
I don't understand. So high and low tides is a problem for flat earthers or globers?
Flat earthers.
How? Make it make sense.
Like sea levels rising at one part of the Earth, right?
Okay.
Meanwhile, it's lower on another. It sort of wanes back and forth like that. So you wouldn't have perfectly level seas that way.
Okay. How's that a problem with the Earth being level?
That's the problem with you guys always talk about water not bending and it always being level and never curving.
So you think we meant that there's no tides if the Earth is flat?
I just didn't know what you guys thought about it. I've never asked or heard anyone say anything about it.
Yes, flat earthers believe in tides, and it's not a problem for the Earth being level. In fact, the water is probably the best evidence all around. If the water is, level when at rest, despite the fact that the wind blows and there's tides, right? And 70% of the Earth is made of water, or the surface is covered in water, then it's kind of a no-brainer. So I don't see how water could.
I think the problem with tides comes to is why do tides why do they exist on
I
like
don't
a
know.
flat Earth model?
Why do they exist on the globe?
Larry. So thank you, Larry. I got to go.
Like moon gravity.
Okay, prove it.
I can't. I'm just stating the argument.
Oh, so it's just a baseless assertion.
I mean, just because I can't prove it doesn't mean it can't be proven, right?
Okay, well, find somebody that can prove it, because with science, you're supposed to manipulate the independent variable. So if you could stop the moon's gravity for like a week, and we could see if the tides stop, and then start the moon's
Larry, can we
gravity up
talk about?
again.
I'd like to talk about the definition of science being used. So, does meteorology,
Hey, hold on a
geology,
minute.
He just
like all of these
obfuscated.
things fall outside of the category of science?
He
If you're
just
talking about
obfuscated.
if you're talking about natural science, you have to manipulate the independent variable. Can you show me what independent variable you manipulated for the claim that the moon's gravity causes the tides?
I'm just talking about like definitions of science in general. I don't agree with this. It like
So
science is
don't do
only
any
when you
science.
can like manipulate a variable.
So don't do any science.
Okay.
Just read stuff.
Well, I mean, you made a baseless
Like I would
assertion.
consider meteorology like a science. Like
There's
geology
no
is a science
method.
that allows to make
There's
predictions.
no strict determination of what science is in your definition. Then, so there's no point in you talking about it. If science doesn't prove anything, and it's
No, I
whatever you say it is, then
have
it's
a definition
meaningless.
of
So
science.
why are you talking about it? Why are you bringing it up if it doesn't
I
mean what it is?
I
If it's not a
have a
logical
definition of
method of
science.
establishing cause and effect, why are you talking about it? Who gives a shit? You can just make up whatever you want. What is wrong with you? Are you fully retarded?
Oh man, I made this guy
You're
really
fully
mad.
fucking
Jeez.
All
retarded.
right,
You're a
just
full-on
answer
moron.
Larry's question, Cooper. That's all.
Oh, there was no question in there. It was just him calling me retarded, Alpha.
Yeah, other than the shady inference that you made that the moon's gravity causes tides, do you have any other evidence?
Evidence of what?
The moon's gravity causing the tides?
No, I already told that. I told you that right at the beginning. I don't have any proof of this. I said that's the argument that's made.
So you believe it? I wouldn't call it an
Did I
argument.
say that?
I'd call it a baseless assertion, really. Right?
Well,
Because if I said
it's
the
not
sun,
the. Well, I'm presenting you a baseless assertion. The people who make those arguments probably have arguments.
okay.
Argue.
So
You don't know that.
I'm going to say, let's say the sun causes the tides, right?
Okay, that's great.
Do you see how that's not science?
I wanted to move because I don't, like I said, I told you, I don't want to defend this point. I was just saying the other guy says
Then why did you bring it up?
whatever his name, or Dave says this. And I said, well, I think the argument that Dave was making is this. I can't make that argument because I don't have the requisite knowledge.
Then why are you
Well, Dave didn't
championing
make an
the
argument
point? Why
either.
are you shouldering the point?
Okay, if you
Why?
guys are mad at Dave, go yell at Dave. I wanted to
No,
talk
no.
about
I'm saying, why do
definitions of
you
science.
shoulder?
That's
Why do
why I
you
tried to
shoulder?
move the
Hold on.
conversation.
All right. Here's the thing. Don't talk over me. Why do
But
you shoulder the point if you don't have a way to articulate it for yourself?
Alpha, I'm not talking to you.
Shouldn't be
Oh,
Yeah, you're
that's
talking
not
not
an
to Dave
saying
answer.
much.
either.
That's not an answer. Why do you carry somebody's
Yeah.
point that you can articulate? I like the silence.
I think he's mad at Dave now. He's really mad at Dave.
Yeah, Dave lied to
No,
him, and they
I'm
made
just
him
not.
look like an
I just don't
idiot in
talk to
front of
Alpha
everybody.
because he's bad faith as hell.
No, Dave made you look like an idiot. So go thank Dave. You believed his lies, and you look like an idiot.
Okay, Dave, I hate you. Thank you for. I hate Dave. He's a jerk.
Professor Dave? Is that who we're talking about?
He's not a professor.
I don't even
Mop,
know.
Mophead Dave is his name.
I
Yeah,
like his
Professor
YouTube channel. It's pretty cool.
Professor Mophead Dave. Yeah, he tells these guys cartoon fairy tales, and they come back and tell them to us, and nothing that he like. It didn't even make any sense. Hey, let's talk about definitions and feelings.
Well,
Yeah, it's
Dave did
actually
say
sad and
something.
pathetic because Dave isn't here. Dave doesn't have to take the verbal lashing. It's you grunts, you morons, that are these willful idiots, is what you're called. Useful idiots. Like, you just believe Dave. Dave just sitting there on his pile of money while you morons are in the trenches looking like morons, idiots, saying the most
Oh
ridiculous,
man, I feel
illogical
like a
things.
moron. Jeez.
Yeah, the
I
flat Earth
bet you do
community
every day of your
is
life.
known for a high concentration of high intellect individuals.
Well, I appreciate you poisoning the well, but let's look at what Dave said. He said you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. So that means that you can only see it in space. So how many people are going to space? How many people go halfway to the moon and turn around and see the Earth as an object floating in space?
Dozens.
A few have done that, at least.
Out of 8 billion?
Yeah, dozens. So
Out of 8 billion.
It seems to remind me of the song "The Kettle," right? I'm sorry, "The Pot" by Tool. Read the lyrics of that and get back with me, or read "Stairway to Heaven." Right? You guys have like
fascinating.
Larry, did you just say Tool? The Pot?
Yeah, that's the Globers.
What?
They're making
What
these
a
shady
great
inferences.
song.
Yeah, this shady inferences. Who are you to wave your finger about intellectuals when only a couple dozen people have went halfway to the moon? And you guys think it's like obvious that the Earth is a globe when you go outside, but you can only see the globe when you turn on your TV?
Yeah, Larry. Larry, did you ever hear the song by B.O.B. called Fucking Science, Bro?
Yeah, I used to deliver pizza with that shit. Yeah, I
That
used to listen
song
to
is
all the
fucking hilarious.
mixtapes.
Oh, I've been listening to that one a lot lately. It's so funny because all these guys been coming in here and talking about science.
They're just like the
They
science
love
teacher in that
science.
song. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Globe took L's all week this week. Every time I came in here, it was just the Globe taking L's.
But even Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth. He said you're too small and the Earth's too
I think
big.
everyone on the planet agrees with that.
Forget
Right.
seeing it; they've never measured it.
So how do we know the Earth's a globe then? Because we listened to some Nazi knots that said that they went to the moon.
Yeah, and looked totally bummed when they came back from wherever they went.
Yeah, they're all hyped up on Dave Farina videos, coming in here and thinking that they got to tell us what's what. Next thing you know, they get their asses handed to them.
I've been watching Robot Polisher videos.
Amazing.
Fuck, he is good at making videos. If it's a he, I don't know. It's just a robot polisher. Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
And you guys got the entire Space Force backing you up, but we can't see the globe from the surface of the Earth.
I haven't heard of Space Force. I haven't heard of Space Force since Donald Trump was president.
Yeah, bro. Like 2025. The Space Force is going to be reunited, man, with Trump.
Yeah, I bet you Trump will bust out a bunch of space stuff.
So we can't see the curvature of the Earth unless we turn on the TV, because let's face it, nobody's going halfway to the moon.
I kind of like how
the lack of intellectuals is in the flat Earth community. Are you sure about that?
You know,
I kind of like how. I was gonna say I kind of like how Trump, like when he did get into presidency a few years ago, he kind of made them like declassify a lot of space shit and UFO shit. No other president did that.
I think he said he was going to tell us about the Kennedy stuff, but the CIA stopped him from putting it out. So I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw
Yeah,
him.
but who cares about the Kennedy shit?
Really? Seriously?
Why do you still care about it? How is figuring that out going to make a difference?
Dude, I was born in Texas. I was born in Dallas, actually.
I'm in Dallas.
That's my city, bro.
We're both in Dallas?
Y'all should meet up for a drink.
No.
Canada's better. Sorry.
Oh, you got Trudeau. Yeah, you're so right.
Have a drink with
I didn't say our government was better.
I wouldn't have a drink with Branch because I couldn't mute him, bro.
Yeah, honestly, if we're gonna go have drinks, we can't just have one drink. One drink doesn't work for me, bro. We're gonna get drunk, and
Yeah, you're gonna get drunk, bro. I don't drink.
You don't drink?
No.
Yeah, because I can't just drink one.
All right, then we got to meet up for steaks, not fucking.
There you go. Yeah, we can do
I had
that.
a steak last night. It was great.
I'll make my steak so good he'll shut his mouth, or he'll stop talking at least.
It was my wife's birthday yesterday, and I got to go have steak. It was great.
Dude, there's so much flat Earth community in Dallas.
I remember when we used to have meetups.
From Rockwall, bro.
I remember 2018, 2019, we were having meetups with like 40, 50 people.
I don't want 40, 50 people. I don't mind going to fucking get some steaks with like maybe 5, 6 people.
Oh. No, we had a good time at our meetups. Then COVID shut us down.
Yeah, COVID was a bummer.
If only we
COVID
could
was
see.
right around the time when Flat Earth was really springing off too.
Well, I think
And then
COVID helped.
it changed
helped out
everyone's
the flat Earth.
conversation, like from Flat Earth to the vaccination and that bullshit.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
Yeah, you can.
I think COVID did.
This is the
flat earthers
I'm
a
sorry,
favor
man. This
when
is
everybody went
the
indoors.
this is the
Hang on,
politics.
Branch. Let Larry finish.
Wait, are we not? Yeah, but I need to know this. Are we not
Yeah.
allowed to talk about vaccinations in the politics server?
I don't know.
No.
I haven't talked about that shit in years.
Yeah, if you don't
I
know,
put that shit behind me.
if you don't know that, they're safe and effective. If you don't know by now how safe and effective they are, well, we got to stop talking about it though. So back to the
Yeah,
Earth.
we don't need that. Yeah. Larry's on the right track.
I got a bad side effect from a fucking.
Hey, Branch. We don't want to mute you, bro.
All right.
We don't
Oh
want to mute
shit! This is on
you. Yeah,
YouTube.
It's
Yeah,
like
you know
in
what?
one ear and out the other with Brad.
yeah, I know,
This
bro.
is on you. I forgot you guys put this on YouTube too, and this is bad for YouTube.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Like, come on, bro.
My bad. When you said against the rules, I thought you meant against the rules of the server.
I don't want to
forgot you
lose
meant
my
for YouTube.
300 subs, bro. I don't even know if it's
Yeah.
that high.
You have a channel, Larry?
Yeah, I don't think it's 300. I think it's probably less than 300.
Dude, I've got a
Okay,
channel with
yeah,
like 900 and like
you
60
wanna post a
subs.
link in the chat?
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
subscribe to your channel.
Sure, man.
Dude,
Yeah,
I've got a.
You gotta have videos like Robot Polisher though.
No, I don't have good videos.
You gotta cut that shit up and do what Robot Polisher does.
No, I
that
don't
guy's
do
on
I don't
fire.
do it.
I post the most stupidest shit to my YouTube channel, right? Like I posted a 24-hour fucking live stream of Elon Musk's car, and in the background you can see a flat Earth. Shit like that, man. And I posted that shit for 24
what?
hours. All right, I'll post a link to it. No, I made this video of just I don't know. I make stupid videos online. But somehow people watch it. I don't know.
Hey Cooper, you are trash. You have to make believe that somebody invented the definition of horizontal here because you don't want to accept what horizontal is. You are garbage.
Yeah,
Go
read
back and look at
Euclid's
the chat
Elements.
and
Cooper, read
talking
Euclid's
about.
Elements.
Go back and review. You are confused at the
You'll get
subject
it.
matter of the conversation, sir. Go back and reread.
Right, there you go. I posted my live stream.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, damn! Age of Empires.
Yeah, did you know that while I'm debating
I played
the
that
Age
game
of
like
Empires?
20 years ago.
Larry, do you live this stream 24 hours or you only live it?
No, when I'm off work, I play Age of Empires while I debate. So I'm playing chess while debating you guys. Just so you know.
Oh shit! Are you a grandmaster and shit?
No,
or
it's
you-
not actual chess. It's Age of Empires, which is kind of like real-time strategy chess, basically.
Which is way more fun than chess, anyways. Let's be real.
Do you play Civilization?
No, I never really liked that game. It was, I see, if I had a choice between war, which is like where you start out with all the troops, or a Civilization where there's like a lot of diplomacy. Like I like a little bit of blend. Like I like a little bit of both. But with Age of Empires, it's like resource management and troop management and placement and timing and observation of the entire map. You can't just go attack and leave your stuff wide open. But you got to bring enough. Anyways, off topics. Sorry.
I am Larry. Done that Warhammer 3, the Total War Warhammer 3 whole hard.
I used to play Warcraft.
Yeah,
No, Total War.
No, like the original Warcraft. I'm talking like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, similar RTS style stuff.
Yeah, that was my game. Those trolls said some funny shit.
That's dingo.
Hey, did anyone from like the old 24 or the that home 24 Flat Earth server, right? Did a bunch of people go to the Dallas meetup that happened there like about 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, I don't go to meetups. I'm an introvert.
Like people from the 24/7 Flat Earth server, they don't usually go to meetups, right?
I don't know. I'm in Canada. Our meetups were
Yeah,
like
that's usually
not
like the
once a
awakening
month.
crowd, or like the Witsit or the Jeranism group, or whatever. You know, those like the David Weiss
I
type. You
know, bro.
know,
I got into flat Earth. Like, I got introduced to Discord through 24/7 flat Earth a long time ago. Like fucking Mike Flatbird used to fucking run 24/7 flat Earth back then.
You mean you've been trolling the flat earthers for that long?
No, I'm not. I don't really troll. I just don't like to argue either way.
And so you just obfuscate for the globe?
I find the conversation interesting.
Then why do you talk over it?
Hey, Branch, you should watch the latest video from Robot Polisher.
Like, I remember, like, when I started 24/7, it was back when ODD ran it.
Nobody's ever run flat Earth.
Well, not run flat Earth, but ODD. This server used to be called like ODD's 24 flat Earth server or some shit like that.
yeah. See, it's a different server. Yeah, there's
I
been
know.
various servers. There still is many different servers.
Oh, well, it was
In
the
fact,
same
this
server. It
one
was the
this
same
one is
server until
a
fucking Human
politics server. It's just
Sheeple.
a room.
Dude, it was the same server until Human Sheeple took it over.
That
And
was
then
the
it,
guy who had like the accent, who
Shots
sounded like he
fired.
was struggling to breathe. Like they like a little brother. Like, bro, you can't even talk. Is your tongue swollen?
but
You
my
alright?
name wasn't Hellboy back then, though, so you probably don't remember me as. You probably don't remember me. I think it was like. My name wasn't Branch. It was Hellboy at a point, but I think it was Kratom King a little bit, and then fucking. I just had different names.
Bet you live in Arlington, don't you?
Close to
Well,
Arlington.
so what do you think
I've
about
always been raw.
the globe religion's like greatest asset is?
Arlington, Virginia.
I'm in Mansfield.
The iPhone
Oh,
picture.
he's north of Arlington, on the west side of Dallas. No, it's in Dallas. It's Arlington,
Oh,
where
okay.
Six Flags is.
Yeah,
I
where
had
the
to
new
shoot you into
stadium
the brain.
is. Arlington's fucking blown the fuck up, man.
A lot of Hindus there.
I'm a Hindu.
I know. That's why I said you're from Arlington.
Oh, I thought you didn't know who I was.
Well, I don't know who you are, but I know that you're
How do
Hindu.
you know that I'm a fucking Hindu?
I just knew.
I just knew.
He just believed.
Yeah, I've been to the
I'm
temple over there.
not trying to be
Pretty nice.
rude, but I can almost see your face, Branch. And I'm in
Yeah.
Canada.
Bro, I'm a Hindu, but I don't go to the temples and
I'm a
shit.
Hindu. Say it again. I'm a Hindu.
I'm a bad
More like
Hindu.
Hindu.
Like the
Oh,
nice thing
shit.
about being a Hindu is you don't gotta go to the temple. You don't got
No.
there's nothing you gotta do. You just live.
I've been to the
You guys
Hindu
were into
temple.
some super cool stuff way back in the day.
Like, you know how there's like every religion, like let's talk about politics server, right? Every religion has their own little thing in this server, except Hindus. Hindus don't give a fuck.
Branch, I have a
Hindus
serious
and
question for
Hindu.
you. Okay, so I get like an insane amount of scam calls for like Medicare scams. Is there some meaningful or impactful slur or insult I can levy against an Indian person to make them fuck off?
Vinchode.
There's a
Let me
few things, but why would you?
I've
let me
heard that one. It's like
I
sister fucker or
give you
whatever.
one. I gotta give you one but the problem is I don't speak Hindi, right? But let me think about it. Give me a second, right?
Look,
Because you gotta come up with something I
like
haven't heard
if
before.
I said like Shiva, I hope Shiva fucks you in the ass before she brings you back as a dog. Is that gonna have any
Come on, man. Let's
I know
clean it up a
you
little
could
bit.
talk about don't talk about Shiva, talk about Krishna and be like, how would Krishna like
What
I
would
don't know.
Krishna do?
Yeah, like or some shit like
What
that.
would
But like
Krishna do?
because Shiva's kind of an asshole. Like Shiva would just
Okay,
fucking like
all right,
he would just kill people, right?
okay.
That's
You
not.
can see how much I know about Hinduism from this conversation.
Based, isn't that who the lady at the RNC said the prayer to Winabu, the demon god or whatever? And it's like the demon god saved Trump. She like said
We
a
don't
prayer
really
for him at
believe
the
in
RNC.
demons.
That was wild.
Like Hindus don't believe in like good and bad. Like our gods are both good and bad.
They're a
Like-
spectrum, right? The Hindu gods are like a spectrum.
Yeah, we don't really have like good gods and bad gods.
Well, Shiva's kind of a dick, but it's just part of destruction and rebirth cycle.
Right.
Like the
That's
Phoenix,
what I
right?
mean. Like Shiva will be totally cool with you being a dick.
So what about CERN and Shiva? That Shiva statue?
No, but I heard that that statue is not even outside of Stern. It's outside of some
They
building
moved it,
outside of Stern.
Oh, they moved it, huh?
or it got teleported fucking into the nether regions.
Oh my!
I love Shiva though.
It was
Trust me.
Mandela affected.
Like Shiva's like in our
like your
world,
favorite.
Shiva's like super powerful, bro. And I'm fucking like I don't know which god is more powerful, Shiva or Krishna. I'm gonna
Raveen
say
Mohan does really, really good work on YouTube.
You know what, dude? Don't even say Krishna, say Vishnu. Because that's deeper for Indian people. It's the same person, but just use like Krishna was the earth-born version of
Krishna.
Vishnu. So Vishnu's
What were
the
those flying? What were those flying machines that they used to fly around?
Vimanas.
Vimanus, yeah, that was like a flat Earth proof. Like they
Man.
were all flying around the flat plane. That was wild.
Some of those temples have like lathe turned columns with like gear, like 6-point gear differentials, like
dude, some of those
put into them.
Dude, I went to some temples with my parents, right? When I went to India. And fucking just sex scenes all over the fucking temple, but they still took us there.
And stuff by locals and Muslims and stuff.
Well, yeah, I guess like 20 years ago, that was sort of the claim to fame, like it being like Hinduism being brought to the West was the tantric sex. That's what basically I know. You guys invented tantric sex.
Well, you know what happened was like Indians were like super fucking horny motherfuckers, right? And then like the Muslims came to India. They were like,
Still
calm down, man. You can't be so horny all the time.
You think those space lizards do to people's brains?
You know about the Ankh, right? In Egypt.
The Muslims
Ankh,
stopped the Indians becoming so horny.
the Ankh in Egypt is the symbol for Egyptian Tantra. So I don't know if the Hindus invented it.
I don't know, bro, but I think there's nothing wrong with being horny all the time.
A little bit.
I think sex is like that's one of the two reasons
It's
we
as
live,
natural
right?
as breathing.
Right, we live to reproduce, and we can't reproduce without leave. I mean, the ultimate point of life is to reproduce.
That's debased.
Like that's the ultimate point. There's no other point to life than having kids.
Sometimes, that's one way of looking at it, but it's not always
like the
that.
biological. Whoa!
Hey, somebody's got some real.
Wow, that is staticky
That wasn't me.
This is probably why there are no fucking Hindu rooms in this server, right? Because Hindus are just fucking way left field on everything.
Debased.
But seriously, like, what other point of life is there? Like, and let's exclude fucking humans from the situation, right? Let's look at every other animal, right? The only point of these other animals to live is to reproduce and basically have their genome continue.
Yeah, but they're following, like, they're in balance with the environment that they're in, is, more or less. We aren't.
So if you look at the chimpanzees and how they have wars, you got to wonder, like there would be a little bit of fighting, right? Because the alphas run away the betas, and the females will have sex with anybody. They don't care. So they don't have sexual selection like the humans do, right? But if we weren't like crushing their land, hold on, bro. if we weren't like constricting their land, if they were like free to go like wherever they wanted to and just spread out with infinite resources, other than that, which is just part of reproduction, would they really be like that?
Yes.
Well, there's always going to be natural population limits. Like even if humans were wiped off the face of the earth and the chimpanzees reigned, like there's still going to be like till they develop, like they're not going to be very far above the equator or too far north or south.
Right. It won't just be like one animal just fucking runs it.
Well, it wouldn't be, yeah, and you're placing like here's an act that is maybe pivotal to the longevity of the species, but the purpose of the species entirely, and that's where it's like, well, the species does live a life, and then we're only considering like 15 minutes is its life and the purpose of its life when we're negating it, everything it's doing. It's swinging in the trees. It is waging war. It is,
They're
you know,
contributing
so the
to.
purpose can't be, that would be the fallacy of composition. A partial truth isn't the truth of the whole. And it would be like the Hindu parable of the six wise men and the elephant or whatever, you know, and it's like they each describe the elephant in their own specific way. So that can't be the purpose.
The other side of the map is like a lot of Hindu Vedics or something. They're trying to, refine their mind to the point where they decline to reincarnate. They want to leave the ball of soul where it is.
Are there any
Yeah, a lot of I guess these theoretical philosophers they would latch on to maybe quantum mechanical ideas, and then they try to mix these Eastern religious principles in with these
I hate that shit.
scientific,
You know what's
questions.
weird though, dude? Like to bring this back to flat
Yes.
Earth conversation. Like I've always thought this is weird. Like the Hindu religion has believed in planets, and basically believed that Earth is a planet, and there's many planets out there for so many years.
They've got high
Like, I'm talking
technology, man.
like predating Christianity, predating like for
Yeah.
5,000, 6,000 years plus, right?
Well, Hindus were the first. Sorry, India was the first place that there was a college. As far as we know, it was the first college was in India.
Yeah.
Right,
So
but this goes against
maybe you got started this bullshit.
Started a lot
maybe
of
the
stuff.
Indians started the globe Earth thing. That lie.
Right, because a lot of people like say that like a lot of things started in like Greece and Rome, but really there was many other empires that don't still have control. Therefore, their history is not as popular. So if you go back to like the other places like Egypt, it's on the map, but I think a lot of people sleep on India. Like they were like recording history like really well for also China.
Right, but Indians believe in planets. Like
So
like
you also believe in 33,000 gods.
Yeah, that's the thing. You believe that the gods were from these different worlds, right? And then they were actually doing
Right.
battle in India.
Well, we believe that like gods have their own planets.
The zodiac related. Almost every culture believes in that kind of stuff.
So stuff like when Krishna wrote, Krishna didn't write the Bhagavad Gita, but what Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita was that like you can believe in me and come back to me when you die, or you can believe in whatever god you want, and then you can just go back to their planet once you die.
I don't think the world operates
Or
on
you
those
can believe
principles
in
anymore.
nothing, and you're totally cool too. You don't have to believe in anything. Just do your work and live a good life. He didn't say you have to believe in a god.
You guys know the U.S. government is putting tax dollars in Nepal to spread atheism?
I heard Krishna stole butter as a kid. Was he a little butter
Oh
thief
man,
for real?
fucking dude. You know what, Krishna, right? Krishna did some fucking shady ass shit while he was on Earth, bro.
He's a blue
Heard
alien
George
fucking
Washington
raining
chopped down a
destruction
cherry
down.
tree.
Like he made people lie. He made people fucking like create war. Like it was like he wasn't like super like fucking. I mean, he was a good person, but like he did stuff to instigate.
Zeus was kind of scandalous too, right?
Zeus was a dick.
I
All
think
the
that's the
Greek gods are
difference. Is like
giant assholes.
Hindu gods don't have to be all good. That's the thing about Christian God, or if you want the Abrahamic God, right? Is that everybody thinks the Abrahamic God can only do good and do nothing bad.
Man, he was all wrath and thunder and fire and shit from the sky, like the Old Testament God. That might as well be a whole different God.
Well, I mean, think about it. Why did the God of the Old Testament have to make a law that you can't boil the babies in the mother's milk? Do you think maybe it's because the Canaanites were boiling their babies in the mother's breast milk? Maybe I'd be pissed off about that too.
I like the part where God
No, man. What was that
made a
one?
whip and was whipping people and flipped over the money changers' tables and told them to get out of his temple.
I
I really
forget.
like that part.
whipping the
He's
shit out of
I
whipping
him.
these
forget the
people. I love
story.
that.
Wasn't that one dude where he said you got to kill your kid?
The Binding of Isaac.
I like
Be
when he
like
So it
said,
doesn't
Jesus
say.
and
Wait,
whoop,
wait,
"Peace
wait,
on
wait.
earth,
Time
but
out.
I
Time
came
out.
to bring the
Time out.
sword."
whoop,
Time
grabbler
out.
ass. Whoop them.
It wasn't God who said that. It was an angel who said that. And then another angel came and was like, "No, don't do that."
Like, bro, don't get me twisted, bro. I'm not against Christianity or nothing like that. I'm cool with
They're
Christianity.
good stories, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not stories. Like, I believe. I personally
No
believe that. Like,
way, man.
it's just another incarnation of something, you know. And like,
Iteration.
I don't consider like Christianity and Hinduism as being like you gotta believe one or the other. I think that you can be a Hindu that believes in Christianity.
One flows into the next one, to the next one, and the next
Right.
one.
Like I don't see Christianity as being all false. I don't see even the Muslim. I don't see any religion as being false.
Well, a Hindu Christian is
Wait,
not a Christian, right? The grammatical qualifier
just
changes it, right?
I
Oh,
mean,
man.
you gotta understand, bro. Like Hinduism is very fucking old. This is like 5,000 years ago that Krishna was around, right? And then
Surely
like
there are some
maybe
prescriptions like that the Hinduism offers, right? Like there are some rules, right? There are recommendations in there somewhere.
yeah. I
It
mean,
kind of
like
teaches
Krishna does
you
talk
not to
about
act
being a
like a
good
demon.
person and like he
Tell me if
talks
I'm
about
wrong, Branch. Doesn't Hinduism kind of teach you not to act like a demon?
it does. I mean, it basically tells you to be um devoted to just being. You know what I mean? Like devoted to your work if you want. Whatever your job is, just fucking do that shit and do it right and just live life good.
But acting like a demon is kind of frowned upon. Like if you go to the Hindu temple and you start doing some reprehensible things and creating victims,
They'll fucking,
like
they'll disappear.
yeah, you're not going to be welcome there, right, Branch?
Yeah, but I don't see anything. There's nothing in there saying you can't kill someone or you can't fucking steal or you can't like. There's no rules like that.
No
Right,
laws.
so you
Yeah,
can
there
show up.
is.
You can show up at temple and just steal some food on Sundays when they're giving food out, and just like take all the shit, just roll
Steal
out.
it, don't give it to you.
Right, that I
They will.
know of, bro.
That's true. That's
You
true.
gotta. The one thing about me, bro, is that I'm a Hindu, but like I grew up in England, so I don't really. I didn't get the education of Hinduism that somebody else would. In essence, I went to Christian schools my whole life, so I got the education of Christians.
So you're more culturally
I'll
Christian,
show you in a second.
maybe not religiously, but culturally, you were
Right. I
raised
probably know.
Christians.
Yeah, like I went to Christian schools my whole life, bro.
Yeah,
I have
that
a
makes sense.
question.
Sang in the choir.
When I was in junior high, we used to have a Hare Krishna place next to junior high.
Oh no.
And this is in 1982 ish. and we used to see them in the backyard, like working in the garden. They all wore white like just white like cotton, like loose stuff, and they all had the ponytail. And like over the years, the ponytail went away, and it was like more Indians. Like I don't know what happened. Do you know? Like
I don't know,
like
dude.
now
But
it's all Indians. Now it's all Indians. Like back then it was
no,
like
bro,
there
like
was
okay,
white Krishna people. There was like a lot of white ones. I
dude.
guess
So
there was a
like,
lot of
okay,
hippies.
so
A lot of
I'll
hippies.
post a video. I'll post a video of some Hare Krishna stuff, right? But like, there's like one, like if you look at the latest videos of Hare Krishna, if you want events they do and stuff,
What
like
happened to
there's
the
only a few
ponytail? The
Indians in there.
ponytail was to like pull you up into heaven or some crap. I remember
I
them
don't know
saying
what,
like
like there's this whole thing about devoting hair. I'm not really
He wanted to
understanding
float.
what that is though.
Yeah, they
hmm.
donate their hair. They sacrifice their hair, and like white people come and snatch up all that free hair, and they sell it to let's say
Black
a certain
women.
group of. Well,
Dude,
I
come
wasn't
on, it's
gonna.
not
I
white. You
wasn't
know it's
gonna
the
say it,
Jays.
but that's what's
It's the
happened this whole.
Grabblers. It's the
It's the
Grabblers.
Grabblers. There's a
Oh no
documentary
no no
called
no
Good
no!
Hair.
Real talk. This ain't
Oh
racist talk.
my gosh, I
Black
could just
women,
see him freaking
black
just
women
waiting for
love
it,
buying Indian
weaving
wigs.
it up,
Yes,
making a whole business out of it.
there's a
Anything that's
Better
documentary
than
free,
a
if they
fucking
could
Chris Rock.
skin
sell,
bank.
dude, if they could sell freaking air, they would. I
Chris
think they
They
Rock
are
do.
probably.
has that
No, but
documentary.
there's this whole thing where you devote your hair to a temple. I don't understand the
Yeah,
meaning behind it, but like I know that there's temples out there where you devote your hair. They don't turn it into wigs and sell it to the white man or the black man.
Make a
But
little
like
tower.
there's this notion in Hinduism where you devote your hair to God.
right.
It's like a long process. Yeah, it signifies your dedication and fucking your journey of fucking many years and.
Right. Yeah, Good Hair by Chris Rock. You should watch that documentary.
Bro, I know that. I know a lot of black women, they love to buy wigs made from Indian hair.
True.
Maybe they can stop eating up all the hair then.
I think they call them weaves, though. I don't think they call them wigs.
Weaves or wigs, yeah.
And you just like end up fighting in the street and throwing them at each other. Like,
Dude, I find it interesting how people in India live. You know what I mean? Like they're very free. Like okay, so like when I went to India, I've only been to India once, right? But like when I went, I remember this one dude, and we were at this really nice hotel, right? And like fucking there was this dude cutting the lawn with scissors.
oh, that was like at an ashram?
No, it was just at the hotel, and that was his job.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, this is your
It's like
job.
golf courses too have that like level of.
Can you imagine
precision.
your job being to cut a lawn with scissors?
Have you seen the finishers for like crazy golf courses, man? Holy, their jobs are serious, man.
But scissors.
Yeah.
How much will you pay me to cut the lawn with scissors? All right, that's the question.
25 rupees.
No.
Keep in mind, a cell phone costs like 10,000 rupees.
I mean, there's no noise, so the
Are they
guest.
rupees or ruples? Am I getting Zelda mixed up? Sorry.
I mean, it's better than having this big old lawnmower going around, right? If you're in a nice hotel, you don't want to
Yeah.
hear a lawnmower.
It's true.
But scissors, they could have given him fucking
shears at least, right?
Right.
That's what they are, like shears.
No. Hold on. He didn't have big scissors. I mean, they were kind of big, but they weren't shears.
So were they bigger than like, your
Little
grandmother's
snippies.
pair of like metal scissors that are like
I think
7 inches long?
they were about 5 inches. Like,
Oh, those are little.
length was
Pretty
about
small
5
scissors. I'd call that a scissors.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But dude, I asked him, I was like, and he just looked at me like we didn't really, because like we can't really communicate because he spoke Hindi and I don't, right? But I was like, And I don't know, the communication we basically got was like, it's like, no, fuck it, bro. Like, this is my job, and
Fuck
it's
it,
all
dude.
good because it provides.
Bruh, I
I
get
will
paid
I
by
will
the
cut
hour.
the lawn for 25 rupees, 1 inch or 2. 1 inch or 2.
Dude, don't. It does piss me off when people do Indian accents, man.
How do you feel about a poo?
I
Fuck, I
mean,
hate that thing.
Apu was the most,
Badass character on The Simpsons.
yeah, he was.
No, he was the most put together and debatably one of the most successful characters on The Simpsons.
Yeah.
He was what was he? He was a doctor in his own country. He had a
after
hot
the fact.
wife.
I mean, there was one episode where he was like the most desirable bachelor.
He's friends with legendary musician Paul McCartney.
This is all retcon though after the fact, where they just keep tacking shit on every year.
Yeah, but that's what series do. That's all.
guess
That's every
so.
series ever.
Dude,
Yeah, I gotta admit, I like Hindu people, but you know who I like more? The sheiks.
I
The
like
ones that
Sikhs,
wear the
yeah.
towels. Yeah,
Yeah, but the
those
Sheiks
dudes.
are Indian too, bro.
Yeah, but they're northerners.
Well,
Fucking
they're not necessarily
fighters.
northern, but they're like, okay. So the whole Sikh religion was basically like, it's like Guru Nanak had like a Hindu mom and a Muslim dad, or the other way around, maybe. But
Yeah,
like,
but the sheiks will pull the sword out if you fuck around. You'll find out, right?
They're
fuck
not
yeah,
really
man.
supposed to. Like,
But like Hindus and Sikhs don't get along, but we get along.
I
Like I
like.
remember one.
You call them Sikhs, whatever they are. I
Sikhs,
like
yeah.
them. Yeah, I like them.
They're cool as shit. They hit the ground running, man. Like Filipinos or Mexicans, like they don't just get handouts. They just take care of each other and other people at the same time.
Dude, I got this Uber ride once, right, from this Sikh Uber rider, Uber driver, and he was like, we started talking about some deep ass shit, bro, and he was like, you know what, bro, you gotta come to my fucking temple.
I remember the elementary school I went to had a pretty decent sized Sikh population, and after 9/11, there was some bullshit that happened on our bus where the bus driver made a comment to one of the students about his turban. I think he called him like an Arab or something stupid. And oh my god, I've never seen a child yell at an adult. So
Yeah.
Dude, that's what I'm
Their
saying.
base
That's
is
why I
like they
like
take
them.
no shit.
That's why I like them, bro. They got that
relationship
dog
the
in them.
Hindus
They're
and
like
Sikhs have.
like Hindus are passive, right? But the Sikhs, they got that dog in them, bro. They're not a sheep. They're a sheepdog.
Oh yeah, they're fighters, bro. But like, they're fighters, but they're peaceful inside.
Right.
They're
That's the
supposed to
thing.
be, but yeah.
That's the thing. If you got that dog in you, you want to keep it sheathed all the time, right? And only pull it out when you need it. But like I said, if you fuck around with those dudes,
Yeah.
you're gonna find out.
Like literal Jedi fucking just passing down fucking, you got an older guy just teaching two other guys. And if like shit got fucked around, like there's mercenaries to get hired to do something like this. Like yeah, that like spinny fucking razor thing, frisbee thing they just throw around, or
You know
like
what,
19
bro?
different types of weapons.
I talk about religions that don't get fucking like in this politics server we have a room for every religion basically. But we don't have a room for Sikhs, we don't have a room for Hindus.
They don't
Hindus
need
and
one. They
Sikhs
got their
don't
own
give a
shit.
fuck. Like seriously, it's the weirdest shit. Hindus and
They're
Sikhs.
probably on True Social, bro. They're base as fuck.
But seriously, like if you like Hindu, like just as we look at this politics server, right? It's one of the biggest servers on the fucking internet, right?
Not really.
But like,
No.
it's interesting how we don't have a Sikh room and we don't have a Hindu room.
They're probably doing their own
aren't all the
thing.
religion rooms made by are they all guest rooms, aren't they?
Yeah, they pop like
Yeah.
bubbles all the time and just disappear.
Yeah, start one, bro. Speak. Hindu.
No, I don't think people understand the poly is yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Multiple gods.
Start one branch.
I was thinking about starting one, but someone
Do it.
talked me out of it.
Talk to the server owner.
The Hindu server. The problem is, bro, like I'm not on Discord all the time. If I start a server, I'm
You
gonna have
are.
people. You know what I need to do? You know what, bro? I actually know the right people to fucking do it.
What do you
my
do when you're at 7-Eleven all day, like just sitting there? Don't you like get on
Oh my
Discord?
fucking god! You know what I'm gonna do? You know what? You know what? I mean, these are kids, but like, it's
like-
really weird. I got into a couple of Hindu fucking Discord servers. I never thought about making them start the Discord room here, but maybe I should make them do it.
God damn it.
I mean, I think I've got the role here to start it, and
I've
hopefully
I've heard you say this like 20 times.
No, but oh my god, this motherfucker Larry, you just made me think about this shit. I have the people to start a Discord server in the politics server. I mean the Hindu server in the politics server. I might do this shit, bro.
Go ahead, bro. Teach them about Chinese astrology.
Yeah, I don't want to be the owner of the server though. I want to let somebody else be the owner. I just want to be some motherfucker that pops in now and then.
You gotta just talk all the time.
Be the change you want to see in the world, Branch.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about religion, bro. I think that as long as you live a good life and you're a good person, I don't give a fuck what religion you are. I don't think that you being a certain type of religion is gonna in any way have any influence on God. Like if you're a good person, you know you're a good person.
I don't think there are any good person.
Like I think God gives more of a fuck about how you are and who you are, as opposed to what religion you are.
Well, I used to like not follow astrology at all. I used to think it was complete garbage. Maybe it's because I was like reading the newspapers astrology, but like I read about the Chinese astrology a little bit. That shit was pretty spot on.
All divination and zodiac stuff.
Like I used to think that shit was completely hogwash.
Yeah, but it's got little things like we've spent so much time like putting attention on the stars and planets and watching them and just like at night because we're so bored, we got nothing to do. Like it literally, like the zodiac literally imprinted on us and we imprinted on it, like in this weird thing. It's like we put all these stories and fucking like emotional energy into these like beings that we made up and like mythology that we made up. It had a really serious effect.
Chinese culture is old as fuck too, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's old as fuck. And they don't really believe in a god. They're kind of atheists.
That's because they were conquered 3 times in a row and forced to like breed into like this like homogenous mutt race.
I mean, like, have you ever heard about Chinese gods?
Yes.
They're called dragons.
Right, like they don't really have a concept of Chinese gods.
Well, the emperor was like a dragon king, right?
You don't get what's in the box.
So we don't really know much about like pre-dynastic China. But like if you look at the dynasties, like the emperor was like their god, so they had a lot of god king type things going on, just like Egypt, right?
Look what came even before that, though. Like they rounded up all their oldest like civilization stuff and like put it into 3 massive pits and like set them on fire. That Zhuangdu friggin' artifacts. It doesn't resemble anything close to like Chinese things. It's so old.
You can't help yourself.
Recognizable.
Dude, when I went to China, right? Like when I went to China for work once, but like I went there and there was this whole fucking like if you want, it wasn't really a religious ceremony.
You gotta be on the table when they're eating dinner.
There was a ceremony. Going on, and it was interesting because it wasn't religious at all. And I don't know, bro. Like religion for me, and even the belief in God doesn't make it like you're a good person if you believe in God. And I saw that, like, this when I went to China, I saw that, like, Most Chinese people are fucking atheists. And I like that shit, bro. Like, just be yourself. Be you. You don't gotta believe in a god.
Yeah, but how many people believe in the globe? So even an atheist isn't really, an atheist because they think gravity is the creator god. That and the Big
I'm
Bang
sorry,
founder
bro.
god.
Hindus believe in the globe.
Yeah, the gravity god.
We don't
And
believe in a
the
gravity
Big
god.
Bang,
We
the
believe in
creator of
multiple
all.
planets.
Radagon.
Hindus believe in multiple planets, bro. We don't believe in heaven and hell, but we believe in hellish planets, and we believe in fucking good planets. And then once you die, you can go to one or the other.
What was that flat earther guy? I think he was like a Hindu from Australia. What's his name?
Branch?
No.
That was such a shit joke, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's like one of the earlier flat earthers. Dang, can't remember his name.
Talking about Hinduism?
Yeah, he talked about the flat earth from like the Hindu perspective.
Oh, yeah. There's like, yeah.
He talked about legal stuff too.
I don't know. Like there's this vision that Hindus have of the earth, where it's on like the fucking elephants and is standing it up, but that's more of a spiritual vision of earth as opposed to the actual shape of earth. Or that's actually more of a spiritual vision of the universe. It's weird, bro. I don't even want to try to explain it because I don't know it really well myself.
So show us the globe Earth from ancient Hindu stuff. Where you get your source on that?
Oh, it's just Krishna. He's like, yeah, you know what? Fucking you're on Earth. And it's a planet. It's not the best planet. There's so many other planets out there, and if you do good here, then you can go to a good planet, go to a bad planet. If you believe in a god, essentially, like if you devote your life to a god, then you can go to your god's planet. Or you can devote yourself to me and you come to mine. Or not mine. When he said like you can just be part of me. Like he's basically just saying that there's so many planets out there. There's good and bad ones. And then what the good you do in this life is gonna reflect upon where you go in which planet you go to in your next life.
A lot of Hindus believe in reincarnation, not
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. Next life, because we believe in reincarnation. But what we believe that you can reincarnate on this planet or other planets. You don't have to reincarnate back on Earth. There's so many other fucking planets with life on them.
Prove it.
I can't. But like, why would I believe in reincarnation? But why would you assume that your soul is limited to this Earth? Your soul can be reincarnated to any planet.
Show me.
Doesn't that make more sense? If there's one God, multiple planets, right? Then once you die, you're not just stuck on this motherfucker. You can go anywhere.
I can probably remember the dude's name if you be quiet for like 30 seconds.
All right, I'll shut up.
Just give me a second to think. What's his name? I can hear his voice. I can't remember his name. Go ahead.
The weirdest thing about like the Hindu religion, right, is that the point of life for us is finding peace. Like it's not about becoming rich. It's not about like, and if you find peace in being rich, that's fine too. But like,
Santos Bonacci. That's his name.
I was gonna say that, but my phone was glitching. But he wasn't really a flat earther at first. It took a while.
But he was talking about it in the beginning. Right? Like he was talking about ancient Hindu and like from the flat earth perspective.
oh yeah, bro. And so was like, what's his name? The black dude.
Bro Sanchez and them had to talk with him, and everybody else had to talk to him for a while, and then he became a flat earther. And then he started doing the flat earth shit. But he was always doing the word stuff and all the other stuff. Yeah.
Like bro Sanchez keeps talking about like shit from the Vedas, and but he doesn't understand it. Like you know how hard it is to read shit from the Vedas when you don't know. First of all, it's super hard if you don't know fucking Sanskrit. And then the motherfuckers that know Hindi know it. But if you don't know Hindi, it's so fucking hard. And I don't know Hindi.
I used to watch the stories that the Hindus put out about the gods, and it would be like English subtitles. That's how I learned a little bit about it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like, I kind of wish. There's part of me that wishes that my parents didn't move away from India. Because I would have got more understanding about fucking the Vedas by living in India. But I also think that no one's being taught that shit there anymore. No one's being taught that shit there anyway. Like they've kind of moved on to the Western way of fucking life, right?
No one teaches like you, Hindu, anymore. Hindu son, won't you come?
It's and Hinduism's gonna become a lost religion.
Hold on, you're messing it up. Hindu son, won't you come and teach us everything? Okay, well, I'm done.
Dude, I'm thinking about it, man. I know some
So
people and shit, yeah. And I think we should start a fucking Hindu server in politics.
okay, stop talking about it.
I'm gonna do it, bro.
Do it, bro. Do it.
Can you imagine how much hatred they're gonna get? They're gonna get people just come in doing Indian accents.
I'm sure there'll be a fair bit of that. I doubt you'd get much hatred though. I feel like most people probably don't have much of an opinion at all about Hinduism.
Like, why did everyone think that the accent is different between like Hindus and Muslims? Like, we have the same accent, don't we?
No.
No.
Not really, no.
Dude, I
Okay.
have to go way back in my history to find the stuff that I used to watch.
I just find it interesting why like everybody makes fun of it. I actually fucking like when I talk to an Indian girl that's got Indian accent, I find it cute.
I think this is kind
There's nothing
of
wrong
like,
with. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with Indian accents. It's just like it's just different, you know.
okay.
mean,
I think this is kind of the stuff that I used to
What's
watch.
what's
This is like
cute? What's cute about the American accent?
the Southern accent. I used to watch stuff like this back in the day to learn about the Hindu gods and stuff.
So,
bro.
so Mr. Larry, when the fuck we gonna hang out in Texas and have a fucking? Hold on, how far away from fucking Mansfield slash Arlington are you?
I could probably get there in less than 3 hours.
3 hours. I
Yeah.
thought you was in the DFW area.
I said I was born there,
Oh, okay.
and I've done Uber there, Uber and Lyft.
Right, well, 3 hours is too far to fucking meet up for a steak.
Right. Plus, I'm an introvert. It's hard to get me out of the house. Unless I'm working.
What part of Texas you from?
It's a secret, but I just tell people East Texas.
So you're east, so you're maybe not Houston. You don't sound like a city motherfucker.
Yeah, the accent kind of gives it away. Like but then again, my dad's from Ohio, so.
So you're from Houston?
No, I'm not from Houston. I was born in Dallas.
I mean, now it doesn't matter where you're from. Who gives a fuck?
So when I was like 3 or 4 years old, we were living in an apartment complex, and a bunch of teenagers started pelting me with rocks. And that's when my parents were like, "Fuck this shit, we're out."
Hey, D-Mock. Fuck you for getting Black Hole song stuck in my head, alright? Fuck you.
You want me to play Kitty Brackish?
No, dude. Like the thought that just popped out of my mind right now was I need to buy a duplex.
I
Like
stop
a
at 2.
multiplex.
Yeah, multiplex.
Yeah. A Googleplex.
What if you had like a duplex, but you like had like a different kind of convenience store in each one? So one of them be like a head shop, and the other one would be like kind of like a dollar store, and the next one was kind of like a Buc-ee's where there's like weird knickknacks. And
Oh
like
no,
the
bro!
next one was
I'll make like a fucking like it'll be like I'll make a new thing, right? It'll be like um it'll be like a truck they can just walk into and get head.
no, bro. I was thinking more like one little convenience store is like a Mexican grill where you got like real Mexicans like cooking on a grill. And then like the next one would be like a hamburger shop.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like a multi? I
Like
know.
a multi-store.
Like the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that, yeah. But it would be like a convenience store.
Yeah, but they stopped doing that shit. Like most multi like Taco Bell, Pizza Hut joints just became Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Did one buy out the other or something? There's some kind of... Oh, shit. Has anybody got any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
No, they're still owned by Pepsi.
Pepsi, Viacom, Halliburton. What are there, like 4 companies left now?
Didn't the Secret Service... Had a Secret Service, didn't she step down, but she used to guard Doritos?
She used to guard Dorito. Wait, what does that mean?
She used to be like head of security for Pepsi or something.
Oh, okay. I see.
So I've been looking at this Trump assassination thing for a while, and the leftists are like, no, he didn't get shot. The people on the right are like, you can't question that. You can't question anything. It's like me being not left or right, just looking at all the information.
Dude,
Like, I don't know.
imagine if
I don't know
I
what
think
to
the
make of it.
important thing is somebody definitely tried to shoot at him, and I think that's
right,
probably
but imagine if he died.
imagine.
Dude, it would have been Franz Ferdinand 2.0.
Bro, it would have been fucking civil war in America.
Yeah, it would have been bad. You know about Franz Ferdinand, right?
World War I, baby.
Yep. The whole world would have been fucking pissed because Trump is promoting this image of himself like he's the great peacemaker. He's going to stop the Ukraine war. He's going to chill China and North Korea and Taiwan. He's going to make Israel like sit the fuck down and everybody chill out and get back to doing business. Like that's his persona. He's a deal
I'm
maker.
sorry, dude, but like he's hardcore, and sometimes you need a hardcore motherfucker.
Well, that's
Right?
his persona, dude. He's really just a
What I'm
Rothschild
saying.
puppet.
That's his persona, and he's got the balls to walk into fucking Israel and say, you know what, motherfuckers, chill out.
He
Otherwise,
did
we're gonna
not. He
bomb
did the exact opposite of that.
No, like
Yeah, when he moved the embassy to Jerusalem, he started
Yeah.
all sorts of fucking tension, and debatably started like that might have been like the jumping off point for why October, whatever
He gave
happened.
the Golan Heights to Israel from Syria. He just like annexed that shit.
Yeah, man, we're getting way into politics now and shit. Like,
Well, look where we're at.
let's
The
talk about
flat Earth
flat Earth
room.
shit.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about flat Earth.
I don't want to talk about fucking politics. I hate politics.
I love politics.
I would rather talk about flat Earth shit than politics.
Floor's all yours, bro.
Yeah, what you got? You got any evidence of axial rotation, curvature, or can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
I mean, we can do the whole fucking put two shits on a stick and see when they spin.
Poopsicles?
Yeah, what's that called? Is that's not is that yeah, that's Cavendish.
No.
Cavendish, we could do Cavendish where poops on a stick.
Oh yes, poops on a stick. Got it.
Dude,
Thought you meant
I
the
should
other.
fucking imagine doing Cavendish with just pure shit.
Dude, I'm sitting here cracking up. No one else thought that was funny as shit.
No, they're taking me seriously.
Who poops on a stick?
Is the poop
I'm just-
electromagnetic? Because then you don't know if you manipulated gravity or electrostatics. Is poop electromagnetic?
Hmm.
Oh, Larry, I read through that one of the electric gravity papers that you had linked.
And what'd you think?
Honestly, a lot of the math goes over my head, so I don't know if I'm really 100% grasping everything they're saying. But my understanding of electrostatics is that it both attracts and repels, but we only
Right.
ever see what we call gravity attract. So I don't know how you reconcile that.
Well,
it's just mass, bro. Shit attracts shit.
so the ground is always the ground, right? So what would be repelling if that's the ground? Like that's
Well, what is
'cause,
the charge of the ground?
What do
Well,
you mean the charge? There's no need to have a charge.
Charge would
Well,
be
if you're
gravity
if
itself,
you're talking
you
about
can
the
consider gravity as
electrogravity stuff, yeah, charge is important.
you can consider gravity as the charge. It's a different type of charge, different type of force.
four
I think
four
French knows what we're
papers.
talking about.
I'm just saying though, like gravity itself is a different type of charge or force, right? Which is why gravity attracts each other. It's just the way the world fucking works. It's the way the universe works.
Okay, Branch, why does everything attract each other? Why?
Why wouldn't it?
So
Anyway,
if you look at the atom, right, it's electrons, neutrons, and protons.
Exactly. We're talking about electromagnetism now, like
Right.
positive, negative charges and
So the
shit.
strong, weak nuclear force and the electromagnetic force, and
Right,
then
but why?
gravity is the four fundamental forces. But every time they try to add gravity to the quantum, it doesn't work out.
Okay, so what you asking me is that like why does gravity attract masses without electromagnetic if you want side to it? But the fact is gravity itself has its own force, and we've measured it. We've fucking done it. Electromagnetic waves, and fucking seen how but like how gravitational waves.
Branch, I got a quote here from Gravity. I'm sorry, from Neil deGrasse Tyson. When asked, what is gravity? Quote, I don't know. Next question. So if he doesn't know what gravity is, what makes you think you know what gravity is?
I mean, like, you can consider gravity as just the fucking... Gravity is essentially just the bending of space and time.
Those are just concepts. You can't bend a concept.
Like, it's like sitting on a fucking... It's basically... Gravity is created because of the fabric we live in.
Okay, let me go over some definitions here. So, what is space-time? The concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused in a four-dimensional continuum. Okay, what's a concept? An abstract idea or a general notion. Well, what is abstract? Existing in thought or as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So, you're talking about like concepts and abstract ideas and mathematical abstractions, but there is no space-time made out of any chemical compound derived from the periodic table. Like, it doesn't exist in reality. Like, it's not made of watts or joules or moles or anything like
space-time really is defined. Or I know your definition is correct as far as I know, but space-time is like a fourth-dimensional thing. We'd have like zero access to that. Like, we can't even really conceive of the fourth dimension other than maybe its effects. And I think that
it's pseudoscience. It's not real science.
it is
to say.
unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that Einstein had a thought experiment. So what the grammatical qualifier, once again, we know what an experiment is, but an experiment is not a thought experiment. A thought experiment is something else.
It's not just that, dude. Like, Einstein's fucking thought actually fucking made us understand why Mercury revolves around the sun the way it does.
He did describe it better. I'll give you that. He described it better than Newton. I'll give you that.
Like, before fucking Einstein, they thought...
Hey, Branch, I gotta point out something. You mean to say orbit, not revolve. And second of all, whoever demonstrated that it did that? Who demonstrated that Mercury orbits the sun? Who did that?
I don't know, bro.
Nobody.
Okay.
It's just a story, dude. Like, how can I mean, at this point, how can you not have that in your head already?
Maybe it's just a story. Maybe you're right. Now, like, what type of scientific knowledge have you accrued to come out with your conclusion?
In regards to Mercury and the Sun,
Absolutely.
they are both different luminaries in the sky that you see at different times of the sky. One provides a lot of heat, the other does not.
Dude, I just read today, right? Fucking Mercury has like a 10-mile deep, maybe not 10 miles, I'm not sure what I read, but like a shit ton of diamonds.
Oh yeah, I saw that too, where they think that there's a bunch of diamonds 10 miles below the surface of Mercury. Or a layer. I think they said a layer of diamonds. I have no idea how or why they think that, but I did read that headline.
Just more pseudoscience.
And who gives a fuck if it does? It's not like we're gonna go there and mine the diamonds. And you know what? What the fuck are the
Pretty
diamonds
interesting.
gonna help us? They're not gonna help us as humans.
Oh yeah, I think in a certain technical sense, diamonds are classified as a semi-precious resource, not like a extremely precious resource. Like they're actually much less valuable than gold.
I mean, gold's
At least
cool
typically.
because like it's very fucking conductive.
I think the exception is when you have a diamond that is naturally made and also extremely large and of a high quality. That kind of a diamond. Now that might be worth more than gold, but like smaller diamonds, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're, as far as the weight goes, they're actually typically much less expensive than gold.
Yeah.
I posted something about Thomas Kuhn and the crisis in cosmology and the electric universe.
The electric
books.
universe.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
That's Globers who understand that, it's not gravity that's ruling the universe as the fundamental force, but it's actually electromagnetism.
You think they got some shit right, or you think that they're fucking idiots?
I think they got a lot of stuff right. They just didn't start from scratch. There was certain sacred ideas that they couldn't let go of, like the Earth being a globe and the sun being the center of, the solar system. So because they didn't do that, they're kind of stuck in this model crisis, model revolution, and they're not going through with the paradigm change like the flat earthers have. So Thomas Kuhn, pretty much predicted what was going on right now, because not if, but when cosmology in crisis, the coming of the paradigm shift. Like, he was talking about this stuff a long time ago.
Yeah.
So it says, while Kuhn's work redefined, revolutionized how we think about science and the nature of scientific change, it was also met with some criticism, both in his lifetime to the present day. However, looking at the present state of cosmology and astrophysics, one can argue that Kuhn is being vindicated from beyond the grave. And he's talking about the crisis in cosmology. Who would have known?
Kuhn,
Professor
apparently.
Kuhn, he knew.
I don't know, dude. What's wrong with having like multiple planets, though? And
That's
like,
such a ridiculous thing to say. Like you haven't demonstrated this as a planet. so far.
I'm
So
just
that's the problem with there
saying.
being multiple planets, because this isn't a planet. That's the problem to begin with.
Yeah, but how do we know?
Because I mean, by planet, you mean not the early 1900s dictionary definition of planet, which is not what you mean. You mean a sphere. You mean a sphere of matter residing in the vacuum of
Charles,
space, right?
Charles,
No, no,
you're
come on,
trying to
come on,
make.
no. Answer. Yes or no? You mean a sphere residing in the vacuum of space, correct?
That's what I mean
Right,
when I
but
say planet.
Okay. So let me just remind you. So let me just quickly, before you say what you're saying, let me just remind you. So like back in the old dictionaries, back in the beginning of the 20th century, when you looked up the word planet in the dictionary, it didn't say that. It said wandering star, just a star with a different
All right, but
trajectory.
why would Earth be any
Point that out.
different? Like, why would Earth be any different than just any other planet?
So you're looking at lights in the sky, and do you look at the grass and see the grass glow or the dirt glow and radiate light?
I don't know, bro. Do you
Yes.
you think
Well,
that
answer the question. Come on, Branch. Answer the question. Just
no, hold on,
engage in the conversation.
hold on. Let me fucking get my point across. So you think that Earth is some special place that's so different to any other place that exists in the universe?
What other place? What other place are you talking about?
I'm just saying, you think that Earth is like some special place?
Branch, he doesn't
No.
believe in
Let
space.
me clarify something here. I'm not saying Earth is different from any place, because Earth is the only place that I know exists so far. So no.
All right, so I look at it like there's so many fucking planets out there. We're not that different, and we're not that special.
Hey,
We
Branch,
just happen to live here.
be quiet for a second. I'm going to read this. You will notice that most of these articles dating from 2020 or 2019, while scientists have been aware of the crisis in cosmology as variably defined since at least 1995, the awareness has increased exponentially in the very recent years. Eric Lerner, chief scientist at LPP Fusion, conducted an unscientific study at Google listings to determine references to the crisis in cosmology. According to Lerner, back in 95, there was about one reference for every year. By the beginning of the 2000s, it had gone up to 5 references, and then 12 references by the mid-2000s. In the past decades, 24 references per year. Then in 2019, shot up to 130 references per year. So
That makes sense.
the cat's out of the bag.
Well, I mean that wouldn't that
cosmology.
just makes sense with like you said, gravity not fitting into the grand equation. Like obviously something's not right.
Right. Anyway, please continue. Yeah, I like the Electric Universe guy. The Thunderbolts guys. You got to chew the meat and spit out the bones.
Is there okay? So before we were interrupted, the the no repulsing of the electric universe or the electric gravity. Is that explained and did I just not understand, or?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, just the way I understand it is that incoherent electric static is basically what we're talking about. We're not talking about like regular static. So I've heard people in the past, Zanuck, say that gravity is what brings the clouds together, when obviously it's the electrostatic forces. So anytime people see like mass attracting mass, they automatically want to slap gravity on it, like Khufu tagging up the pyramid, like this is my gravesite. Yeah, believe me. You know, it's like, no, that's the pyramid, bro. It's not Khufu's gravesite. Like, the fuck. So people like Zanuck like really trip me out, and I'm sorry, I won't talk anymore about him. But using that example, like, is it not obvious to everyone here that cloud formation is due to electrostatic forces? Like, to me, it's obvious. I don't know how it's a big deal, but
I don't think that it would be gravity. I definitely don't agree that gravity would be like the primary force there. Obviously, with electromagnetism being so much stronger, I think even just like what's the word for like the way water sticks to itself?
surface tension.
Yeah, there's just the surface tension of water would be a better explanation than gravity for clouds, but
Well, for me, it's pretty obvious that what they say about gravity has not been well understood, and that's why they had to invent 96% of the model being dark matter and dark energy. When if you look at reality, like everything is electric or electromagnetic or something like that, and if you think about it logically, don't they say that like most of the universe is plasma, like the observable universe, like the stuff that's real? Isn't most of
I
it
guess
plasma?
if you're like referring to star stuff, then yeah, I would guess.
What is it, like 99% of the universe is plasma? Let me look it up. Yeah, MIT. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. So that's
I got smoke. I got smoke for you, Larry, but I'm almost home. I'll be home in 5 minutes if I can stay on this now.
You're a little choppy, but I want to hear what you got to say.
Sounds like he's cooking up. He's cooking. He's in the
Oh yeah,
kitchen.
I'm cooking up a globe reification right now. I got you.
Excellent. I'm
Up some
excited.
globe stew. Delicious.
Globe is refried beans.
So if, a majority of creation is plasma, and we know what plasma is, right? Like excited gas particles. Why is it excited? Electrons floating everywhere. Like, why would someone think that gravity is like the ruling force in the universe that creates gravitational collapse? Or, like Zanuck said, cloud formation. Like, to me, it's obvious. Like, I don't know how you can't see it. And this is MIT. So, they probably know. Plasma Science and Fusion Center. I don't know. I don't know how people don't see it. Everybody's like, space time. Yeah, Einstein. It's so hard to understand, it makes me smart that I don't understand it. And it's so hard to understand quantum mechanics. If you understand that, you're stupid. Because gravity don't work at quantum mechanics. I don't know. I mean, electrons. Come on. Just right there in your face. You just gotta open your eyes and see it.
Are you play online for Age of Empires, or are you just doing solo stuff?
Solo stuff. I'm not that good. I don't have enough time. I work full time, so I never get that good. But I do play first person shooters online. I used to play Titanfall 2 like crazy. I was pretty decent at that game. Pretty good.
The last first-person shooter I invested a bunch of time in was Rainbow Six Siege.
Never played it. I heard it was good though.
It's fun. It's kind of wacky, but it's fun.
So here's something interesting. An international group of scientists, including Case Western Reserve University astronomy chair Stacy McGaugh, has published research contending that the rival idea to the popular dark matter hypothesis more accurately predicts a galactic phenomenon that appears to defy the classic rules of gravity. This is significant, the astrophysicists say, because it further establishes the hypothesis called modified Newtonian dynamics, or MOND, or modified gravity, as a viable explanation for the cosmological dilemma, that galaxies appear to buck the long-existing rules of gravity traced to Sir Isaac Newton in the late 1600s. The mystery...
sorry.
Go ahead.
What is the modified theory of gravity? What the fuck is that?
Well, it's where they do away with Einstein's space-time and they try to find, like, a way to model gravity without introducing 80% of the universe as dark matter. 80% of the matter.
Oh, so it's basically we're rejecting Einstein and we have no fucking idea. Okay.
Well, we're rejecting the ad hoc continuum and kind of going back to the basics. Like, it's the Kuhn cycle. Like, this is what I'd be talking about all the time. Like I know that I'm a flat earther, but like this is what I'm focusing on, telling people, like, don't be so dogmatic. Like, your own scientists are trying to tell you that Einstein was wrong and we're trying to figure out something that works a little better, and they're like, you're so anti-science. You're not supposed to question science. Like, you flat earthers don't even like science. It's like, I'm trying to tell you that science is progressing and you're being left behind. Like, anyway, the mystery: for decades, we've measured more gravitational pull in space than we could think we should have. There is not enough visible or known matter to account for it all. So dark matter proponents theorize that most of the known universe is actually made of material that doesn't interact with light. So I'm going to add this so I'm no longer quoting from the article. Like ghosts? Okay. Back to the article. Making it invisible and undetectable. But that this material accounts for so much of the gravitational pull among galaxies, it has been the prevailing theory for over 50 years. Or nearly 50 years, excuse me. MOND theory, a counter-explanation introduced by the physicist Mordechai Milgram, sorry I don't know how to pronounce that name, but Milgram, or Milgromian gravity, from Weizmann Institute, Israel, in the early 1980s, says the gravitational pull exists because the rules of gravity are slightly altered. Instead of attributing this excess gravitational pull to an unseen, undetectable dark matter, MOND suggests that gravitational low acceleration is stronger than it would be predicted by the pure Newtonian understanding. In addition, MOND made a bold prediction. The internal motions of the object of the cosmos should not only depend on the mass of the object itself, but also the gravitational pull from other masses in the universe, called the external field effect, EFE. Milgram said that the finding is robustly confirmed, would be thinking the smoking gun, proving that galaxies are governed by modified dynamics rather than obeying the laws of Newton and of general relativity. So, this is the Kuhn cycle circling the drain on the old and busted gravity. And this was done in the 1980s. This was like in 81 or 82. So that's how long it's, because of people are so dogmatic about Einstein, this is how long it's taken for people to kind of realize that, oh, like maybe Einstein was wrong, or maybe we got a better theory over here or a better model of gravity. McGaw and his collaborators, led by Kyu-Hoon Che, sorry I'm not good with these names, from Sejong University in South Korea, say that they detected this EFE in more than 150 galaxies studied. Their findings were published recently in the Astrophysical Journal. Quote, the external field effect is a unique signature of Mond that does not occur in Newton-Einstein gravity, end quote. McGaw said quote, there is no analogy in conventional theory with dark matter. Detection of this effect is a real head scratcher, end quote. So this is looking at galaxies and understanding that gravity doesn't work the way it's traditionally been understood since Einstein back to Newton, doesn't work for the galaxies. So Einstein had a pretty good understanding of the solar system, or at least described it in a functional way. But when it comes to the galactic level or the quantum level, gravity is incomplete, putting it nicely. I'm no longer reading from the thing. I'm speaking from what I've studied here. Quote, I've been working under the hypothesis that dark matter exists, so this result really surprised me, Che said. Initially, I was reluctant to interpret our own results in favor of Mond, but now I cannot deny the fact that the results, as they stand, clearly support Mond rather than the dark matter hypothesis. So the dark matter hypothesis is an untestable, unfalsifiable theory. It's not really a theory at all. Not really science. It's an ad hoc explanation as to why the model that Einstein produced doesn't work at the galactic level. So that's why I call it the ad hoc continuum.
Yeah, I understand.
So where did I get this from? I gotta mark that. Did I post that? Nope, I didn't post that. Go. 150 galaxies tested for EFE.
What's EFE again?
External field effect.
Gotcha. Trying to like conceive of that. It sounds like a stacking of gravity because there's a lot of it in one place, or what?
Well, this whole idea of field that kind of goes to quantum mechanics. I think they're just trying to create a unified theory.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice?
If we understood creation a little bit better.
Sure would be handy.
All right, here I come.
He's got his stew.
I
your
got
bowls
my
out.
globe reification. All right, Larry, I need you to walk with me. I'm not trying to argue or tell you that I'm right and you're wrong. I just want you to just
be open-minded.
Sympathize with what I'm trying to say, right? If electrons are real, and quantum electrodynamics pretty much says that the electric field that we experience as humans on an astronomical scale and on the quantum scale, it's all the same electric field, right? Do you agree?
All the same electric field. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's what they claim. So if electrons are electric currents, right? You got a little proton shell, you got your nucleus, you got the electrons around the proton shell. If those electrons really are part of the electric field, then they're creating a magnetic field. The electric current creates a magnetic field. It's the proxy, right?
Yeah, they kind of go
So,
hand in hand.
right. So we observe covalent bonds, right? We say that the molecules bond by means of electrostatics, right?
Okay.
Okay, so now you got moles. You got an amount of mass that is together because of the electrostatic covalent bond.
Okay.
Technically, mass attracts mass right there. Like right there, you have evidence of the molecules being intrinsically electric, creating static bonds. Would you agree?
Okay. Let's
Well, that's
see
all I
where this
got for
goes.
you.
Oh, okay.
Well, deductive, I'm not going to push for you to say something that I think of that, but my deductive reasoning is it makes perfect sense if mass attracts mass, and that's what we're observing, because we observe it on a quantum scale as well.
So Newton obviously didn't know about electromagnetism from like 1666, right? So he would have kind of come up with his idea and left it to the next generation to talk about and think about. And his idea prevailed until Einstein, when Einstein was kind of describing a field in a way before they really knew what fields were. Because I think it all boils down to it isn't just mass attracting mass. It isn't just this, space-time continuum or ad hoc continuum. I think that there's like layers to this shit. That's what I kind of believe.
I actually
So,
believe that as well.
so the mass
The layers
attracting
thing?
mass, yeah, it's layered. So the mass attracting mass thing could be layered with the electromagnetism. And the electromagnetism or plasma could be what Einstein was trying to describe but didn't have the tools to get it right at the galactic level, because during his day, Hubble hadn't really, made famous the whole concept of galaxies and whatnot. So he was just looking at the solar system, like that's what he grew up with. So it was either the solar system or the geocentric model, which he rejected.
You
So
said something interesting. You just said something interesting. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like, okay, so I agree with you that the cause for gravity could be Is that what you were saying? That it could be electrostatics causing gravity?
Well, it's layered, right? There's multiple causes to what we call gravity. So if you'll indulge me for like 60 seconds. So why do things fall, right? I can make things levitate and put it on like a circuit board with a bunch of switches, right? So one, I got sound waves, right? So I turn that on and it makes the thing float, so it's levitating. Another thing is electromagnetism. So I turn on the magnet and the bolt is like now attached to the magnet, like defying gravity. Then there's like the Van de Graaff generator. I turn that on and it makes a little, piece of plastic float. Then I use buoyancy, right? And I make that float. Now, if I went by and just killed the power to all those switches, why did they fall? Well, because each individual thing that was making them, rise was holding it up. So what is the cause of things falling? It's multiple things. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like it's layered. It's there's multiple things there's multiple reasons why things levitate.
What's up, guys? What's
Hey,
going
what's
on?
up? How you doing? We're just kind
Well,
of
let me
discussing.
respond to that.
Go ahead.
I totally agree, man. Like electrostatics can cause things to rise and, conflict with the effect of gravity. That's
I left
cool.
out electrostatic. Yeah, that's another switch, right?
Yeah, and I would say I don't want to do this, but I must say appeal to single cause fallacy. Like there's more than one fundamental force. Are we saying that all the four fundamental forces are caused by electrostatics? Weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, gravitation, electromagnetism.
No, I'm saying I don't know all the causes of why things go down, right? Could it be that the density at
What?
the atomic level, the atomic weight of each individual atom or element is the cause of it going down and causing it to stick to the surface of the Earth because of the electrostatic forces, and then it layers on top of that based on the relative density between these things? Like, is that the end all
That's
be
a good
all?
way. That's a
Is that?
good way to explain it. Yeah.
But is that the end all be all? No. Like, I'm open minded. Show me what else you got. Because that's why I'm always saying, can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? I'm always asking people to show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Yeah, I relate when you say layered because I think that, we got electrostatics happening. The combination of the covalent bonds creates the gravitation. That's my theory. It makes sense. Like this layered. I like what you said. I totally agree. It could be that behind gravity, like electrostatics truly is the cause. I don't got a problem with that. But the effects of gravity are definitely real. That's what we observe.
So
Maybe we disagree there.
let's.
What are the effects of gravity?
Well, hold on. I want to say this. I just want to, kind of wrap up what I'm thinking is going on. I'm calling it the layered field theory. That there's multiple effects, causing what Rice Ray, I think that's his name. Is that Rice Ray?
Multiple cause.
Yeah.
Yep.
Multiple
Layered
effects causing because
field
effects don't cause
theory.
things.
That's a good one. I like it. Sounds good too. Well, that was my cooked up reification.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for entertaining it.
Yeah, thanks for entertaining my light switch scenario. And welcome to
I'm totally with you.
the
I'm totally
chat.
with you. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna welcome. I think his name is Rice Ray. Is that your name?
Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Indeed.
yeah. He's an old friend.
What's up?
Yeah, yeah. We were talking about gravity and the causes, and kind of discussing a few things. So yeah, welcome to the show.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, man.
the cause
Let
of
me finish.
gravity, right?
Please let me finish.
Oh, sure.
I was gonna say, dude, you're totally right about dark matter and them, reifying like Newtonian gravity and say, oh, 83% missing mass. What's going on? Dark matter, you can't detect it, you can't see it, it doesn't interact with light. Apparently, you're right about all that. And if you look into it, they're coming up with this theory that like they're looking at galactic clusters that appear to be unified by these big galactic magnetic fields. I don't know if you looked into that at all. But dude, they're literally trying to say now, yeah, magnetism could be the cause for the formation of galactic clusters. They're literally saying it. I mean, I could find an article about it. I wonder if you've seen that. That's all I got.
It amounts to a hill of beans in this town, kid.
That's right.
Yeah, a quick Google search. All you got to do is type in magnetic fields, galactic clusters. Interesting stuff. Yo, Larry, you still there?
Sorry, yes, I'm still here. I was reading. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Totally unrelated. What do you take about that apparent attempted assassination attempt?
Too
Attempted
early.
assassination.
It's too early to say. All I know that if it would have been reported that he would have been taken out, it would have caused World War III. I think everything just would have fell apart. So I'm really glad that he is still here with us and running. Even though I'm not a Trump supporter, I do support the idea of a republic and people governing themselves by the consent of the governed. I think we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Hooray for liberty.
I'm also not a
I was
Biden
thinking-
supporter, by the way.
I was thinking more, it just so happens like, okay, Trump surviving an assassination attempt would do him well in the election. So is there incentive to stage that? Like, he got the results he wanted, you know? How would you benefit from from surviving an assassination attempt? He's reaping all those benefits. It's almost like,
well,
they wanted that, you know?
I don't know if he's actually reaping that.
Is he weeping?
I
Yeah.
feel like people don't care that much. I feel like people
Yeah.
phase through the news cycle pretty quickly.
Yep. Nobody really cares. There's no bump. No nothing.
You don't think he's up in the polls? I mean, I don't know.
No, I think
he's not.
I thought Kamala was beating him in a lot of the swing states now.
Oh, jeez. Not Kamala.
You believe that? You think she's popular?
I think that it's not really a vote about Kamala; it's a vote against Trump. So,
And her name's Kamala.
whatever. Mrs.
I'm kinda
Harris,
fishing
the
for
Vice
information.
President Harris.
That'll
How
work.
about that?
That'll work. That'll work.
I don't trust news sources that I read about, so I'm just asking your guys' opinion. Because have them tell it. I don't even know what they're fucking saying at this point. Very convoluted.
Which part's convoluted?
Whether or not it was a real assassination attempt at all.
I mean, that guy died, right?
Yeah. And 2 people are seriously injured.
Isn't it way more of an easier explanation that was just some crazy kid? Like,
Makes more sense to me, yeah.
So then, a crazy kid was able to take a shot while Secret Service had eyes on him, and he missed.
So here's the tricky thing about like failed security is like we when a security fails, you see it, but there are always gaps in security stuff. We just don't care about them or notice them when there isn't a shooting.
Oh,
So,
the
there's
Titanic gap, bro. That was a huge gap. People were screaming, "Hey, there's a guy on the roof!"
Yeah, it sounds like there was some bad communication going on between local authorities and Secret Service. I don't know.
Dude, bad communication. They were in the building that he was on top of. He was on top of the building that
We're
the
just gonna
cops
walk
were
away
in.
from this building that's about 150 feet away from Trump. We're just gonna leave this area.
Dude, that's where the cops and the Secret Service were in. He was on the roof in the building, and they were inside.
They answered the question, yeah. They said that they couldn't put Secret Service up there because it was a sloped roof and it was a hazard to them.
Mm-hmm. I heard that one.
A 112
that as
slope.
well. That's a little
A
silly.
112, which is American Disabilities Act approved slope. So people with wheelchairs, for fuck's
I don't
sake.
think I'm in Australia. I don't really have much to do with American politics, but I will say that none of it makes any sense to me. So,
Well, if it's
bit skeptical.
straightforward and this guy did 8 shots or whatever, then this should be straightforward. We should be able to get the report in another week or so. Like this should be case closed. I don't know what's taking so long.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think it's straightforward. Too many questions to be answered.
Yeah, that's probably why it's taking so long. Hello?
The story I don't buy in the news at face value is the idea that some just random kid, just like another random manifesto kid, just was able to take that shot. Like, how did nobody catch him?
Well, he was in
Well, he did
a
get caught.
BlackRock commercial, so, and he did have some offshore stuff going on. I heard.
What?
So
Okay, I
Yeah,
never heard.
this guy's a
No, I didn't.
full-fledged like
I haven't
adult. You know, he had explosives, electronic devices,
he flew a drone.
overseas accounts, drones. This kid
He
was
flew
like,
a drone all over the
So
place
they
without
say.
being molested.
Anybody
Yeah, so they say.
with
Right.
$100 in their pocket can get a drone.
Yeah, but can you fly your drone over the Secret Service event where the former
How would they
president?
stop you from doing that?
The Secret Service?
Stop you from flying a drone over a field?
Bro, they got watches that could take you out from like 100 yards away just from their watch, bro. They're like 007 times 10.
They can take them out electronically,
don't-
but I think he did the drone early in the before the event started.
But yeah, the Secret Service shows up like days before the events.
I want to know what
And
kind of explosives too, because we're civilians. We can only get our hands in so much. You know what I mean?
I just think the whole thing is extremely fishy, and I am not going to believe anything that I see or hear. I'm just going to take it all in. And that's what I've been doing. I've just been taking it all in.
If you put a gun to my head and ask me right now what I think actually happened, I think that the Democratic Party tried to kill this man and they just fucking missed. I think that they literally tried to get the perfect shot to blow his head up on TV and justify their mission in the Middle East or whatever, like whatever they planned on doing after. And now
Yeah,
they're
but
not doing
What?
But a 5.56 round traveling at approximately 2,800 feet per second, if it hits your ear,
I totally understand. I should clarify what I
the
said.
physics just doesn't really make sense to me.
It
Nah,
at
that's-
best
I got-
just grazed his ear. I mean, it's just like
I saw a
touched
picture of
against
his ear today. It doesn't even look like nothing happened. Like
There's
I was
nothing
hoping,
missing.
I was hoping he'd put a gauge in it and like start, helping out with like resonating with the emo kids, right? With the gauges in their ears. I put a gauge in my ear. It's this big, not
It's
too
the
big.
biggest gauge of all
It's the
time.
biggest
That's what
gauge.
people have been telling me.
They say old people can't wear gauges, but I've got one.
No, but seriously, if a 5.56 round hits you in the ear going 2,800 feet per second, like, do you think you're going to have just like a little scratch?
I mean, if it only
I don't
hit
think
the
you're gonna have
tip,
much of an
though,
ear left.
if it only hit
you
just
might
the
be
tip.
missing your cheek, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that is hauling ass. We're talking.
That even they haven't even reported the
What is
rounds.
that? Over 3 times the speed of sound? Think about that for a second.
I don't think they've reported the
No, but
rounds
if it
yet.
just brushed up against it, then
Dude, brushing up at 2,800 feet per second.
Well, it's not like the bullet is leaving some sort of like destructive wake behind it.
I know.
Well,
Yes, that's exactly what it
the only
does.
thing I would-
Burn.
No,
Yeah,
that's
the only
not
thing I would
how
say
the
is that if it
kinetics.
didn't
That's
actually,
not how the kinetics of ballistics work.
Well, I don't know the caliber of weapon. I mean, I don't know the caliber of bullet. They still haven't told us. I don't think so. Until they do.
well, the only thing I'd say is
Well,
if it
again.
didn't hit him, maybe it blew his eardrum out, and that was where the blood was from. But there's definitely no damage to his ear.
Yeah, if the blood would have been coming out of his ear, like maybe, because there would have been a sonic boom like right next to his ear. Like, okay.
No,
But
when
to
bullets
say
whiz
that-
by, no. When bullets whiz by you, they just go buzz. They just make like you can hear the air whining. It's not a sonic boom going by you.
Are you trying to say it was staged and Trump had ketchup packets? What are we saying here?
No.
Well, he's talking about the caliber hitting an ear. I'm just curious. Well, people are saying that. People are saying he worked with the WWE, WWF years ago. He knows what to do, and that he used ketchup packets. So
he's an actor,
and they just shot the guy behind him
Just for kicks and giggles.
yeah. And those 2 other people who are critically or seriously injured, they just
that's
I
WWE
don't disagree with you. We're
My guys.
discounting
My
those
guys.
victims. I don't disagree
My
with you.
guys.
Would
I
they
don't
call
think you're
that
discounting. You're not discounting the victims. Yeah, it doesn't mean that they're not going to take out innocent people to stage an event.
Do they call that
That's,
collateral damage? Like, isn't there evidence of them doing stuff like that in the past?
Well, even
No.
I mean,
That's the way I'd lean. If you would ask me the same question,
if it's a
Kelly.
planned
What you said
assassination,
before,
yeah, sure, they're gonna
was,
kill civilians. They won't care, right? They're not gonna minimize damage if it's a planned attack, right? Come on, right?
But they
Milligan
missed.
Matria. So for me, it just appears to be a ritual.
Just a stupid kid with mental problems who wasn't as good a shot as he hoped he'd be.
Yeah.
Come on,
It's
You
guys.
guys
supposed to be
see the
that way.
picture? You guys see the
Much
picture?
much simpler answers.
You guys see the picture where he dressed like a lady?
No, I
looks like a lady.
thought the only things that have really been released was like his age, that he might have been bullied, and that he was like a registered Republican but donated to Democrat. Like I don't.
Also, Larry, that's just like a Friday night for kids these days. It's 2024.
You talking about trans trenders?
Right. It's 2024. How do we still believe in the globe, guys?
Uh-oh.
The government doesn't
Gotta
even know
believe.
what a woman is until it comes time to draft, right?
Well, and the first female possible president, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah,
I mean,
so
if
it's
Trump,
only in their narrative of scope of speak.
Trump should go to his next rally and be like, "Look, guys, for 1 hour after my presidency starts, I will identify as a female and become your first female president. We will do it together, and they won't have anything to say."
What's with the obsession with trans people?
Holy
I mean,
shit!
why do you guys
No,
even
right?
care?
Why do people always talk about it? Everything is like I'm a trans. Like that's all they talk about. You ever talk to a trans person? It's like anyway, guys. You remember me talking about the layered? What did I say? The layered field theory. Check this out. Foilated quantum field theory of fraction order. We introduce a new kind of foilated quantum field theory, FQFT, of gap fractors in orders of the continuum. FQFT is defined as a manifold with layered structures given by one or more foilations, with each decomposed spacetime into stacks of layers. I didn't even know
What
about
are we?
this shit. I didn't
Yeah, are
even
we
know
supposed to pretend we know what any of those words mean?
layers.
Layers of gravity.
That's what I was talking about just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, the thing's
Where does,
proxy.
where does it say layered gravity?
Spacetime into stacks of layers. Like I was literally just talking about that 5 minutes ago, and then I started trying to look up the theory that I just kind of came up with, and here it is.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh,
So
good.
funny how many people I run into in my life who think they understand physics. Have
Hey,
come up with some groundbreaking new.
What's going on with the
Insight.
24-hour sun fund and shit? Are these guys gonna go do this 24-hour sun and people are gonna put this to bed, or are we still gonna argue
Final
about this?
experiment.
Well, it looks like these guys are thinking about the same thing that I'm thinking about, but
'Cause,
don't
I
you worry
mean,
about that pudding.
I was curious because I'm already hearing excuses already, right?
FQFT. Foilated.
Foliated.
Oh, thank you. I don't got my glasses on. That does say foliated. Okay. I don't know what that word means, foliated.
I think it means layered.
Huh. That's kind of what I was talking about like 5 minutes ago.
Why don't they just say layers?
Layered gravity. Layered fields. Foliated quantum field theory. Like, isn't that what I was talking about?
Yeah, separate layers.
Yeah.
So not just bendy whoopy space time, but
right.
A combination of all forces or different forces
Or fields.
or fields.
Yeah. And then I was like, I wonder if someone has come up with this theory, and I start looking, and this is what I find. So I got some research to do on my day off tomorrow.
So, again, real quick, if they do this final experiment, we're still going to have doubters, aren't we?
Oh, of course.
Where were the fun in them not in that in the disappearance of the
I
discussion?
mean, we still have doubters with people who observe sunsets and use GPS. So yes.
Yeah,
they
but
ain't
like,
going
I
anywhere.
thought this 24-hour sun would be all to end all because it's whatever. But
Nope.
now I've heard like 3 arguments already against it. Like, it won't prove anything. And my name is Nathan Oakley. Where's he at?
Wait, why wouldn't it prove anything?
I mean, what's funny is you said you heard 3 arguments against it. I mean, it's, like, they don't really present an argument against it. They just kind of say.
Right. They just say that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. They're already denying the experiment. Like, I don't know. Do we got to fly?
I think
Do
it's
we
an
got
experiment.
We got to fly him to that place where they drop the bowling ball and the feather and shit? I mean, like, what do we got to do? Because, I mean, Jeranism even said if he went in a rocket up to space that his helmet would be fishbowl and it would be fish-eyed lensed anyway, so he still wouldn't be able to believe it. It's like,
You gotta
damn,
take
bro.
the helmet off.
Yeah, exactly. Please do us a favor. Take the helmet off.
So how long have you been out here for in this arena?
I think that's directed to you, Hammer.
What?
Holy shit.
I don't know if he's talking to me or not. He didn't say my name.
Holy
He is.
Okay, how long do you
How long
Hammer?
since you've been out here?
Oh, I poked around on these servers for a while. Gem Panda server, a couple other people's server. I think I first ran into Nathan Oakley and Chocolate Super Saiyan and all this bullshit like 4 or 5 years ago.
Go check out the picture I
It's
just
been
posted.
about 4 or 5 years, and you still don't know what flat earthers are asking for. Might be time to tap out.
Well, I kind of gave up after like 3 years ago, you know? I'm just like, this is it. Like, the goalposts move so much, dude. Like, I can't help these people. Each person needs an individual, like, case, right? You got ones that need this, ones that need that, ones need refraction. I don't know. It's like everybody has a case of, like, their own psychopathy that they need their own dose of medicine.
You've not been following along. That's okay.
Yeah, not lately. I will admit that. Been a couple years. Not more.
Yeah, I think they're asking for curve measurements. Just a pro tip going forward.
Okay. Thought it was always gas pressure without a container and all these other 5 questions every day or something.
It's 3.
Well, Terrence Howard got shut down the other day with his 1 + 1 = 5.
Oh yeah, who'd he talk to?
Why are you guys telling that man he can't make math just like all the other goofballs in sandals? Come on, man. So when another guy wants to make math, all the other guys just want to kick him in his balls and tell him, no, he can't make up a way of math. That's crazy. It should be called the Howard equation. What would be wrong with that? The Terrence Howard equation, 1 + 1
What
=
equation was that?
The Howard equation, the Terrence Howard equation, 1 + 1 = 5. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it would be useful for, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, somewhere they could use it. It could be like one of these things plus one of these things equals 5 fucking things at the end of the day.
I'm being hyperbolic. It's literally something to do with timetables where 0 times 0 can't be 0 or something.
No, I know that,
whatever
brother.
he says.
I know. I'm just joking around.
I mean, I don't know, but he did some cool little stuff on the Rogan show where he had like some 3D printed models and stuff and some cool stuff. But
he definitely has some beautiful art.
Again, it's like,
well, yeah, but those are patterns that have always been around. It's not like his pattern.
yeah, I used to make those things with a spirograph when I was like 8 years old.
And I don't really see anything follow that pattern except flowers and shit that looks like that, or that little windmill that you blow when you're a kid. Like, I don't see bricks follow that pattern. I don't see fucking leaves follow that. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't see all these crazy patterns and everything. I see them in things that they're in.
Well, it's that or you bump your head and then you come back and you start seeing numbers and patterns, right?
Right, I guess. Well, they say when you have a stroke that everything becomes like triangles and circles and shit like that. You're the numbers and the letters on the phone. Weirdly enough, a lady that was like studying the shit had the stroke. And when she went to dial 911 on her phone, all she could see is triangles and squares and circles and shit. Like, it was weird.
You know,
like, yeah.
You know the most weird one? You know the most weird ones? Is when people go to bed like talking like me, and then they wake up and they go, "Oh, she Charlie," and then they start talking in a fucking totally different fucking accent. You ever seen these people?
Oh, yeah. I think I think them people are trying to be different.
I don't know. I don't think they're being contrarians or they're being like clout chasers, right? Like, there's video footage of these people speaking, in videos, and they're sounding like, whatever, American, like redneck, like, tell you what, boy, tell you what. And then next thing you know, they're speaking.
So it's like they tapped into an alter ego of someone they watched so much that just now that they just mimicked it. Like
Hold up, man. Hold up, cuz. Now you gotta listen up right here. Why is it you can't talk a certain way, man? You can do math a certain way. Man, listen.
Listen, you put yourself in a box. I don't care what you do.
You can fucking talk a certain way, you can walk a certain way, you can skip a certain way and jump a certain way if you want. It doesn't matter.
Don't matter.
Are we talking about like the multiple personality thing?
No, these people, like, there's a famous woman who was like, I don't know, American or some shit, and there's videos of her being all American, and then, she like got dropped on her head or woke up or something, and then she started speaking like Aussie, and she was speaking Aussie people out. But there's multiple cases of this happening. It's just crazy. Like,
I've heard of it.
One day you wake up and you're speaking a different accent and dialect or whatever. It's insane.
I've heard of people that like supposedly wake up and they speak a different language.
That seems.
That's.
It happens to Ozzy Osbourne when he grabs the microphone. He starts speaking regular, singing right.
Yeah.
Without the microphone, he's like, when he gets the microphone, he's like, Sharon. He says it clear.
Man.
I mean, that's definitely a thing. It's like the people that lose all of their long-term memory, but they can, like, if they're a pianist, they can still play like all the songs that they used to be able to know. Like, it's like a different part of your brain.
Or people that have never played the piano or a musical instrument, and then again bump their head, then they wake up and they go to the guitar store, and all of a sudden they're being Jimi Hendrix. It's like, what the?
That's not real, is it?
It is. It happens.
So they just like gain knowledge from nowhere.
I don't know, man.
I did.
I learned kung fu.
I mean, that's some Matrix shit for sure. Like, it downloaded in their brain after they got whacked on the head or something.
Yeah, I don't think I ever learned to play guitar. I just was born knowing. Happened to me.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I was just young when I learned. I don't really remember. That's all.
I mean, again, it happens with these math numbers and stuff, right? People are terrible at math or something, and they bump their head and they're fucking solving equations or doing equations or whatever.
Heretic, maybe you were a famous musician in a former life.
Well, to fix a computer, the first step to fix a computer is called smack something, right?
We call that percussive maintenance.
Yeah, you actually have to smack it, and then like hopefully it like redoes it. So like smack.
It worked with Nintendo's in the '90s. So
damn right, that fucking cartridge.
No,
that
I mean
fucking cartridge.
it literally is in the fucking manual, the technician manual. It says give it a smack. That's fucking crazy, right?
I mean,
For any computer,
listen,
any electronic,
I'm convinced the blow method works on Nintendo games when we were kids. Like it worked.
No. There's no manual that
Oh,
says
it did.
smack the
I
cartridge
used
to
to
get.
shove it in there and put another Nintendo game on top and like stop it from even moving at all, and that mother would work right. Like,
Blow method didn't do shit.
Hey, what does null mean? N-U-L-L?
null and
Zero.
void. It means not good. It means
No,
null. It's
no.
not actionable, not cashable. The check is null and void. The money is no good. It's counterfeit. No.
Is it not relevant? I guess it would depend on the
Yes.
context which
Yes.
you're using.
Yes, irrelevant. Yes, sir. Irrelevant to the price of peas and beans in China. And tea.
So this says the
Yeah.
tangent vectors of the leaves are in the null space of the foliation fields. Sorry.
Don't know what the fuck that means.
The foliation field must never be zero, and it must satisfy the following constraint. So that sounds like it's talking about counter space.
No, I'm taking a lot of math and physics. That seems like a weird. That's got to be like a beyond my level.
Maybe they mean reaction in the space, like
without
compression.
value. Without
Yeah,
value or
I
constant
don't know.
biological
Yeah,
properties.
like I don't know, like a pump needs the constant rate of flow, or like your heart, like do.
Sounds like they're trying to say counter space without saying counter.
Oh my god, was
Yeah,
this not in the movie Interstellar?
So hold on. Did you say, Larry? Did you say it's inside the leaf? Did you say with the leaf?
Yeah, because in this theory that these guys are talking about, they're talking about all these different layers. Foliations is what they're calling it. So foliation is like layers of like leaves or rocks. So I posted an image of like what they're talking about. A depiction of some leaves, colored surfaces, and 3 different foliations. A foliation consists of infinite numbers of infinitesimally spaced layers, which are called leaves. So I don't understand all the stuff that they're talking about because this is completely new.
Maybe the null space is something specific to this theory that they've referenced elsewhere. They just call it like, and we will shall call it the null space.
Right. I don't think they want to call it counter space.
That's where the blender goes.
That's where the sock goes.
Maybe they just need a little bit of free space to make the vacuum effect within there to get the chlorophyll, and that it's the like when the water has to go up through the to force the water up.
But foliation field does sound a lot like layered field.
This graphic of the layers, it reminds me so much of that scene in the movie Interstellar where Matthew McConaughey is like trapped in some like world of like, I don't know what was going on in that movie.
The Tesseract?
I don't know. There was some part of that movie where
Hypercube.
he was like trapped between like these layers of
Love
reality.
Tars. Love binds us all, Tars. I literally watched it yesterday. I'm not even fucking making it up.
Oh, nice.
I literally watched it yesterday. I went back. It's been like 8 years, 10 years since I watched it, and I was like, and somebody put it on. I was watching it, but I was like, damn it! I still didn't get the answers. What the fuck? Who made this shit?
Like I will not lie, I love that movie. Like, but he absolutely does say that, and it's really cheesy. Love cars.
Yeah, that's why. I literally watched it like 8 hours ago, 12 hours ago.
The robot's just like, I do not understand love.
It doesn't talk like that. Those fucking robots talk like real humans. It's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Straight up creepy. If a robot talked like that, like a person, and don't understand, I'd be like,
Man, I wish I could have somebody explain this to me. This is some deep shit.
Post it on Twitter and tag Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I wish somebody else other than Neil deGrasse Tyson would explain it to me.
Lawrence Krauss. Those are the two physicists I know.
Oh man, it's like, 1 or 0. It's like, option 3, please. What's the third option?
What are you trying to
I
have
feel like the
explained?
difficult part with physics is so much of it needs to be explained like by math, and if you don't have the math for it, you're kind of fucked.
Foliated quantum field theory.
Yeah.
Is the new theory that I don't understand. I just found it. Dude, that's
It's exactly what you were describing, the layered field thing.
Copy it into Chat GPT and be like, explain this to me like I'm 7.
That's a good idea.
You're gonna break the server.
Dude, look at that shit.
Dude, ChatGPT's been wrong so many times. Like, don't believe that shit.
I do use Microsoft Copilot when I'm typing up like stuff, and I don't like the way that I've written it, and I'm like, put another spin on this. It'd be like, here, and it'll
Yeah,
spit out
it's not
something.
bad for that type of shit.
Yeah, that
or like
stuff.
writing generic like resume / oh man, the last job I applied to required a diversity statement. Had that fucking Chat GPT wrote that shit right up for me.
That's right up its alley.
You know what I think this is? This is one of the proposed solutions to make the quantum field theory work. I think that's what this is.
So did this debate thing already happen with Nathan Oakley, or is it gonna get started?
Yeah,
Oh, that's in the mornings.
Oh. Wondered if he was gonna talk to an Aussie or something, or I don't know what, like time change or something, time zone differences. All right. Just wanted to hear him spurg out. That's all.
I like the better faith debaters. I don't think Nathan Oakley is like that in good faith.
Oh my God, Larry, you
What?
gotta show this. You gotta show this to Globers and be like, look, why do you guys say quantum fields are flat?
Yeah, I was just looking at that, but I wasn't going to go there.
That's
But
funny though.
yeah,
You should do
it
that.
does. It does show that they're flat. I was reading that. Okay, so we now show that the FQFT, the foliated quantum field theory, is a fraction in order by exfoliating the 2 plus 1D BF theories. For simplicity, consider a flat foliation. I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do that because it'd be like me saying something I don't understand. So I was just reading past it, trying to understand it.
So when you exfoliate, I assume that means you're like removing that layer of skin.
Yeah,
You're
yeah, you're
foliating.
removing the right.
I guess you're adding a layer.
Right. So when I said layered field theory, like there couldn't be a more analogous word than foliated field theory.
Yeah, they wouldn't sell too many skin products if they're like, we're gonna delayer your face.
Right. Right. Yeah, I can't believe that they're talking about the shit that I was just talking about. Like they've already got like fucking theories over this shit.
Physicists are just like, oh, we can't just put layered and quantum right next to each other. We gotta use a different, cooler sounding name.
Yeah, calling it foliated is kind of pretentious. Let's call it
It's
fold
Squidillion.
or like blanket, quantum blanket, something. Foliated.
Quantum stacking.
Because they're like leaves on a tree.
Dude, Nathan Seberg. Oh, dude, this guy right here. This dude is awesome. Okay, so in case you guys don't know about this guy, dude, I can't believe that he's the one that's accredited to this shit. Holy shit. This dude right here tells it like it is. So if you guys wanted to see some shit, this guy, like, he talks so much shit about Einstein. And, yeah, I'm gonna go back to where I was talking about. But yeah, he's one of the people that was trying to solve for the theory of everything.
He talks shit on Einstein?
Well, just read some of the stuff that he writes about the crisis in cosmology.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this guy.
He's like punk rock physicist.
Dude, he's definitely thinking outside the box. I can't believe that. Like this, I'm so excited. Like I got something new to study.
That is a sentence that no college student ever said, by the way. I'm so excited. I got something new to study.
You just didn't pick the right major.
Anyone else just see a whole bunch of question marks when this unmute person is typing? All I see is question marks pop up.
I see text.
I was trying to troll him, guys.
Well, Einstein was a Jewish guy. Malgrim was a Jewish guy, and this Nathan Seberg is a Jewish guy.
Wait, so did unmute? Wait, hold on. The lore of unmute me here. Did he get muted first and change his name to unmute me, or?
He not only changed his name, but he changed his picture. And he had to make the picture.
I like to pretend that I like to think that he's always been unmute me.
Oh, apparently I did something wrong there. Larry attempted to undo a staff mute on a user.
Oh, jeez. You don't even have the authority to unmute me, furthering my theory that he has always been muted. That is his permanent state.
He's like, who is it that has to roll the ball up the hill his whole life?
Is it Syphilis?
This guy's just doomed to forever be muted. I have to listen.
Crazy mofos.
Damn.
Oh, they're racing. Racing down the road. 2 Chargers.
Okay, I'm gonna find a video of this guy trying to explain it.
What's he explaining? Oh, the counter space, the null and void area.
Yeah. FQFT.
Of the leaf.
Nathan Seberg.
Is it a certain leaf that has counter space or all leaves?
It would be the space in between the leaves.
It's got to be the seed. How much does the seed weigh to have all that information and all that good shit in it? Like, it's like really light and it floats. And like,
it weighs approximately.
It floats. The seed floats, and then when you plant it in the dirt, it don't float no more. Now it's heavy as shit, and it'll grow bigger than the house. It'll uproot a house. It'll move a fence. It's a tree.
It'll
from a
split
seed.
a rock right down the middle sometimes.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's a tree from a seed. I will plant the seed and I will split your rock in half, my brother. Oh, King Arthur. That's how he got the sword from the stone. He put a fucking seed in there. He slipped the seed down in there and started growing. He's like, give me that sword. Shoot.
King Arthur got his sword from the Maiden in the Lake.
No, I think he froze it. He just poured some water in there and froze it. Poured some liquid nitrogen over it, and the rocks had cracked open. He pulled that sword right out that behind.
This dude, he's on some shit.
The null space of the foliage of the chlorophyll.
The emergent properties of the foliated quantum field theory.
Foliated quantum field theory. What the fuck?
Just call it tree theory for short, right?
So it wouldn't be mold, right? Foliated. It'd have to be leaves. Axel Foley. Foliation. Exfoliate your skin.
New by L'Oreal.
Exfoliate counter space. Lipstick. The lipstick that fills counter space in your lips. Make them way more fuller. Yeah, baby. That's that commercial.
Foliated field theory. Foliated fraction order is a quantitatively new kind of phase matter, similar to topological order but with fundamental differences that a layered structure referred to as foliated plays an essential role and determines the mobility restrictions of topological excitations. In this work, we introduce a new kind of field theory to describe these phases, a foliated field theory. We also introduce a new lattice model and string membrane net condensation picture of these phases, which is analogous to string theory.
A flexible fucking tube. Keep going.
Net condensation picture of topological order.
I remember when string theory was all the rage. PBS had that big special back in the early 2000s on it.
Yeah, I think this guy was one of the founders of string theory.
It's 3D printing of a fucking foliated principle inside, like how the attribute of the thing grows. I think they're saying that the area that has to keep growing to be more and more of something like the tip of the leaf that has to produce the leaf itself. From that portion to becoming the leaf, I'm saying that maybe they're saying that that was counter space before it became the leaf. Because the thing knew it was going to fill that spot and it needed to have the amount of shit to do it, but I don't know. But it's not a part of the stem itself. It has to be the leaf. So maybe they're talking about the ending of anything because it all has to keep growing somehow, right? Somehow.
Sorry, Gregory's trying to talk to you in chat.
Larry's gonna be laying in bed tonight, and he's just gonna be like, fully, and it's just gonna hit him. Like his wife's gonna be like, can't get this zipper off, and she'll just be like,
Is Gregory here?
you gotta zip it up.
He's trying to talk to you in the text.
Tag Larry, this shit is irritating. Why isn't he talking in the room?
Yeah, that's weird.
Is he trying to tell you what to do via text chat? That's crazy.
I think he was like tagging it as like Larry instead of I am Larry.
Like a 3D printer has to fill the blueprint. Before the blueprint's all the way full, would that be counter space of the blueprint? I don't know, man. I don't know what they're. I mean, I'm not the one trying to.
Demok, you're roboting.
Is Gregory unmute me? Is Gregory and unmute me the same person?
No, I don't think so. They're
Well,
replying to each other.
Oh no,
I've never
Larry, you
seen
better
them
do
both
what they're
in the
telling
room.
you to.
I've never seen them
Better do
both
what
in the
they.
same room at the same time.
Wait, Gregory get banned or something again?
I don't know.
He's in Christian chat right now.
Maybe he wants me to join him.
I think he wanted you to unmute me or unmute, but
How are you unallowed to unmute someone?
If they have been muted by like someone with like a higher mod authority, then he won't be able to unmute them.
Are there now no mods?
I think there's like staff mod. And so if they mute someone, then not only did he probably do something real dumb, but like people and individual like they'll just be muted in the whole server. Like he was mad at the whole server.
oh, that's true. He did bounce as soon as Larry tried to unmute him and couldn't.
Yeah, and he said the server was glitched out.
So Larry, did you find out if that's actually Gregory?
He's up
Oh.
in Christian chat right now, I think. Oh no, he's back.
Yeah, I went over there and they were talking, so I just came back. All right, so
Server not chime anymore, or have I got my settings all wonky?
big. My arm
Yo, what's up,
hurts
Bacon?
so bad for no reason. You guys have like elbow and wrist
What's
ever
up?
hurt for like no reason?
What's up?
It's called getting
Yo,
old.
Yeah, I'm 42.
I'm not that far from you, and I was walking not even all that far the other day, and my knee just like had this sharp pain in it, and it was definitely one of those like you're just getting old pain.
Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe it's the weather. Foliated field theory and multiple symmetries. Do the reasons. Let's see, when is this? April 24. Oh, okay.
Is this a new theory, by the way?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I wanted to.
A few years.
Do you mind I ask a question to Bacon?
Sure, go ahead.
Yo,
Hit
Bacon,
me.
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
This might make you give a lengthy answer. Like I'm picturing like a submarine with a periscope doing celestial navigation.
Ouch.
I mean, is that a normal thing? And would they use the water as their, like, can you put the periscope a certain height above the water surface and actually use it as your level reference in celestial navigation? Is that something that has ever happened?
Could be, but I never heard about it. That would be new to me.
By the way, Larry, if you click on in the fluid quantum field theory of a fraction order, if you click on citing articles, there's a whole bunch of articles, other papers that have cited this one, and some of them might lend kind of light on some of the things that are eluding you.
I'll check that out when I get back. I'm away from my computer. I'll be right back.
Well, Bacon, I'd ask you, based off of what you know about celestial navigation, would you say that sounds like it's possible to get a good fix doing that?
I
Does it
don't
sound
think you're
normal
gonna
enough?
have I don't think you're gonna have an easy time finding stars with that that thing, the scope of a submarine.
Periscope. What do they call it? Periscope.
You're
Yeah,
right. It's a periscope.
Yeah, periscope. So I'm not sure how periscope works, but at least the way I've seen in cartoons, it doesn't look like something you could use for navigation. But I
Right.
never look into any of that, so I would have to look up. I'm actually doing look up right now. Let me see.
You gotta look it up. Sure.
Submarines use a inertial navigation system. It's kind of something airplanes have to.
If you were in a
Which
submarine
is
and
the
you
boat
needed to
motion.
do celestial navigation, you would probably just surface and stand on the deck.
Yeah, but
Are you doing
have to
celestial
have.
navigation in a submarine? Like, who's even doing that?
Well, I mean, submarines do spend a lot of time on the surface just because it's more efficient. But when they submerge, I would take it that they probably switch over to a completely different navigation system, and
Look
that
at the
would probably
moon.
that would probably just be based on like
But they
their
definitely don't do celestial navigation below the surface.
No, they couldn't. They'd have to
You
surface
can't
to
do
do it.
that.
Well,
you can look to stars through waves and get an accurate position.
they can probably do
That's
a
for sure not
combination
happening.
of speed versus time or velocity. Yeah, speed versus time, and then also a lot of some of the ocean floor is mapped, so they can probably reference certain
No, I'm
things.
saying celestial. You're not
Yeah,
doing
yeah, yeah.
celestial navigation from below the surface. Definitely not.
Right, and I don't think that they're doing regular celestial navigation when they're on the surface. They probably use GPS.
Yeah. I think so too. I don't think
What about some World War II submarine? Though?
They probably did do good share of celestial navigation.
Check
I'm
out the
talking out of
moon.
I'm talking out of my ass, but I'm just saying.
we're guessing here. I don't think anyone is familiar with that. With how submarines deal with navigation in
Submarines
this.
use a flat baseline.
Definitely.
Well, that's interesting. I did not expect you to say that you've never heard of that. I thought you were going to say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of that." Damn.
I've read 3 books.
All right,
You're
you
the guy
said
that's
that
done it.
you said that there was a link that I could click on that had all the sources citing.
Yeah, here I'll
What
post
what
it.
link? What link is that?
Here I'll post it in the side chat. It's so at the top it says citing articles, and there's 51 of them that I'm going to post here in the side chat that
Very,
that
very
reference
cool.
it, and some of them talk about foliation, foliation field theories, and multiple symmetries, multipole symmetries, foliated
wonder-
exotic duality, and fractonic BF theories, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, this is getting into some weird stuff. I wonder how it's related to the Casimir effect, though, because there's the Casimir effect, which is like old school stuff that's been around for like 50 years, been experimented like 50 different ways.
My
And then
grandma bought
there's
me a cashmere sweater, and it was
Casimir. And then there's the Schwinger effect. Do you guys know about that? I used to post it all the time.
no.
Sure, give me just a second, I'll post it.
The swinger effect. Is that something they do out in California town?
Alright, here's just one thing. There's many articles about this, but this is definitely related to the Casimir effect or Casimir force. And all this is related. It's all related somehow. I don't know how, but it's all related. Thank you for sending this to me.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely gonna bookmark it.
Okay, so I'm one sentence in, and what this it sounds like it's doing is what they try to do at CERN, where they can kind of excite a field so much that matter comes out of it, like they did with like the
Yep.
God particle or whatever.
Well, the God particle is a funny name, but
The Higgs boson.
yeah. The Higgs field, it's one of those things. So I just know that if QE was here right now, he'd be so mad at me he couldn't see straight. That I'm looking into this stuff, and God bless QE, but I don't understand what the problem is. Like, we're just looking at stuff and talking about philosophy and science and theories.
How
Or
dare
maybe
you
this
guys
isn't
have
science,
learned.
but this stuff is really interesting to me. Like, am I the only one that's like,
I used to be down with like rabbit holes like this, but then my doctor stopped giving me Adderall.
So this says anomalous hydrodynamics with triangular point group in 2+1 dimensions. Now I could jive with that 2+1 dimensions. It's that fourth dimension that I have a problem with. But
Now, when they say 2+1, I assume that is somehow distinct from 3 dimensions.
Just means the area and the attribute of who is it. There's really only one fucking dimension if you think about it.
I mean, there's kind of constructs. Well, I
Like
don't know. Maybe
one here, let me put it this way, I'm sorry. One reality, I think. There's one. Regardless of what happens in it, death, life, whatever, right?
right. Our ability to like
Yeah.
our ability to like put what we see in the world in reality on a piece of paper or to rationalize it, like it's just like a human thing. Like reality is
Yeah.
reality.
Everybody's got their own counter space idea or something else or whatever to put. Yeah. Not
Like
everybody, but a lot of people have different. Yeah.
like if there's aliens out there, they might be a million years ahead of us in physics, and they might not think of the world in XYZ dimensions. It might never occur to them, but they can still do everything that they're doing.
This could be a group of patent stealers from day one.
dude, the words in this, like, I'm not even gonna pretend that like I understand all this shit. Like, what? Like, listen to this. Listen to some of the shit they're saying here. I discuss aspects of higher order topological field theory of crystalline insulators with no other symmetries. I show how topology of geometry of the crystalline lattice is organized in terms of so-called elasticity tetrads, which in the ground state degrees of Pareto-labeling translateralized lattice topological charges.
Larry, just take solace in the fact that at 99 out of 100 people with PhDs would read that and have a very similar reaction. I think that you have to have a very specialized understanding of precisely what this person. You have to probably have been in the room with this person for a significant
Pay
amount of
attention
time.
to one word: elasticity.
Yeah, that's the one word that I've had any experience with, and they're probably using it in a way that I didn't do it.
No, I'm
Okay.
just saying, I think that's exactly what I was trying to explain to you guys. Like, the leaf has to be made, and if it's not made yet, what would the leaf space be, or what would the area it has to like take on? Like, the blueprint has to be filled, right, to the best of its ability. And if it's not filled, what's the rest of blueprint on the way to being filled? It's the blueprint, and like you're putting liquid through something to 3D print it, and you're not quite done yet. I think they're just describing the rest of the area that's going to be filled every time as the counter space, because the idea of a blueprint has an end, like it's done there. But like a tree, it keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. It has to be able to keep processing and keep pushing out to another like like contract, right?
Even I'm gonna
Like
remind you, 'cause, like
shedding or
I'm behind. Like by blueprint, are you just talking about like DNA?
no, I'm just talking about like if you and I make something, like if we want to follow design and keep making it, we make it like this way to follow like a blueprint of this thing, like right. So if we made something and it worked, we try to keep making it that way, kind of that'd be blueprint. So if you're halfway done with it, or 3/4 of the way done, or just about done, just the area left to be finished would be considered to them the null counter space
Oh, okay.
until it's finished. Yeah. In my mind, I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? It's just
When someone uses null in like a physics context, like to me that's almost like the kind of imaginary numbers in like a mathematical like they're trying to talk about like a space that's not really a space, but we have to use it to make this work, like something outside of, well, I don't even want to put an adjective to it, just like something outside.
Check.
Check.
Okay.
Checkity check.
This hierarchy coincides with dimensional hierarchy of topological terms, the multiple expansion of anomaly flow related of mixture of number of elasticity tetrads and electromagnetic gauge fields.
I think you were in a rabbit hole, and then maybe I sent you into like another rabbit hole.
Dude, I'm lost. I know they're talking about the ether, but I can't really.
But they're afraid to use the word ether.
I can't really prove that. Yeah.
Because if they wrote the word ether, it wouldn't be on journal.apps.org.
Right. It wouldn't get published. So it's one of those things where the emperor has no clothes, but nobody can say it.
See, you got to look at the first letter of every word in the paragraph and see if there's like spelling out like ether or like help me.
All right. Second. Wait. Third word. First letter.
Oh, well, all of this is going to be
Holy
formatted.
shit! A. Okay. No, it's not. Okay. Just check.
All of this is going to be formatted to the website, so you're going to have to find the original source. I'm sending you on more rabbit trails, Larry.
Yeah. I gotta send me to where I'm lost. There's so much stuff. I gotta go back.
I would totally, if I were publishing papers and like I knew that the scientific community would chastise me for like some of my theories, I would put Easter eggs and stuff like that explaining like what I was really doing, just so I would have like the deniability, but like the people who knew, like wink wink, would be able to go there.
Or the Mason base.
The Masons.
Mason. Experiment supporting the assumption that electromagnetic fields create matter. Y'all know that my theory is that earth, wind, fire, water is solid, liquid, mass. I'm sorry. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma, and the fifth element is ether. Or the fifth state of matter is ether.
Solid, liquid, gas, ether. What's the other one?
Plasma. Fire is plasma.
In
Earth.
some sense, aren't gases and liquids the same thing? They're fluids.
Yeah, they're fluid, but that's like a generic term for not solid.
Okay, actually, you're right. Because like in a phase diagram, gas and liquid are different things.
What's your name? Who are you?
Cortico. We've talked before. I'm the
Yeah,
lawyer.
yeah. I thought so. I just wasn't sure because for some reason, like I'm looking at my thing, it's just showing me like crit. It shows my name, and then there's like C D R, and it shows Aethergrass's full name. The globe is the claim. Okay. Back to what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to like gapeless edge models in 4+1 dimensional tensor gauge theory. Influence. Oh.
I'm gonna break Microsoft Copilot and post one of these abstracts in there and be like, explain this to me.
Double field theory.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy their explanation and then type, and I'm going to paste it and be like, explain this to me. And then I'm going to keep having this AI simplify it until my Neanderthal brain can get it.
Or you could just go to a college in Mexico where they talk about like these particle physics, and every time they say something, go, ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué? But why?
But why?
Why? Dude, what is the field? What is...
See, what's funny to me is field and this foliation like seem to be opposites of each other because fields are usually gradient, and like by a gradient's nature, it's not layered. Like it's infinitely not layered. Like that's like another way of defining a field. And I don't understand how you can talk about gravity in layers, but they're the ones writing a paper.
You know where I came up with the idea of layers?
Let me know.
DMT.
You did some DMT?
That's where I came up with layers. It was the first word that I could speak once I regained the ability to speak.
See, that stuff, like, that would be like my least favorite, like, kind of way to get on a different level.
Dude, I don't even think I was looking at the world through my two eyes. I think my two eyes were shutting down, and my pineal gland is how I was viewing the world.
That's like the stuff that's in like cough syrup, right?
What would a dream be considered? Would that be considered counter space in the area that you had the dream or experienced the dream? Like, I'm just saying, like, the idea of what, you know.
I think so. Because it's not in space, like, you're not actually going to New Mexico.
It's kind of like metaphysics. Like,
Well, it's an air. It's like the cloud. It's like an area that you can have memory and go to and experience some shit. But it's the format of all experience that you can have without actually having to hurt yourself or do it. It's like the very first video game ever. Your fucking own personal Atari 360 in your mind. The dream.
like it exists, but it doesn't exist in every sense. Like,
Right, and it shows you it can show you any fucking crazy, twisted ending to give you any signal or message or whatever that it wants to, and then you wake up and then.
No, dreams are wild. Like, it's funny when like psychologists and biologists try to figure out why we dream. Like, why is it necessary? Like, why don't we just push the fast forward button?
Leftover liquid, baby. Electricity. The electrical continuity buildup of the leftover shit. Because if it's got to all travel through and the memory travels through, it's like, you know how like you knock the rest of the lint out of a lint filter, or there's sometimes one penny stuck in the penny machine.
Oh, it's
It's
like an
like that.
appendix. Like we don't need it, but it's there.
Well, no, it's like an extra amount of liquid, like sugar in the tube for Coca-Cola, and the guy has to come every so often and clean the tubes out because it builds up in there. So you can have built up memory and built up liquid, which would be the memory, and then when it flushes through when you dream, that's the dream. You're flushing that shit through
I
the
like
memory.
to clean my tubes out before I go to bed.
Well, this is how you clean them out during bed. It's a different kind of flush, man. It's a brain flush, right? I mean, I don't know. That's just the way I think about it. Because if the memory is the blood, they're like whatever you experience, like somehow, I mean, like, where the fuck is that stored? And wherever it's stored, you could probably have a buildup or extra or stuff that doesn't make any fucking sense to hold on to, but you have it because it's memory, right?
This
Yeah.
is what AI said after 2 rounds of me asking it to simplify something about fractals or what was it? Foliation. Posted it in the
I'll
chat.
check it out. Thank you so much. What'd you ask it, first of all?
So I took the abstract from let me see, this article about foliated field theories and multipole symmetries. It's one of the things linked that you got earlier. And so I just took the abstract, copied it, asked it to simplify it, and then I took what it simplified, and then I opened up a new window and asked it to simplify that. And so here we are.
Thank you. I'll check it out.
I probably need about 16 more layers of simplification for me to get any idea what they're talking about, but
Or you could just smoke some DMT. Okay, so here we go.
oh, this is actually kind of what you're talking about.
Dude, I'm telling you, the synchronicities with this stuff.
They're talking about different phases of matter than the standard.
Right. In other words, the fifth state of matter.
Yeah, they're talking
Or,
about quasi particles.
yeah, the fifth element. This is the fifth element. Like, this stuff was old when Babylon was young. Like, a lot of this comes from, like, okay, I talked about how Einstein was Jewish. This Nathan Seaberg guy is Jewish. I'm pretty sure Newton was Jewish, or at least a Kabbalist.
I don't
But,
know if there were that many Jews in England in the 1600s, were there? Maybe there were.
yeah, I mean,
I guess I don't know.
unless they were kicked out a few times. But yeah, the Rothschilds, they're Jewish and British, right?
Not
I mean,
familiar.
Brit. You probably don't know about the lost tribes of Israel, the European Israelite theory. You probably don't know about that.
I'm really ignorant to that kind of thing.
Okay. Anyway, I got to read this. This is like right up my alley. By the way, I've been told that I'm a direct descendant of King David.
Sick.
Traced it all the way back to Adam and Eve.
My ancestry.com or whatever goes back about to 1200. Assuming that's all not bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been told, assuming. Who knows? I don't know. Kind of symmetry, multi-pole symmetry. Okay, now I get it. The 2+1 dimensional foliated background field is like the images that I posted earlier that shows like the three fields in layers, and when you combine them together, it's not just 3 dimension; it's 3 foliated dimensions.
See, what's wild about where we're getting with AI, if you want to take it in its most favorable light, is it has access to like all of these articles,
Right.
and it's cross-referencing them, and it's cross-referencing that with it's got the ability to actually do real work with this stuff. And we're only like 4 or 5 years in. I think we're hitting an exponential where it's either going to destroy us, which I'm not worried about because whatever I don't give a fuck, or like we're going to have this kind of like it's going to be able to just explain this kind of stuff for us in a way that we can trust.
So remember I was talking about the ground earlier because people were like, "Why the ground?" One of the interesting results of these theories is they can predict unusual ground state degeneracy. The ground state is the lowest energy state of a system, and degeneracy means that there are multiple different states that have the same energy. The degeneracy depends on the size of the system and the greatest common divisor between n and the system size. Now, I don't understand all of that, but basically there's like different ground states within it. Because if you look at the HHO generator, the hydrogen on demand generator, what they have is a bunch of plates. And in between these plates, there's a bunch of spaces that the water goes in. And these plates are electrically charged. So you got anode and cathode, anode and cathode, anode and cathode. And what this does, it cracks the water in between each plate. And it creates hydrogen gas that supplements the combustion chamber of the fuel from the gas tank. Now, these Casimir style like machines basically is utilizing the fields that are already there in the same way that the generator that generates electricity, like your alternator or generator that Tesla invented, it's also using these isolating fields to collect energy through the coils. So, like, this is all dealing with these background fields or layers, as I called it.
So the synopsis is this could help us understand these strange states of matter better, and that seems to be where physics is these days. Is it's understanding more about uh, what is it, particle physics. So the very very small and quantum physics, which like they're directly intertwined. So if this is relevant to that.
See, I don't hate Einstein. Like, I don't hate Newton. I just think that their stuff is kind of old hat.
Oh no no
And
no! Every physicist today will say that it's old hat, but
yeah,
we stand. They stand on their shoulders.
right,
So,
right, right.
and
So,
what's interesting is if they had taken anything that they had further, it might have been useless for the technology of the day. Like how useful would it be to have Einstein's theories back in Newton's day when
yeah,
no one
yeah.
had invented a transistor or anything like that? And then in Einstein's day, we didn't have satellites, we didn't have anything. We were just trying to understand eclipses better. So it became relevant in 1909 or whenever it was, 1903. But now this stuff is more relevant today as we have the technology to crunch these numbers and have the ambition to do things with them.
And today, like, it's almost like people are still like avoiding the electromagnetic forces and the electrostatic forces, and they just put out gravity for the masses because what is a mass? It's like the congregation of the everyday man, right? So the mass attracts mass thing is almost like a pun. It's like there's like different levels of understanding. So when they put out the whole mass attracting mass, it just kind of makes people go, okay, I get it.
I mean, I think that's what they're looking for whenever they say mass attracts mass, because they know if they're a serious educator or if they're a serious physicist, they know that that's only an approximation of the truth,
Right.
but like it's good enough for their audience, and it's like giving you a nibble. And if you want to investigate this further, if you want to see how deep the rabbit trail goes, then you can learn what's actually happening. But what's interesting is it is a false um, description of the world. It's just not the way that it actually works. It's just kind of a useful lie.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to email that Nathan Seymour guy, see if he'll correspond with me. 'Cause I just want to know the fucking truth, man. I just want to figure out what it is. Like, what the fuck? It's so hard to find out what the truth is these days because we're in the information age, right? I'm going to say it. The age of Aquarius, the pouring out of knowledge, the unveiling, right? We are in the apocalypse right fucking now. And I'm
You
not
know,
talking about wars in Israel. I'm talking about everything is just coming out all at once, like all this information.
you know what's funny though is a lot of these guys are professors at universities, and if there's one thing I know about most professors is that a lot of them read emails and reply to people. It's like people that aren't um even their students. So if you type up something that just says, "Hey, like I'm really interested in this. I don't have the background that you have. Can you shed some light on this topic, this topic, this topic so I can go further?" And there's a decent chance that you can actually get back to some of the authors of these articles. In fact, some of them might be excited that you read it. Um, so looking here, all the authors in this one are Japanese, it looks like. So they're not going to help you.
Yeah,
But
one of them's name was Honda.
but professors are usually pretty open with chatting to people even outside their field, just maybe to promote what they're saying, or they're just excited that you're interested in one of their theories that got lost in the weeds of academia.
And I wish I could go. And it's so weird for me to say it, but like, I really wish that I could go like talk to this guy, fucking Princeton. Like, just fucking pick his brain, like ask him some questions.
Well, look at what Austin Whitsitt did. He's had interviews with serious professors of physics, um, and they weren't repulsed by the fact that he doesn't accept the globe model. Like they were willing to explain. Like people, I think, are better than we give them credit. Like educators want to educate. They want to talk about stuff. They want to put out their ideas. Most people are bored. Like if you have serious questions, find a person to ask, and maybe they'll answer. In fact, that'd be really exciting if and invite them to Discord to answer some questions.
I like vagina, dude.
Yeah, them bigger
What's
walls are really good.
what's wrong with your vagina?
I'm just saying, like I normally like vagina, but there's not many women that want to talk about flat Earth shit.
No, probably not.
Are you bringing up flat Earth shit on the first date? Because that's more
Mm.
of like a fifth or that's a after you've locked it up kind of conversation. Like they got to really trust you. Like that's on the level of like I have 2 felonies.
Mhm. You ain't getting no good jobs.
Yo,
Can you talk about vagina?
No,
But-
we probably shouldn't. You're
but
drunk.
if you find yourself a big titty flat Earth girl, then
Come on, man.
I was trying to use the big titty goth girl thing. But if you find yourself your flat Earth queen, then power to you.
Dude, I thought the guy said China, like the country.
China. No, I said vagina.
Well, a female just
Oh,
left the
man.
room, so if you guys had any chance whatsoever, you objectified a female and she left.
What do you think happens if you type
There's
flat
no,
Earth?
there's no females in this room.
A female
You know
was just
what?
in
I'm gonna
here and
go to
she
a room
left.
where there's
Yeah,
some
not
females.
anymore. There isn't.
No one cares.
I'm
I mean,
gonna have to go
if
to a
she
room where there's some females.
if she was
Yeah,
that
go ahead,
fragile,
Branch. You're good.
all right.
All right, back to what I was looking.
Let me read through this this Chat GPT thing one more time and see if it makes any sense. So when they're talking about N, so N is in this formula that they have right in the middle of the thing that I posted. So N would be the iterations that this experiment is run, right? Like that's what N usually means, right? It's the amount of times that, like, if we're talking about dimensions, N would be the first dimension, the second dimension, the third dimension, the fourth dimension. So that's got to be what they're talking about.
No, I think in this they're not talking about 4, 5, 11 dimensions like the original string theory. I think in this they're talking about the 2 plus 1, but instead of saying 3-dimensional, they have to say 2 plus 1 because they're talking about basically like infinite layers of 3-dimensional fields.
Okay,
Because
I'm gonna ask this what N is in this formula.
Sure.
If I may ask, what's the context?
We're
Thanks,
talking
Scott.
about. Okay, earlier I was talking about gravity, right? And I was talking about like what causes it. And I kind of came up with this theory like ad hoc on the spot. And I called it the what do I call it? Something field theory. Layered field theory, right? And I was like, well, I'm going to see if someone else has already come up with this. Like they pulled it out of the ether, pun intended. And I looked it up. And like lo and behold, there's like this theory called the foliated field theory. So foliated means like leaves or layers or like layers of thin rock that can be separated. And lo and behold, it's this Nathan Seaberg guy, which I'm like a huge fan of, from Princeton, because he, in studying my crisis in cosmology thing, I find him over and over again talking shit about Einstein and the crisis in cosmology. And I just like, like, did I fucking pull that out of the Dr. Rupert Sheldrake's, theory, like pulled it out of the ether? Like,
The Akashic Records.
yeah, the Akashic Records.
All right, Larry, I put in the side chat. If you look at the second picture, it's description of what N is. And I don't think it sheds too much light, but
Second picture. N is the parameter that defines the type. It's an integer that can take different values, and different values of N can lead to different physical. So I gather it's kind of like the wild card of different variables.
I think that's what it's trying to say.
Yeah, if I could chime in on that quickly.
Oh, lovely.
It kind of reminds me a little bit something I find very frustrating when I hear people use the term dimensions and stuff, because there's one sort of application of the term when we're talking like in physics and stuff. You hear, oh, there's the three, X, Y, Z dimension, and then with Einstein they throw in time and all that, and then they talk as if all these things are like real. Like you can go out and grab a width or grab a height or grab some time and all that stuff, right? And there's that debate. So it's used in that context and then reified, right? But then you hear other people talk about dimensions, like the higher level theoretical physicists. They'll say, oh, there's 11 dimensions. Like the use of the word dimensions is getting very, I don't know, it's almost like it's getting diluted. Because even in another field, something that I have a little bit more hands-on with, in software, in mathematics and stuff, I guess where it's all kind of bleeding into or bleeding from. For example, in applied machine learning, right, artificial intelligence and shit, you hear people talk about billions of dimensions. Literally, they use that word, right? And in that context, it's really purely just mathematical, right? If you just have like a table of trillions of data points of data, right? Each column represents what they call a dimension. But each column can represent anything arbitrarily, right? Like if I'm building like a machine learning model on some sociological shit, right? I want to predict some, behavioral pattern or something like that. I'll have a column of, their gender or their sex or whatever, and then their height, and then, all these different parameters, right? The term parameter and dimension in this context are more or less interchangeable.
Right.
So there's this arbitrary application of the word dimension in just a purely mathematical sense, but then there's the physical correspondence of the term dimension, and they cross over, and they don't really have much to do with each other except in a purely mathematical sense. So which is quote unquote real kind of gets blurry, because in pure math, the quote unquote models work out, but the concept, the philosophy behind it, people seem to get caught up on. Oh, this is real, this isn't, this is physical, this isn't, this is conceptual, this isn't. It's a real murky mess, I think.
So to me, in physics, when they're talking about dimensions higher than the X, Y, Z, and maybe T that we're talking about, if they add an extra dimension to it, it typically means that we see the effect of something and we don't have an explanation for it, and we're assuming maybe there are more layers of dimensions, and the mathematics, the processes that are happening in a layer that we don't have access to. And so we see the effect of it, but we can't see the actual actions that led to that effect. And so we have to work backwards to figure out what's causing it. And so typically, whenever I see them talking about higher dimensions, it always just goes into the theoretical models, where we're seeing an effect, we're seeing something happen, and we're trying to explain it.
So, is it not just like watching a bomb or an explosion in different variations, like underwater, in a vacuum, and in dirt, whatever, in the air, and like watching them in like super, super, super slow motion?
Think about it like this, Stomach. When you have these fields, right, and there's an electrical event, what's going on is there's like an explosion where it goes out, and then it implodes and neutralizes and goes back in like it never.
Right, like a mushroom cloud, yeah, 100%.
Like two mushroom clouds that go out, and then the particles like get charged, like negative and positive, and they collapse back in on themselves.
Correct, because
Enoch just tapped. Well, he had the wrong button. Continue, Democ.
Yeah, let me know what I'm talking about here.
He back. It has to come back on itself like water. Like when you push water forward and it goes forward so much, and then it forces itself back this way. Depending on like how hard the amount of water goes into the water that's already sitting there or flowing either against it or with it or not or just sitting. So like like the ripple effect to go
You see what I posted, Demok?
checking it out.
Yeah, Larry, you ever like talk to like a normie that like doesn't think about this stuff like ever, and they'll watch like one podcast or listen to one podcast or like listen to like Star Talk one time with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they'll come back on Monday at work in the morning and they'll just be like, "Yo, I got to tell you about like this thing that NDT said about electrons," and they'll go into like this big spiel about like this crazy ass like that happened to me this week with my boss. He he's like the super normie. He's another lawyer, and he had watched one episode of Neil deGrasse Tyson's podcast, and they were talking about electrons, and he was just so excited. He was so fucking excited.
No, I don't think I've ever experienced that.
It's fun.
Most people don't even like really think about shit like that. I think.
I'm glad.
Okay, I fixed it. I posted what I was describing. And I posted the source. A much better source, I think. I think I got the original source material on my phone. I'm
But
going to post that too.
There's always an action from every reaction or action. So like every spark and fart, they think it's a fucking galaxy happening because it happened from like. So when you rub across the carpet and shock the doorknob, when they only see the shock between you and the doorknob, they can't make you or the doorknob out. That means you're like super magic fucking counter space, and that's a reaction they must explain with magic. It's weird.
You know what I find funny about when people talk about like Schrodinger's cat, and people try to say that there's actually a point when universes split apart, and like there becomes the circumstance where the cat is alive, and there becomes the circumstance where the cat is dead.
Somebody's racing Formula One.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It was you. What I find interesting about that is they always talk about it in terms of like choices that people make. Like I chose to do this, and then the universe split in half. And if I had chosen A, it would have gone one way, and if I would have chosen B, it would have gone the other way. But that's not the way the universe like thinks about things. They don't think about things in this anthropomorphic like thing. Like it doesn't care about your choices. Like it's looking at.
It's like you're a Mr. Potato Head sponge, and then you endure whatever the hell happens, and life goes on, right?
Yeah, the universe is looking at things in like the quantum field. Like if this like subatomic particle randomly goes left when it could have gone right, then the universe would have split in half. And that happens trillions upon trillions upon trillions of times in every centimeter of matter.
I just want to say, look at the moon real quick. It does change size and color, and it's was bigger in orange. Now it's getting wider, and it shrunk with the hair. And I don't know if it's just because the brightness of the orange versus the white, but it looks like it shrunk a hair. Go ahead, sorry, just keep going.
No, like it's just like when people talk about Schrodinger's cat and like multiple universes, they always seem to just talk about it from like human perspective, and it's like if the universe is gonna split into two universes, it doesn't give a fuck about human ambitions, human thoughts, human choices. It's gonna
Or a
split
cat in a box.
It's
Right.
gonna split on its own terms. It's gonna split because of the particle deciding to do things. It's not gonna do it because some human made a choice.
Yeah, I don't think reality's split either. I think the only thing that's split is the personality of the human between how many inferences they're going to add into reality that's not reality and keep adding more ifs. To me, that's the weirdest thing right here. It's human intervention, human
Can you break that
comprehension.
down, D-Mock?
Yeah, yeah. It's like
I'm just a 75 IQ man here.
Oh fuck, I'm with you, brother. I'm like 1. So what we're looking at, I got like a penny to work with, 1 cent. So what we're looking at is like a box, right?
Hey, damn. Hey, damn.
Yeah,
Your
go
mic,
ahead.
your mic is all messed up. I can hear what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
know. I don't know what it is, brother. It's been doing
fine.
that for like 3 days.
No, it hasn't. This is new. Okay.
So I just
Well,
posted
it's new
these.
for how many ever days? Yeah, it's been fucking doing this.
I just
For
posted the source material for the Schwinger effect, and what they did is they got like a super crazy amount of energy run through this superlattice made of. Damn.
Was this a CERN thing, or did they do this at like some
No,
university?
this is something different. Graphene.
Okay.
So graphene can handle like way more energy than anything else, apparently. And basically, what they did is they pulled something out of nothing. Is kind of how they're describing it, right? And we know that you can't create something from nothing. So, in my opinion, like they pulled it out of the vacuum, right? Because it's like a deviation of the Casimir effect. But with these graphene-based superlattices, they got like this quote Schwinger-like production of hot electron hole plasma.
Not out of the vacuum, Larry. In the vacuum.
Larry,
Inside the vacuum is where they have the action or reaction. Without that vacuum, they wouldn't be having anything to talk about.
Larry, like a more basic question is,
It's a reactor. That's it. They're telling you
Kind of, yeah.
So E equals mc
Yeah.
squared, right? Like, so there's a matter energy equivalent. So
Okay.
if they're pulling matter out of a field, that means a field must have energy.
Right.
They're quantifying. They're quantifying the potential.
The field itself isn't static. It's got
It's
energy.
becoming
It just by its nature is energized.
right, and what they're doing is exciting and quantifying it by fucking reacting it, and yeah,
Maybe that's
expanding
not
it.
true. Maybe it's only because they're introducing energy into the field to excite it.
The pool. It's the amount of shit in there is energy. They're expanding.
I think in order to perform this experiment, they're introducing energy into the field, and then the field. The way that I've had what happens at these colliders explained is it's basically like they're shaking. It's like if you shake Jello enough, eventually it'll snap and a piece of the Jello will fly off. They're doing that with the field. They excite the field enough, and then eventually something will come out of it, and it will. That E equals mc squared will like happen in real time, and it will go from energy into matter, and like they will get matter, and that matter degrades, and they have detectors, and that's what they detect. I'm gonna click on this though, Larry. I'm gonna see if I can learn something today.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of something I remember listening to. I've mentioned him many times. I don't listen to him anymore. But there's a guy, the fat, bald, tattooed monkey, as he calls himself, Ken Wheeler, on YouTube. He goes into magnetism and all that, really, crazy electric field theory shit that I don't understand. But he brought up a long time ago a proposition. I don't know if it was cited from the likes of Tesla or of that genre, or it was something that he kind of put together, or from them all, some sort of mix. I forget, but the idea that we with that energy equals mc squared, mass energy equivalence thing, the something about at the lowest level, an atom, we think of it as, a physical, like a lot of people conceptualize it as like a little BB, right?
Right.
But then in at certain levels of chemistry and physics and stuff like that, they start telling you it's not really a BB. It's really, empty, 99% empty space. But, you have these smaller BBs, whizzing around another smaller BB. and then
Right.
it creates
We
the illusion of
zoom
all this
as
stuff,
far as
right?
we want. Right.
What? Sorry?
I was saying, yeah, like when they say 99% empty space, it's like, well, we're talking about theory, so we can zoom in as much as we want. Like,
Exactly. So it's a constant effort of zooming in to find the smallest BB. You know, that seems to be like the ethos, you know? But then there's like a counter view on that it's not physical at all. There's a phenomena, like a little, he used the term, like a little dynamo. You know, like if you think of sort of like I think sort of what Larry was pointing at, like you have a mushroom cloud, one going up and one going down, and they kind of collapse in on each other. If you think of that as like on a really, really small scale, you have like this little, I'm going to use a Brenda debates term, a little donut, right? But that's of the this little donut of energy kind of whizzing around in and of on itself that has a kind of like spherical like appearance to it, but it's not perfectly spherical. But that is what we think of like an atom. Actually, what it really is, it's just an energy cluster spinning in on itself, and that's where you get all the electron spin and like the terms kind of coalesce together in this fashion, right? Anyways, all that to say, Ken Wheeler kind of brought up a notion that matter is really just high energy or high density light. It sounds, or hard light, as he put it. And he cited something. I don't know where the video is, or I didn't look into it. Where if you spin up enough energy to a high, you agitate energy, you get radio waves, you get light, you get gamma radiation, all that stuff at higher and higher frequencies and energy inputs, right? And at some point, it was kind of postulated that if you just agitate it fast enough or high enough, the energy will loop in on itself and actually create like an atom or a proton or whatnot. You know what I mean? So I'm rambling on, but what you guys were talking about kind of made me think of that. I don't know if that was coherent or anything, but
no, you're fine.
There's definitely there's definitely like a relationship, an interlude between these things, and what you guys are hinting at with these physics experiments about quote unquote pulling something out of nothing. Like I don't like it sounds absurd to conceptualize using those terms, but if matter and energy are really just interchangeable at that level, and you just add enough energy, it'll spin whatever field that you're working with enough so it collapses it on itself and has an appearance of something physical. I don't know if there's something there. I wouldn't put it aside, or I wouldn't look past it, but there's probably something to all this that
what's
to be explored.
interesting. You know what's interesting? I was watching something the other day, and they were talking about electrons. So my boss did the thing about electrons. He got all excited, and then I went home, and I was excited too, and I looked up and I learned a little bit about electrons. Electrons don't take up space in the same way that your couch takes up space. Like you can't measure an electron, and like with a ruler. Even a physicist can't measure it with a ruler. You can't X, Y, Z the dimensions that an electron takes up. So essentially, it's something that's there, and we think it's there, but we don't know what space it takes up. And what that tells me is it's a packet of information, just like a photon is a packet of information. And what I gleaned from that is when you go to that level of quantum energy, quantum physics, things break down to just be math. Like the universe at its base level is just math. And it's really just our primate brain that see things in terms of like a physical object. We're just seeing the effect that all this mathematics is doing.
Where does it become a physical object? Where does energy actually equal the mass? And how can you weigh the energy to be a mass? Okay, so if you get shocked by the doorknob, how much mass was in that energy?
I think the universe is doing these calculations, and we're just a meat sack that is receptive to it. That was never.
I don't think it is. I don't think there is like the idea of mass like that for.
Oh wait, if I may just hold on. If I may chime in, Cortico, are you? I don't know if I think it might be your microphone. Are you saying the word mass as in MASS or MAT?
Mass.
MASS.
Sorry, MASS. Mass.
Okay.
I want to talk about something real fast to kind of help you guys understand, like, what I'm thinking. So we know that atoms make up stuff, right? Or little bits make up bigger bits. But there's like an emergent entity behind what we're seeing. For example, like when I look at my wife, yeah, I see her meat suit. You know, we're both getting a little older. She's still pretty with her long, beautiful brown hair, right? And her skinny waist and all that stuff. But there's a light being behind the meat suit. And in the same way, there's the atom, right? How it appears to us, or the little bit of matter. But then there's also the light behind that. And each of these little electrons or particles or subatomic particles, like, there's kind of the same thing going on there. There's like the particle, but then there's like the emergent entity behind the particle. And I think it's kind of the same way with empty space altogether. Like, there's this emergent entity in the vacuum.
Yeah.
This is where I guess people get down the rabbit hole of, oh, is there an ether? Is there not an ether? Et cetera, right?
And when I say that we're just like a primate meat sack, like it's kind of like if you built a robot, it's only going to be able to interpret the data that is formulated like for it to interpret. Like if there's anything outside of what it is built to interpret, it will never be able to perceive it. It will just fly right by it. And I think that we're maybe approaching that level in physics where we have to really, really think outside the box and maybe evolve a little
It's
bit
always been that way.
before we can understand some of the things that are going on. But thankfully, there are people so much smarter than me out there.
No, it doesn't matter how much. When you say smarter, that just means they made up a phrase and they learned that phrase before you did. And now they're going to be the first one to tell you about the phrase and the implementations and the effects and the attributes of that phrase. Because it's just an action or a reaction that we all look at the end of the day. Like I said, like in that vacuum, you're not getting rid of anything. It's not all even.
We want to talk about vacuums. Like, should we circle back to some flat Earth stuff? Just to
No, I'm just saying, like, the idea, like, just because people explain stuff to you, or I explain stuff, or you explain, that doesn't even mean that's exactly what's going down with that shit.
No, you're right. You're right.
So,
But
so I'm saying, when you say, I just want to emphasize this, man, that a kindergartner or a bum at the end of the road can actually blow your fucking mind with some stuff they would say. And some people wouldn't be able to put two and two together with it.
I agree. You're absolutely right.
And the person that you think would be really, really smart in the lab will be like, oh, that guy's speaking fucking stupid nonsense. But if you know what he's saying, and you could word it better, or you could just do what he's telling you, you know, with the physical attributes of stuff, and he like put it out in a certain way, and all these dudes are fumbling and bumbling, and he knows how to do it. Who cares who says who's smart? Who cares about what crazy word you didn't exactly understand the fucking the etymology, like the philosophized fucking format of it? Who cares? Because at the end of the day, all you have to do is be able to duplicate the action or reaction of the thing you're trying to fucking portray, and that makes you keep.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I was just gonna say, absolutely. Like, one can theorize all they want and sound eloquent, using, you know, more bombastic terms upon more bombastic terms, and layer the cake of theory upon theory, and that's where we get into the mess we find now. You know, for sure, and that's why, you know, this what's emphasized in this room often is show me the proof, show me the experiment. Can we duplicate it? Can we find a relationship between this thing and the other thing that's quote unquote causing it to happen? Absolutely. Otherwise, yeah, it's just pure theory. Right on.
And if you don't agree, you're told that you're stupid, you don't comprehend, and then you're demonized.
Well,
right?
you know what's funny is we've been talking for, I don't know, maybe like an hour or something. And the only person in this room that I know that their stance on whether the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe is Larry, just because I've talked to him a bunch of times before. And you guys don't know my stance, and that really whole like sends to me is there's a whole realm out there in which you can examine things, and you can think that people are the geniuses in their field, and they're the top of. None of that matters. Like people can have conversations, and like people's IQs, it doesn't matter. Like no one knows what Jesus' IQ was. No one cares about how smart he was. Like people can just have conversations.
I think I got you figured out, bro. You're what I call flat curious.
I'm a little bit flat curious.
You're like waiting for the next thing that's going to pop out of our mouths and go, what the fuck? You just blew my mind. Muffin top all over again. Now I got to process that.
Hang on. What would it break your heart if I told you that right now I don't think that there's anything that could convince me that the world is flat? But at
no, not at all. It's just
at the
your
same
worldview.
time, I come into this room not to like see some, oh, he just said that. Like I don't do that. I come in here because I've had a discussion with you about physics that I don't understand, that you understand better than me, that you have a different perspective on the world, and you're looking at the world in a different way, and maybe you can pass that on to me, type of thing. Like people can learn from each other. Like
even if they disagree.
Oh yeah. And I came in here and I learned something a little bit about I guess I didn't learn anything at all. I learned a little bit about
And how about fish? Fish are breathing electrical continuity from the water. They're not actually getting air. There you go.
Hopefully you learned a little bit about quantum fields.
I learned a little bit about quantum fields, and that is, I can summarize it, is I didn't understand quantum fields as good as I thought, because my understanding before today, and this came from a university, I put dollars from my pocket into this understanding that apparently is false, is that fields are gradients that are, if you go from A to B, the transition from A to B is gradual, and there are never layers. It's just a flat.
You're talking about the continuum.
Yeah.
Like,
just
politics is not left and right; it's a continuum.
Yeah, and apparently there's more to it when it comes to physics, or at least some physicists believe that there's more to it. And I didn't think that was ever up to debate. And if I learned nothing, it's that actually that's on the table.
I think colleges were meant to be like open-minded, attractive. Well, they're meant to be, right?
Colleges are where you suck up to your professor as much as you can, and then you talk shit on everybody between the hours of 5 to 2 a.m.
Well, colleges were supposed to be where the libraries were, right? So people would come together and like share ideas. It was basically the internet of back in the day. And now it's like a scam and a business and whatever. But I think like now the new college is here, because what do we have here other than, a bunch of people who are a collage of ideas sharing information together, and people are supposed to be open-minded so that they could learn and unlearn things. But I think everybody kind of has this mentality of, if you don't agree with me, you're wrong, and you need to be canceled. Whereas it's supposed to be, maybe they know something I don't know.
Yeah, you should be unsure about something. You should be like, well, shit, I'm not sure. Are you? I don't know. Do you know? No. Hey, still something we can think about. That's the fun part about everything that you don't know. That's the funnest part about stuff that you actually don't know or can't prove. Just the idea of speculation. But you have to understand at the end of the day, 100% that this is speculation. So when they say we see this stuff, we see this shit, we see all this stuff, you know, these descriptions are all speculative until anything can actually be formatted with the physical attributes of reality and make it real. Like you say, okay, I want to draw a creature, right? And then you make out a Play-Doh. That doesn't animate it. You know, that doesn't make it a real thing that exists anywhere. But now you just brought it from your mind into a physical, tangible material. Now, you know, so the idea that it's supposed to be a real thing, that's what we do. We do make things from our mind to real things.
It's like if I could make a hierarchy of human attributes that are important to me, that I define like a good person, or that I try to define myself, I think the thing at the top of the list is humility. Your ability to see your place in the world and not bloviate, not try to puff yourself up. See where you actually are. See where everything else is in front of you. See what's important, and just try to understand other perspectives. Try to understand what's above you, and try to see the world in different lights. Humility is so important to me.
You say
Yeah.
humility. Just real fast. I'll be super quick and I'll pass the mic. Humility is so important because I often ask Globers, like, are you a skeptic? And at this point, I want to be skeptical of my own skepticism. Like,
That's
I think
humility, brother.
that's where we're supposed to be. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I was just going to add on to that. Absolutely. I read something recently, and I don't mean to get all biblical and Bible thumper or anything. I don't know where I stand on that, but I do read from time to time. And I came across a quote from Jesus. He said something about, he who exalts himself shall be humbled, and he who humbles himself shall be exalted. You know, and that stood out to me. I hear that a lot in these rooms.
Yeah, it's the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So in your everyday life, who's first? Who's first? Like, it's me. What can Larry do? What feels good for Larry? What does Larry want to eat today? Right? When really it should be, what can Larry do for someone? What can I do to help you? How can I grow with this with you? Like, what kind of love can I demonstrate for you? So the first shall be last. So if you put yourself last and you put others first, like, I think that verse that you just mentioned, like, those two go together.
You know what's funny, Larry, is I know that you have the kind of like the flat Earth credentials to like kind of trounce 99.9% of the people that just jump in here and want to spout shit. And I think that happened today where someone jumped in and they wanted to battle. And someone without humility could have jumped in and said, you know what? I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. But like, you're reading about this topic that we've been discussing all day. And so this guy was like trying to provoke the room into a discussion about certain shit. And then every now and then you would just chime in, kind of reading to yourself, talking about the thing that you were reading. It didn't even occur to you that this guy was trying to battle. And that's humility. I'm not looking for the battle. I'm just looking to live my fucking life. And that's funny to me.
Yeah, to me, it isn't about winning. Like, I think, the competitive nature is definitely there. I used to play sports and all that stuff, but
I mean, there's no problem with getting engaged every now and then, like turning on the lion. But
right. I definitely do that when I'm fasting. But like, I could either go to the continent and learn with the Indians or battle with the Indians, and I think I would, rather take off my suit and put on the moccasins and learn with the Indians. I think,
moccasins are great.
Yeah, hook me up with some moccasins and give me some of that pemmican, and let's go discover together.
Buffalo. Yeah, I try to hold that view too. Like when I come here, it's fun to hear some smacking going around, but when I come in here, I try to be of the side of, if I'm wrong, I want to know. You know what I mean? And I don't like to sound all like bloaty and shit and say, oh, well, I come in here and I haven't learned anything. I don't know if that's true. There's always little insights here and there from both sides. A lot of it's theoretical, some of it not, some of it's actual practical, but the interpretations are different. So it's like, okay, nice, but what is the the brass tacks? Like, what's the bottom line? Like, I want to know that, and I try and remain open. Like, oh, maybe there's going to be that final globe proof that comes in, and I'll change my mind. I don't know that. It doesn't seem likely from what I think I know, but I try and be of that stance of, maybe today, because I know I flip sides at some point. Maybe I'll flip back. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe it was a mistake all along. I don't know, but I do want to.
Well, I'm not gonna blow smoke up anyone's ass. Like, I come into this room with 38 years of being me, and I got my view about whether the Earth's flat or globe. Like, and I have that, and I said it earlier. That ain't changing. Like that's locked. And maybe that's a flaw of mine. I don't know. Maybe I'll examine that later. But that's just a view that I hold, and it's just a part of me. It's like I'm a white guy and I'm a globe earther. Like those two things are just like factors in my life. But like, I don't come in here looking to just get on people. Like, I come in here because, for one, it's entertaining. Like, I'm a little bit deviant in that part. Like, I love the entertainment.
That's
But
what I
two,
meant by flat curious.
oh, definitely flat curious, because it tickles my brain, because it challenges me to go listen to what I know, and it does. It actually does cause me to challenge. I wouldn't say challenge my conclusions, but challenge the way that I got there. Because I will say, I will grant this, that my conclusion that the Earth is a globe is based off of refutable claims. Like, it's based off of things that people do have explanations for. People do have flat Earth explanations for my conclusion. I just don't buy them. But I like to listen to them. I like to. It's like when people do crossword puzzles. They don't hate crossword puzzles. They love crossword puzzles. I don't hate flat Earth. I love flat Earth. I love coming in here, listening to the theories, challenging my brain, seeing how it challenges me. Maybe someday something crazy will happen, and I'll flip. Maybe that's a thing. But like,
Welcome to the show.
what
You
up,
didn't
flat
even-
Earth dude?
You don't know.
You don't know. You're part of the show. Welcome.
I didn't want to be when I came in here. By the way, under my couch, I just found my like Gen 2 earbuds,
Yeah.
but one's missing. I have
Ain't
no
it always the
fucking
way?
idea.
Fucking cat.
Fucking cat.
I have a cat, and there's no fucking doubt in my mind that she could be a co-conspirator in the fact that I am missing an earbud. Probably in like her nest under my bed.
It's the earbud gnomes.
No,
You
she's
guys
got
know
like a fucking
the sock
nest.
gnome?
I know about the sock gnome, but she's got like a nest under my bed of shit that she has stolen from me. Paid a lot of money for that cat.
Right on.
But dude, you got any? So I've been here 2.5 hours. We've been
Yeah.
talking about physics. We've been talking about philosophy. We've been talking about personalities, jiving. Have you got anything to tear this alliance apart? Any flat Earth shit?
Yeah, anything that'll bring Alpha back.
Yeah, Bring that fucking tiger out now.
You tiger back.
Poor Alpha. At least Alpha's nice about my philosophical rants.
We bored him to death. I love them, man. You're really profound, Larry. Thank you.
He's a
He
tiger,
even
man.
He even posted the I wish there was something exciting going on fucking picture.
All right, well, I got something exciting going on. I just launched the Flat Earth channel on smart TVs. So
smart TVs.
Dan the Waterman. Why are you Dan the Waterman?
Because that's what I do for work. I'm a drinking water filter guy.
You're a filter guy?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the Bruce Lee philosophy.
Can I ask you a question about a case that I'm working on? About a diesel oil spill?
I won't know anything about that.
Okay. Right now, I'm writing a summary judgment on. Basically, there's a park. Right next to the park, there is a diesel fuel treatment facility. Some asshole came in, broke in, and opened up all their pumps. Diesel fuel, mud that was associated with the diesel fuel, all types of contaminants came upon the park, and I work with the city attorney, and we're trying to get compensation for the city for the damage to the park. And there's a claim right now that one of the city board members is really afraid that the water is contaminated. There's no evidence of it, but I thought I could pick your brain on maybe what was going on there.
You gotta test the water.
Forgive me for talking about Flat Earth.
Nah, the water's tested.
Look, let me hear about the TV thing on the smart TVs. So you got Flat Earth programming on the smart TVs. How'd you do that?
Wait, how the fuck do you get Flat Earth shit on?
It was $500 on top of having a .com set aside for it. It was like they didn't ask for a lot.
Huh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
way to go.
Do that earlier, right?
So Dan, you have like a channel?
God, people are so hard to talk to. So hard to talk to.
Just promote yourself, Dan. Go. Bring it.
Okay. TheFlatEarthChannel.com, FlatEarthChannel.com, and FEChannel.com are part of the Flat Earth Media Group and lots of other apps that we have, including our own Facebook coming out called FE People, and 2 radio stations, one for music and one for talk at FER Live, FlatEarthRadioLive.com. There's lots of stuff for us to participate in because we used to be able to say, research Flat Earth and tell people to fuck off. And now they can't do that as easily. We look stupid. So now we can say, watch the Flat Earth channel. And we can bring up a lot of the old stuff. And I can take people like Wakey Wakey or Paul on the Plane or old timers like Flat Earth Dude, interview them and bring their stuff back into the light. I mean, even Morgau's stuff we really liked, you know?
Hell yeah. Dude, I binge watched everything that dude ever put out.
I'm watching your shit right now. It is of a balloon that got sent up, and it's looking at.
So really looking forward to bringing original programming.
So anyway, I'll tell you real quick, Dan, man. Wasn't the Flat Earth channel, FEChannel.com, what was the name of the guy that started that?
Russ.
It's Russ, right? Okay, I met him at over at Renee's like years ago.
Yeah, he's had an empty shell of apps, FE People, FE Memes, FE Tunes. He's had an empty shell of apps that was supposed to be the overflow when TFR got overflow, was going to get too big.
Right.
But, but he got blackballed by Robbie Davidson and therefore everyone else. And nobody paid attention. Then, of course, 2020 came. We repackaged the whole thing as Free Earth Radio at that time, and figuring that there was more issue with censorship than Flat Earth, in terms of what they were doing to us. But now I realize Flat Earth is a draw. And hell, I'm in Los Angeles where the entertainment industry is, and Flat Earth continues. The fucking ballers figured out how to make money. I mean, that's how entertaining we are to the ballers.
No, so you're really... Dan, so one of my friends, one of one of my coworkers, it's YouTube channels. It's just like Fight the Flat Earth. One of my friends
Oh, that
is
manga.
a
Spit it out,
campaign.
man. Spit it out.
I'm trying. He's like a campaign dude for RFK, and he's like an anti-Trumper or whatever. He doesn't get paid for anything he does. They sent him a bunch of flyers. His job is go door to door, present his information, hand out flyers. Like, could there be something that you could adopt from the campaign industry to the flat Earth industry that could help the cause? Handing out flyers,
Yeah,
going
but
door
this
to
is
door.
much easier. This is much easier. We're putting it on TV. You should see when it's on a bigger screen how compelling a regular flat Earth video is.
But
It's
how
like,
much more compelling is someone coming to your door, handing you
okay, so I hear you, but please don't talk about your idea during this. This has nothing to do with canvassing physically. This is totally the opposite. And for you to continue to mention physically canvassing neighborhoods, I'm going to have to find out who you are, come over and kill you, because it's not part of this conversation. Now, I understand that you want to do different outreach. We go in the streets. We walk in the streets as flat earthers. We do that. I do that.
I'm going to meet you. I'm going to meet
Kenny-
you. I can't deal with you.
Kenny, I did Flat Earth Hollywood 2 weeks ago.
I think
Yeah,
that you should be server
haven't
muted
seen any. Oh boy! All right.
for what you just.
Everywhere I go, I get this, Kenny.
Let's go there.
And you fucking helped start it. You helped start it, and it hasn't stopped since.
So what happened? Tell us a
It
little
was
bit
boring.
about.
There was no the momentum was that Trevor brought me batteries for my inverter, $150 in batteries,
Right on.
and Russ put $2,000 into his shell again. You know, because it was kind of stagnant.
Right.
He was letting things go, and I'm like, I got the Flat Earth channel name back from Shelly because I for sure told her to do it, and then she didn't do it, and I'm like, well, I fucking want it back. I want to do it then. And Russ spent the night with me in Hollywood, and then
Was that fechannel.com or which one was that one? There's so many. I got lost track, bro. How many? Name the channel.
The Flat Earth channel, and FE channel, all are the same feed that's going to Roku right now. It's all the same feed.
So, what's so on? I do.
The Flat Earth channel. Absorb what I'm saying. The Flat Earth channel.
Got it.
Not a Flat Earth channel. The Flat Earth channel.
Got it.
And we got it covered because I have that.
Well,
I
you
have
put
Flat Earth
FE
channel
channel.
and FE channel. We have 3 domains.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's great, man.
It's exciting. It really looks badass.
So let me see how the feed goes to Roku. It comes from the Flat Earth Radio channel?
From the fechannel.com is the feed.
fechannel.com.
And I load that playlist, and that's what's on Roku.
If I may,
What are you loading up? What are you loading up? Like Brian Mullen and
Yeah, the real problem is how to figure out the scheduling and when to go live, and how to have segues in and out, you know, and those leaders.
I get it, man. But
Yeah, that's where we're at. Logos, leaders.
Globebusters 24/7 been doing it for a long time. You know, they just roll shit. You know.
Well, we're also doing FNN, the Flat Earth News Network, as part of all those apps, you know.
Apps. When you say apps, like apps for a phone, or what app?
If you go to the Flat Earth Media Group, which I just put the link in there, you'll see all the different apps that he created back in 2019 because he thought Flat Earth was going to go crazy.
Okay.
And everyone was coming. And instead, everything shut down, but now everyone's coming again. So,
Are they coming? I don't know.
well, you hear and see about it. I mean, even in the past few weeks with this mainstream media touching upon it with Candace Owen and what's her fuck, you know.
It's a lot of work, man. This stuff's a lot of work.
But the
Right,
point
dude.
is we're not easily out there in
Right.
YouTube anymore, and Google and Facebook. So FE People is going to be the new Facebook that we got for ourselves. No censorship, no bullshit.
So what's the
And
censorship?
so far, there's no one to get in the way of an uncensored format until everyone starts talking about fucking Hitler's baby or whatever. Then we got to worry about that, you know.
Yeah, that's always been a concern around here on these Flat Earth channel and Discord. I stay away from.
Who is this Cortico? Relax, dude. You shut up like you should, and everything's fine.
Hang on, man.
Right?
Fuck you, dude.
New. He's new. He's new. Hey, you can't say fuck you. Come on. You
He
can't do that.
threatened to kill me, and you're mad that I said fuck you to this guy?
Well, it's just that you weren't being very.
Oh, so it's okay for you to threaten to kill me because I wasn't
It's not
being
okay.
hot,
No,
hot,
I
hot?
apologize. No, relax. It's not
No,
okay.
I think you should
apologize.
be server banned.
I know, but I got my point across to you. Is
Why
that
don't
should get into
you
the
retire
conversation.
for the night?
Because I'm not the problem right now. I have
You
things
are
for
the
you.
problem. You
I have
threatened to
things for
kill
you.
me. You
You're
are
just
by
stuck on it.
definition
I
the
apologize
problem.
too.
I don't care about
apologize.
your apology.
Well,
There
I'm
needs
not
to
going to
be.
pretend it was okay. So
What
you
are-
should just let it
If
go
it's
now.
not okay,
Neither
maybe
of
you
us
should
think it's
accept your
okay.
punishment of
Neither
getting
of us
off
think
for
it's
the
okay.
night. Why don't you just get off for the night, and that should be your punishment for your offense?
Because you feel better. Do you want me to make you feel better? Is that what's
Yeah,
important?
it would make me feel better if you went away.
Okay.
Get out.
All right.
Go.
I'm sorry.
Oh my lord.
I'll bring more flat earth next time. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay to threaten to kill somebody?
I told you it wasn't. I told you I apologize. Relax.
I don't care if you apologize. I think you should leave.
You said you were going to
Stop
kill him
crying.
in a way with nicer way, dude. What
Stop
the hell's wrong
crying,
with you?
dude. Stop crying.
Oh, no, I just threatened to kill you. You should just accept it.
That was pretty brutal. I'll give you that one.
No,
Well-
he's a fuck. He should go away for the night,
Really?
take his
Well,
24-hour punishment,
what were you doing?
and reflect.
What were you doing that made me say that?
It doesn't matter. What the fuck?
Oh. I apologize again then.
It's trying to.
I apologize
you
again.
Threatened to kill someone.
I apologize a third time. What are you going to do now?
You're not sorry. You should go away. You should just disappear for 24 hours.
Focus.
I'm focused. I'm focused directly on you.
I know, and you shouldn't. You should focus
Why
on what I
not?
was talking
Why not?
about.
The guy that threatened to kill me?
Because if you paid attention to what I was talking about,
Threatening
and
to
stopped
kill me? Yes,
interrupting-
I was. I was
stopped
very focused on
interrupting
that.
with all of your garbage.
Oh, yeah. I am the one who's committed the offense. Why don't you go
Okay.
away?
Let's play a game. What have you done? Let's play a game. Let's find out who Dan is. And
I
who
have reacted to you
Corky-
threatening to
who
kill me.
Corky
That is what I have
Let's
done.
find out who Corky is. Huh? What have
Why
you
don't
done?
we find out who you are?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is I have things to share.
Dude,
and I'm not
fuck
sure
you.
do.
All right, I'm out. All right. Since you're not going to go, I'll go.
Everywhere I go, I get this fucking shit. It's like,
At least you apologize, man. You know, you retracted there. Too bad.
well, I said,
But
I said the wrong
wasn't
thing.
a good-
I said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it wasn't a good goal there. And to be fair, we are live on YouTube, so we don't know how that's going to go down. So we got to be conscious of this shit.
Well, I got to delete my stream now. I thought it was a good stream.
Fair enough.
People take that shit seriously these days?
Actually, yeah. I mean, the other day, maybe in the last couple of months or something like that, within a debate between I forget who it was, and someone that we have in here often, they were just going at it, and it was fair game. And the guy responded to the opponent saying, "Oh, like, because his argument was dead, right?" So he's like, "Oh, you're dead," in literal terms like that, and they banned him from the channel for a week, even though it had nothing to do in literal terms. It was just a figure of speech.
I guess
You know what I mean? So
I guess I'm really
yeah.
sorry. Now I'm really sorry.
Yeah. So you crossed the line there, and there are no mods in this room. So, you know, I guess you lucked out. But yeah, we do have to be aware of these things.
I've been muted every time I showed up here because people don't know who I am and they think I'm spouting shit, and I'm just like, I have so much to say, and they can't. They're not used to people that have
Yeah.
nothing to say.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Here's the thing. Like, if you're sharing that you are embarking on something of the caliber that so far of what you shared, in my mind, man, that must be a very costly, very weighty endeavor, right? You have servers and you're streaming and all these things. Like I'm in that type of field, right? I know how expensive these things can be, so you guys must be, really working at it and forking up a lot for it.
It's
Like
really
you have your own domain.
the cost is different. The cost is in dealing with younger flat earthers and their like enthusiasm, and where do we take that energy? What do we do with people's energies? Because there's a lot of people with a lot of ideas that want to do stuff. There's just nowhere to do it. So I'm trying to support the place to do stuff.
Yeah. But especially but what I mean, like in terms of like if you're dealing with live streaming stuff and you have domains and everything, implies that you have like server costs and network ISP, all sorts of like web server costs and shit like that. I'm in the field, so I know how expensive that can be. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
well,
if you
right
guys
now they're nickel and diming. They're
that.
nickel and diming. All the developers are like, they don't answer unless you pay more money.
It's
And
tough. Yeah, it's
so
expensive.
it's like $500 per platform on smart TVs, and right now the broadcast software runs about $100 a month just to use the right kind of broadcast software. So instead of making it or owning it, we're like, I don't know, using some bridge.
Yeah, well, you guys store the stuff somewhere, that server storage space.
And introduce schedules, and intros and outros and DJs. I got to learn a radio station too. So I'm really hoping someone comes along and goes, "Oh, I love radio. I've always wanted to do radio. Let me do that."
The production side of things, right? The audio, video, animation, shit like that.
All kinds of things. I'm trying to get Crit to take over the news network that we have. And there's like a bot over there running now, collecting stuff every day, but nobody's reading it or talking there, So there's all these opportunities for people to do what they do, because people already do weird shit. Some people are into books, and some people are into activism, So I'm having trouble with the programming too, what to do with the Christian programming. I'm like, put it on Sunday. They're all, no, put it on Saturday. Then no, people put it every day. And it's like, I don't know what to do with that, and I want to put some Glober perspective stuff up there, and everyone's going to call me a Glober for doing that. But I think it's worth exposing Glober ideology. I think, they're goofy. They fucking predetermined bias. And bias is funny to watch on all sides,
When you know what's going on, yeah. Anyways, good stuff, man. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Yeah, good stuff.
So if anyone wants to help work on graphics or anything like that, or take blocks of time as a producer, we're going to have a lot of time to fill. We get 2 radio stations and a TV station.
Well, if I could say, if you need dev work, you can hit me up there.
You're gonna work for this guy? You're gonna work for this fucking douchebag?
Explain. Other than my mistake, if you could get over that, we could start a new conversation.
Why don't you explain your mistake?
I didn't realize that, first of all, that it was taken seriously in any way.
Oh yeah, so it's my fault.
No, it's not about fault. I made a bigger mistake than I realized. It was explained to me.
What did you say?
It is equating to a physical act. But I know, since I'm on the internet, there are no physical acts, but it can be treated as a physical threat, and that's how you took it.
Because you're a fucking moron?
No, because I verbalized it that way.
No, because you're a fucking moron, right?
So I don't normally.
Why don't you just accept it?
Threaten people, and I've never caused bodily. I've never gone to anyone's house and caused bodily harm. So
I don't believe that for one bit.
Again. You can feel safe again.
You're a pussy.
No, I'm worried about the legal implication.
You should be.
Of someone like you
Yeah, a lawyer.
Pretending
An
you have a
actual
problem
lawyer.
so you feel better.
Oh, it's my fault again.
I'm just telling you, you could feel better by yourself. I've apologized. I've
What does
come
that
to
mean?
an
What does that
understanding.
mean? I can
I've
feel
come
better
to
by
an
myself.
Well, I'm explaining.
What does that
I've
sentence mean?
come to a greater understanding.
Oh yeah, in the past 12 minutes.
That exceeds your concern.
Oh, it exceeds my concern.
Yes.
How does it exceed my concern?
Well, there was actual implications
Yeah,
made.
because you're a douchebag and you made a mistake.
You're almost getting. I feel you getting better. You're almost getting done.
No, what would make me better is if you left for 24 hours.
Okay. Well, I'll do that. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Bye. Thank fucking God.
Yeah, I explained to him it's like we're live on YouTube, and there's been repercussions for the people saying things that are far less bad than that. He's like, oh shit, you know.
It's been a little while, but I'm not just making it up in my mind that he threatened to kill me, right?
No, he literally said that.
Flat Earth dude freaking left.
Yeah, he did.
All right, that's cool.
That was a little something to witness.
I was getting ready to hear him say. I thought he might be a smart ass and be like, I'm okay. I'll leave for 24 hours tomorrow. Tomorrow is 24 hours.
I was
The
waiting
next
for him
24 hours.
Yeah, I was waiting for him.
I'm sorry. I
That's
don't mean to
fine.
make
Nah,
a joke.
I was waiting for him to pad that with in Minecraft, only in Minecraft. You know.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
he
lord.
shouldn't have said what he said. We all heard it there.
And
But
obviously, I'm not like actually afraid of his threats, but like those are just so out of line when
It was.
it comes
It
to
was.
the way that you discourse.
It was, and I heard I agree. I heard the whole thing, and indeed, you're not supposed to say that shit. You know, in real life, you know, you get your teeth knocked out, shit like that. It's not good. But in the heat of the moment, people say shit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. Yeah, I would never endorse that type of
Well,
verbiage.
what did it for me was I've gotten into heated debates and heated conversations on here to the point.
Have you heard him before? He was new to me.
I've never seen him before, but I have gotten in heated debates on Discord and in real life where maybe at a certain point it could come to that, and within the context, you can understand that people will just say things, and you take it within the context. But he went from 0 to 100. He jumped in and within 45 seconds threatened to kill me, and that was why I was upset. Like if it had come after a 30-minute thing where we started out cordial and then we hit a disagreement and then we went into that, and then after we felt each other out for a long time, like he said that, then there would be context and I would know that this guy is stable, he made a mistake. But his first act was, I am going to find you and murder you. And obviously I don't think that he has the ability
Send me
to.
the sound clip. Where'd it go?
Gave you a sound clip?
I think to be fair, Larry did say we should kill the stream for that, so it may or may not be available.
Yeah, the guy
I heard it. I can vouch for that. I heard it.
He just needed to take a 24-hour to fucking consider, and I think he'll come back and we'll be fine. Because other than that, he seemed like a perfectly well-adjusted person. He just maybe doesn't know how the internet works, or like doesn't know. I don't know.
Seems like a boom.
It was a boomer move. Whatever. The stream's not about that. We're happy times.
We're good. It's tough, man. Like some people are interrupting each other, trying to get your point across, especially if you have some pressure on. Like he obviously, he's down to promote his shit. I don't mean shit isn't like bad, stuff, right?
What's
so
funny
you're
is
You're,
I was
you're on a hustle and you're getting interrupted by people, and it can be frustrating. People snap, right? But that was not right the way he did it.
No, and I was on his website, and I didn't even like attack his website. I just like was on his website, and I was like, so this is a stream of a what was it? I said it was a stream of a balloon, and somehow he just like identified me.
Hold
as
on,
something.
Cordial.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to ban him. So if anybody sends me the sound clip to my DMs, we'll kind of arrange for that to happen. You can't threaten somebody on here at any given time for anything. Not like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a server. It's a server bannable offense. This is TOS violation. It's not just me saying it's about this room. It's against the whole server.
Yeah, and Veritas, I've been in here for hours and hours and hours. I've fucked up. I've been temp banned. Well, like I know how it works. This was out of line. And if I weren't me and I were just another person, I would also consider it out of line. I would like to think that I could make that objective determination. This is weird. He did a weird thing.
Yeah, I'll discuss it with the mods later.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, assuming you have the material to go with it. I don't know if it's going to be available, but that's out of my control.
It's probably not. It's just gonna be a word of mouth. But like
Yeah. The thing is, like, I would be very surprised if it didn't turn out like that. If it didn't work out, that he was, kicked out. Because what happened with what happened with Gregory on such a little thing that was going on, and in context, it was just more metaphorical than anything, and it wasn't even really a threat. It was, he was kicked out for some time. I was very surprised that it happened. But in this context, like it's literal, So
Milk. 2 questions. Or no, you're MIK, not Milk. Why is your name MIK, and where do you stand on the shape of the Earth?
it was a typo, but I ran with it because it kind of stuck. You can call me Mike, whatever, but Mick, just it was, yeah. Mick's fine.
My old best friend is named Mikey, and
cool.
For reasons I won't disclose, I lost touch, but he's a good guy.
That's fine. I guess we'll be besties.
Where do you stand? Flat Earth, globe Earth?
It's flat, man.
It's flat?
Mm-hmm.
How long has it been flat? I don't like to ask this question because this is like a weird thing. If you feel comfortable, how are you Gen Z, Gen X?
I'm a late millennial.
Oh, me too. I'm 30.
Yeah. I'm only. I'm 30. I'm 30.
Wait, are you still a millennial? That's early millennial, right? Am I that old?
No, late as in like on the tail end of the year before they cut off.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
The opposite late.
So 1 more year. So 1 year earlier, and you'd be Gen whatever. Gen XYZ.
Yeah. I think the cutoff year was 96, 97.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm about 3-4 years before that.
So I was a state champ wrestler in the year 97 when you were just a little spectacle
Toddler.
in your mom's eye. It was
Toddler.
kids wrestling. It was a kids wrestling thing. Didn't amount to anything.
Right.
All right.
Man, I was already shot and paralyzed for freaking 4 years when you were wrestling in '97, pal.
Yo, Bear?
I was born in '69, man.
Bear?
The year we went to the moon set.
Bear? I don't even know how to it seems so cliche to say thank you for your service.
No, dude. No.
Related?
I was shot in Baltimore City, freaking getting gasoline in my motorcycle. So
Oh my
I was
God.
not in the army.
So right in the fucking spinal cord?
Yep.
Pretty hot.
I actually am a veteran from the war torn streets of Baltimore, but not not from the actual army or anything like that.
Bear, what are you thinking about Elon Musk? Because I think give it 15 more years, we'll get you fucking out of that chair.
Oh my gosh, they probably have something that would help people right now, but no, not by an idiot like him. I'm sorry, I just don't think. I don't think he does anything. The only thing they do is no, it's fine. If the only thing they're gonna do is like replace someone who's actually like had ALS with a puppet like frickin' Stephen Hawking. Like that dude. That dude didn't live 50 years with ALS. You do know that, right? Like he was an actual puppet. Yeah, literally.
So what I know about ALS is everyone
You
else
don't live
dies
long.
early. Everyone else dies early.
Well, not Stephen Hawking's. He was just he had special connections with
he just
maybe the astronauts brought him down some freaking some dark matter and he injected it into his spinal cord or something. I don't know. I'm joking. I'm joking, dude. Obviously, they replaced him. Like nobody lives even 20 years with that.
You think that they got a second Stephen Hawking?
Hey, you know what blows my mind? That Lou Gehrig's actually died from Lou Gehrig's disease. What are the odds?
He died immediately from Lou Gehrig's disease. Look,
what are the odds that Lou Gehrig dies of Lou Gehrig's disease?
Yo, all right.
That's the funniest joke, I swear. I don't know why you don't laugh at that. It's hilarious.
I'm fucking laughing because you gotta laugh to not fucking feel the deep fucking depression, the metal blanket of like how depressing that situation is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're probably right, baby.
By the
I'm
way,
listening.
Bear, are you like a fucking pro at like every time I get into a wheelchair just to like be in a wheelchair, I fucking ramp it up. I fucking ramp.
Oh, you try to do wheelies and stuff?
Oh, I wheelie the shit.
Yeah, I used to do wheelies really good in my older chair. My newer chair's kind of like off. The way it's set up, it's not like my older one. And no, I used to be able to like hold a wheelie like forever. I'd go down the street in a wheelie, but this particular chair, no. And I don't know, like my hips are rotting away, so my center of I almost said gravity. My center of balance isn't as good as it used to be because my femoral heads have rotted away. Just from osteoporosis. So they don't even exist anymore. So I'm kind of sitting a little bit lower than I probably was 20 years ago.
What is?
But yeah, I used to do wheelies.
You don't mind me asking, bro.
Huh? What was that?
What is actually osteoporosis? I'm getting in my 30s, man.
It just where your bones rot away. I think it must be osteopenia too. Yeah, I don't know. Osteoporosis is when you start losing bone mass, I think. But mine's
they just whittle away.
basically necrosis of the frickin' femoral head. Like
Is it
the
like
radiology report will say, the radiology report says femoral head amputated, as if I got in to the hospital and said, "Can you please take off my femur, my femoral head?" And they lopped it off with a like my Makita like power freaking hacksaw. Like took that Makita power blade.
Yeah, the Makita.
Just chopped it off with a Makita power hacksaw. Yeah, those are great. Those are great tools.
Yeah.
Wait. I love that. I got a Makita on the West Coast, and I got a rigid power hacksaw on the East Coast.
Wait.
I'm in Arizona. My girlfriend's right now.
I got you, bro. I got you.
But I got tools on both coasts.
Yeah,
I do like the electric hacksaw.
Yep.
I do like the electric hacksaw.
The ambulance chaser in me wants to know, like, did these
Nah,
all
dude.
happen?
He got 20 years suspended. They suspended 10. They didn't even get the 5 mandatory for the handgun.
So he's
They caught
out.
him 5 minutes later. 5 minutes later with the freaking handgun under the seat, trying to get away. A white chick driving.
White chick driving.
Like a Mustang. White chick driving, gun under the seat, 32 caliber revolver. So and he didn't even take my bike. Like, why are you gonna shoot me and you're not gonna take my bike? I had a nice motorcycle. You should have took my motorcycle. Like, if you're gonna like try to rob me, at least take something.
When they did the moral blah blah blah, was this days out?
I didn't even go to court. I was gonna go to court. I was actually there for court, and this little kid showed up. This little freaking like 11-year-old kid took the bus downtown, took the bus to the courthouse just to say that he saw the guy run by his house. And I was like, "You're down here by yourself? You're 11 years old." He's like, "Yeah, it was sort of messed up what he did to you. I thought I'd show up and tell him." And I'm like, "Dang."
Well,
I'm like, "You're 11 years old, and you're down here like ready to."
They're not the important ones right now. Like, so is the statute of limitations kind of like over with your doctor situation?
Yeah.
That's all done.
What do you mean, doctors?
Yeah,
Doctors?
because you've listed 2 procedures, and so my questions are like, I'm a lawyer.
Dude, I never got femoral heads freaking taken off. I'm joking. My femoral head's rotted away.
I don't know what a femoral head is, but that sounds really like
the top of your
provoking for a
femur.
lawyer.
It's the top of your femur. It rots away if you don't put weight on it.
All right.
Like old people, if they sat in a wheelchair, if a quad who sits in a wheelchair for 20 years, your femoral heads are going to rot away because you don't put weight on them.
All right. So
it's just something that happens. No lawsuits.
What
I
I
did
was
ask
looking
for a standing machine though. We're kind of getting off topic here. Let's not make it about my freaking paralysis.
Right,
but
you're right.
It did happen on a flat Earth. It did happen on a flat Earth.
now, bro.
My apologies.
That's all right, man. Just it's not really. It's funny. It's funny the shit they don't pay for.
Yeah.
Maryland
criminals.
Maryland criminal compensation.
Mhm.
They'll compensate you for any money you put out for like the coming years, But once they hit 45 grand, I hit that 45 grand in like 7 years, and then they don't pay anymore.
Yeah, not to tread back too far.
Not money that they put out. Money that you put out of your own pocket. They they'll reimburse you for like drugs, like farmers, like prescriptions, wheelchairs, ramps, freaking whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So today at the opening ceremony, they attached a walking machine to an individual that was paraplegic, and it made him move his legs.
I remember there was a stock. I remember it was called Rewalk. Rewalk was the stock. It was the stock. I remember when it went live on NASDAQ, I think. And yeah, it's like a standing robotic whatever. You're like a whatever. It's like a day of what the hell was in things when we were kids?
It just kind of like makes you look like you're walking.
Yeah, it's a skeleton. It's an exoskeleton that you put around your body. So you would need a solid skeletal structure to put one of those on and have it work.
And my whole thing, like the first 25 seconds, I was like, "Oh man, he's walking again. He's so happy." But at the same time,
but he's not.
Right
after,
I was like, he knows.
He's being moved. He's being moved. Like, it's the same thing as putting me in a standing machine. When they put me in a standing machine, I was like, yeah, it's cool up here, but basically, I'm just laying down vertically. Like, you're not doing it.
When he's in a wheelchair, he can probably go fucking 15 miles an hour. He can fucking walk.
Yeah, you walk like freaking like 0.5 miles an hour in the rewalk.
Yeah, like he can zoom around. He can play basketball.
Yeah,
he can do all the
you
shit.
like think of like Sigourney Weaver in like Aliens when she's walking around the little construction, like that loading dock thing for the space and shit.
Yeah,
you think of cool shit like that, like what the hell was the Blue People movies? Unobtainium, that nonsense. They had like
Avatar.
walking, Avatar. So yeah, you think of cool shit like that, but it'd be nice. They've got shit. They can make shit grow back. I mean, it's neurons.
It'd
It's
be
the
nice.
neurons.
It'd be nice if every
Think about
single
how much
dollar.
stuff they can grow back. They can grow back. You can grow back bone. You can grow back this. You can grow back that.
It'd be nice
Apparently
if
they can print up organs in 3D printers now. So I don't know.
no,
you'd have to grow a neuron back together.
It'd be
That's
nice
what
if
pure
they
paralysis.
spent every single dollar in making that robot into spinal research. Like that.
Yeah, back when I first got shot, they had gotten I don't know if that's the right word. They had taken rats or mice, severed their spinal cords, poor little things. Then they put they made sure they were severed like in half, and then they put like electrical stimulators on them, and they got like the spinal cords to kind of grow over top each other, not back together. But some of them were like walking around like 6 months later, like not perfect, but like some of them got like
a little bit fucked up, but like they
different
can
things.
move. They can move.
Yeah, like, and that's
seen it.
just in mice. Like, if you did some kind of spinal stem, or like immediately after you got shot, if you did some kind of like, if you're in the NFL and you break a freaking vertebra, man, like the first thing they do is they get you in and like, I think they got a way to cool it down. Like the worst thing is swelling. Like there's a lot of people that are in wheelchairs that just broke their back, and like, or they break their neck and they're like quad. And then they're like, oh, they miraculously with enough, they just didn't give up. They had the will to walk. Well, a lot of the times it's just the swelling goes down and, the spinal cord works again.
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen when somebody completely severs something. Like this guy I was in school with, he had a skiing accident where he completely severed his spinal cord, like separated it, like offset by like 2 inches. Like you're not walking again after that,
Damn. That makes my back hurt.
Hey, Flat Earth dude's back in here. I wonder where you went.
I just took a little break, man.
Let's go.
To put a cap on it.
I went out and checked out the world while while I was gone. I'm back, but
that last guy was
it's so flat out there, dude. Check it out. It's weird.
Yeah,
I'm in Arizona. It's flat as shit, dude. I got my P1000 out here. I haven't got it out yet. I got a new freaking tripod too. I got to get the hell out there. If I can just get caught up on coffee orders, I'm gonna get out and do it and figure out actually how to share a video.
Stop ordering coffee, people. Just stop.
Wait, is Flat Earth dude like a little bit famous? Like, are you a little bit famous? Like, have you been featured?
Not even famous.
Been
Not famous.
around the block though.
Been around.
Like,
I'm kind of famous. My name's at the end of my lunch break guy. Yeah, I'm kind of famous, little tiny bit.
Paraplegic.
That's funny.
I think we need to vote Elon Musk as chief science officer because I think we're about to hit an exponential. We're about to hit an exponential, a ramp where computers are gonna fucking save everybody.
Oh Lord, dude! Hey, look, if they can put a chip in that will send. They always said they're going to do this like 20 years ago. It's just like them going back to the moon. We'll make a chip that can bounce the brain waves down to your feet and tell them what to do. I don't know about all that.
That sounds crazy, bro.
They're a bunch of liars, aren't they? For funding.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, they do. Like, dude, what was that one year? They were like, yeah, that guy got $800,000. Like, he knew one of these professors in some school. He got $800,000. The one congressman, like he was his buddy or something. and he gave him $800,000, and they had that little shrimp on the treadmill. I don't know if you remember that. That was like in the Congress. They're like, this is the kind of shit they're wasting the money on. They granted him $800,000, and he like watched this little shrimp on a treadmill, and like, what the frick are you gonna learn from this little shrimp running on a treadmill? It's it's kind of like just
I'm
silly
the guy,
nonsense, right?
I'm the guy that like really wants to know what they were up to though. Like I really want to know what that shrimp was doing. Like
Sorry, I'll do the baby.
Well,
I
you can
really
make
want to know what.
$800,000 doing it.
Well,
right?
Maybe it was important. Maybe that shrimp
Maybe
had a
it's important. Who
fucking
knows?
mission. Every shrimp has a life. Flat Earth, dude. What's
Yeah, put the shrimp on the treadmill. Check it out. Wow, ain't that cool? Oh shit!
Have a
He got
shrimp on a
tired.
Barbie, shrimp
He
on a
got
treadmill.
tired and took a nap at fucking 2:30. Man, interesting.
what's that?
right?
What's that tool called? Where you fucking measure it? Like
The shrimp took a shit at 2:47. Yeah, okay, got that.
You think
Yeah,
they ate that shrimp afterwards? You think they cried about it?
Fuck, they can write this.
Dude, think about it. It's just nonsense. Like how many times have you heard about California? Like California used to grow all the food in America, dude. Like hardly.
Hey, we're still growing a lot of it, dude. Don't get.
They grow a lot, but dude,
dude.
the San Juan, was it the San Juan River Valley? Was that
San
what it
Juan
was?
King.
Like the other side of the mountains?
San Juan King Valley.
Okay, so that thing, man, they
Fucking
used to
huge, man.
put out the
Flat Earth.
freaking
Rivers
produce,
running through it.
all the
yeah,
good shit.
Mountains on both sides. Yeah, it's amazing fucking valley, bro. It's
Wait,
incredible.
Didn't they kind of cut back like the water consumption or some shit? They're like, oh, we got to save the freaking little whatever fish.
Yeah, the little fish
from the
little
we can't dam up anything now.
No,
I don't know. You can
I don't
dam
know,
some shit.
dude.
You can make fish ladders. Fish ladders work great.
Shit, I don't know, man. All I know is that we're growing a shitload of food in California out here, man. Every year, all year, 24/7, 365, man. They're growing.
Wait, Flat Earth, dude. Like, so you guys produce. You're the heart and the soul of the vegetables. Like, what do you think of your elected? Like, are they doing what they need to be doing?
No,
It looks good.
not even
man. I mean, I know a lot of. I meet a lot of the farmers at the farmers market. Talk to them, man.
We could put so much more to work. The thing is, we're probably getting undercut by like what, Brazil?
Well, because
You know,
we need
like-
you guys. Like we need the vegetable production. Like out here we got wheat. I'm in the middle of the United States. I'm in Oklahoma. We got wheat. We got cows. Like we give you the fucking cows. Like we need some reciprocity. So we need
reciprocity.
Yeah, we need we need the fruit. We need the fruit.
You know
We
that
need
word reminds me of
We need
Clear
that
and
vitamin
Present
C.
Danger.
We need
the
that
movie
vitamin
Clear and
C.
Present Danger.
Is that the one
Reciprocity.
Is that the one where fucking Harrison Ford got sucked out of an airplane and was like, "I'm the president"?
No, it's Clear and Present Danger. It's why I brought that up.
He wasn't the guy
Han
that
Solo. It's Han Solo.
Yeah.
And
He
it's
says, "Get off my
and it's the one
plane."
guy. It's the one guy. No, that's the president. That's Air Force One.
All
So this is
Get
the
off
one where
my
the
plane.
guy from Blood, the Mexican that plays in every Mexican movie ever. He
with
plays the one kid. The
facial
one kid
scars
that
and
doesn't.
shit?
The one, no, not Danny Trejo and not Edward James. Almost, you're thinking of two guys with the most worst facial scarring ever.
That was who
This is the little kid, the young kid that plays in Blood In and Blood Out, and he also plays in Training Day. The one that goes, I got my shit pushed in. I got my shit pushed in. Well, that kid, kid. He's in. So he's the one guy that doesn't get all blown up by the jungle guys when what's his name? The guy that played this is hilarious the way I say all this. The guy that played the Joker, is the Joker? What was the guy in the Spider-Man movies? Who's the guy with throws the pumpkin balls?
on the jetpack, the jet sled.
Dufault.
Yeah, William Dafoe plays the guy. He says, "Turn it back on. Turn that link back on, so that we can fight the cocaine guys." You know, that kind of thing. It was about the war against the cocaine cartels.
Right.
That's what basically what it was about. You know, Jack Ryan, which that's actually a pretty good series on Netflix too. It's not bad. Not bad.
Ryan?
Can I go flat Earth on you guys real quick?
Yeah. Forget this stupid movie crap, dude. It's all nonsense
No,
anyway.
it has to do with movies, bro. Has
All right.
anybody seen the new movie called "Fly Me to the Moon"?
Oh, I gotta see it, dude. I heard about it. Is it good?
I thought that was a show.
No,
Dude,
it's a
I
movie.
just watched a little bit of the first one that was like what in 1975 or something. You know, the whatever one. What the hell was that called? Something one.
Oh, Capricorn one.
Yeah, Capricorn one. Well, Capricorn one. Actually, people are like, "Oh, it's the one about the moon landing was fake." But you know what? They were supposed to go to Mars in that one.
It's the Mars
I
landing.
watched it. Yeah, they were supposed to go to Mars, and like right before they take off, they're like, "Get out of the thing." They're like, "What are you talking about?" And then they're like, "Get out, come with me. It's important."
Come with us. Sit down in the office here, man.
So this is a 2024 movie starring fucking what's his face? Like a real famous actor, right?
Yeah. Lots of them in there. Lots of real actors in there.
Isn't it like what's her name? What's the girl's name?
That looks like
she's dude. There's another movie about her. I think, isn't there?
Let me show you what I was working with, and let me show
like
you
a movie about Scarlett Johansson just came out too. I think.
So none of you, nobody's seen.
I didn't see
any
it.
movie that
I'm gonna
Scarlett
go try to watch
Johansson
it.
is gonna be
Nobody's
good.
seen the movie yet.
So look in the
No,
voice
but
chat.
Scarlett Johansson is a movie. There is a movie about her coming up to stardom. I think.
Have you seen that movie where she's like an alien?
Oh, where she's fucking naked the entire movie? Yeah, that's a really good movie.
She's like an alien, right? And she like gets into cars with other dudes and just like kills them and shit.
I want people to respect my Scarlett Johansson radar, by the way. Like, in the text chat, I posted the picture of, like, my first interaction with Fly Me to the Moon, and I identified Scarlett Johansson by this, like 45 by 45 pixel fucking picture. Like,
I thought you were gonna start talking about her gait, the gait and the way she walks, and she's a dude. I thought that's what you were going for.
Oh no!
I've heard people go on and on about that kind of stuff.
Dude,
she's hot. She's hot.
No, Scarlett Johansson has been my one and only someone since what was that
What about
Japanese
Lucy?
movie?
As Lucy, though, she did a great job as Lucy.
That was a better movie.
Lucy.
That was a cool movie, man. That was a tricky fucking movie, bro.
That was a better movie.
I still have nightmares about that movie.
FED. I'm willing to bet. I haven't seen the movie, but I'm willing to bet that "Fly Me to the Moon" thing. Tell me if I'm wrong. That they opened with Frank Sinatra.
Oh, it's got to be a Frank Sinatra. I haven't seen it. I just
everyone knows the "Fly Me to the Moon" piece, you know.
I don't know why I thought of Eon Flux. I thought of Eon Flux when you said Scarlett Johansson, but that was Charlize Theron, wasn't it?
Charlize
The
Theron.
Eon Flux.
Yeah, she is.
That was crazy. I remember that. Remember that cartoon came out on MTV? Flair, dude.
I saw Aeon
Holy
Flux
crap.
in theaters, man. That was
the cartoon was insane.
Wait, it was good?
The cartoon, it used to be on dude, it was like a late night MTV cartoons or something.
The movie
Eon Flux.
The movie.
It was a cartoon.
The movie
it was like one of the first kind of anime kind of hardcore. Unless I'm crazy, I think Eon Flux was a cartoon. Maybe it was something else before it was this
but it was back. It
I
had
remember
to be in
Eon Flux. I just
2000s
never
or
watched
something.
it.
There
I
was
remember
probably some meta involved because the movie wasn't that great. I saw it in theaters, and I'm not gonna lie, that was the first movie I ever fell asleep in. And it
Eon
wasn't
Flux.
it was boring. It's because I thought the acting was shit, and I was just like, I'm done. I gave up on it.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't do the cartoon or whatever you want to call what
But
I was
they
just
made a
talking
movie,
about.
right? They made a movie of Eon Flux.
Right. It was Charlie's Theron, if I'm not mistaken, but
They
it
they
wasn't the greatest. It was
they
all right.
they cast it wrong. They cast it wrong. Casting is so
Yeah,
important
you could have
when it
done
comes.
NASA
Scarlett
casting.
Johansson
What do you guys
or
think of NASA's casting?
Well, it
what
doesn't
is it?
even have
NASA kicks ass at casting.
so Anflux. They chose Charlie Theron,
I'm trying to
and
steer you back to topic, but that's all right.
and Charlie Theron had just done that movie with Will Smith, the golfing movie, the movie about fucking golf. So he had
Wait,
done.
what was? I remember she was big in what was it? Cider House Rules or something.
Are you really gonna go from Cider House Rules to Aeon
I
Flux?
don't know, dude. I have no idea.
My
Was
deal
that
is,
was that a movie from her?
I mean, maybe, but like, from my
Pretty sure
knowledge,
it was.
she went
I
from
remember some weird stuff, man. I got
she went
weird stuff. We do try to need to bring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
we can bring
man,
it back right now. We can bring it back right now.
you guys, have you seen a lot of the NASA movies, like the ISS live footage?
Yo, what I watched
Yeah,
was
I've
So what
seen
do you
that
guys think of?
CGI.
What do you
Great
think of
CGI work.
NASA's actor casting? You think they do a good job there in NASA casting their actors?
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. Like Don Petite. Don Petite. I think his brain might be
Pettit.
petite.
Tom Pettit.
By the
Petite.
way,
Yeah, he's petite too.
I do think that it's interesting that they didn't ever do like they did Apollo 13, right? They never did like Armstrong landing on the moon as a
They never did
movie,
number
right?
one. Yeah.
Because
Wait,
everybody would have noticed how much more real the movie looked than the actual thing. I think that's why they ever did it. That's why they did Apollo 13. You know, they like,
wait,
hey, we're gonna make oxygen scrubbers out of a couple toilet paper rolls
Yeah.
and some freaking like underwear or something. You know, and we'll
Bear
be able to
Police-
breathe for another 3 days. You know, something
Bear
like that.
Police, have you
Yeah.
watched the CNN film about the Apollo 11 landing?
I don't know specifically what you're talking about.
What?
But I did watch a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." Have you ever heard
That's
of
the
that?
best movie ever.
That's a
It's
thing.
pretty
That's
much
definitely
You're a
about
you're a glober. You can't like that. It makes you look, dude. Come on. What do you think of the circular window? If you don't think, if that doesn't wake you right up, why was
Yeah,
it so
never.
important that they faked that they were looking at the ball, the globe, the sphere?
Halfway to the moon. Halfway to the moon.
Why was that so important that they made it look like they were looking at a sphere? If it wasn't to fake the whole freaking sphere, obviously it was to fake the sphere. It's clearly to fake the globe. It can't get any clearer.
Well, I mean,
unless you want to say that, oh, that was a whole psyop to
no,
make flat earthers think it was really not a globe 20 zillion years later.
I'm not going to suggest like psyops. I just think that with great claims, we require great evidence, right? Like that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
So every time we break down each one of these things, like we need to talk about every element. So like we get into trouble when we just say, oh, the window didn't look the way that I expected the window to look, and oftentimes,
Dude, they added in the Terminator line. They added in the Terminator line. Come on, bro.
Hold on. When you said they added in the Terminator
Yeah,
line,
and they said the camera was mounted flat to the window. And
Hold
then
on.
the hand goes between it and the window where there wasn't room for anything.
Hold on.
So
When
they
you
were
say
busted.
this is a big claim. This is a big claim when you say they added in the Terminator line. Like, because that could, I mean, yeah, presumably you're saying something very significant. Like,
Yeah, they had to
Oh,
make it
it's
look like
serious
it was
shit.
shaded to make it look spherical.
Absolutely serious shit right there, man.
No, I'm not doubting him. Like, I would just need to see, like.
You got to go watch the documentary. It's called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." You can find it everywhere, man. A fucking BitChute or somewhere. You can find
it's
it,
all
bro.
over the place.
Just get busy. Go watch it and then come back and talk about it.
Yeah, it really is.
They faked the shit out of
It's
that moon
a
landing.
yeah,
It's
it's a
pretty
very
good.
good piece of
Pretty good
information
evidence.
if you really want to know what's up.
Lots of evidence. They faked the shit out of that moon landing.
Yeah. Dude, and the thing is, like, you could literally be high up. You could be high up in a bathysphere. In a bathysphere, like just like Captain Prickard, right?
Yeah, you could be up in a balloon, just like
Yep. Right.
yeah, just
Taking pictures, right?
like Red Bull John.
Going around the, if you want to call it a dinner plate for that, for the just for an example,
keeping it simple.
intensive purposes. Yeah, you know, if NASA's space program is all taking place on the rim Antarctica, and they just launch balloons and they go round and round they go. You know, like that
Round and round
is
they go.
that's a good reason to, like,
Do you remember
a great way to funnel money, isn't it?
Richard
Oh my
Branson
gosh, this
was going to
guy's
be
here
like
again.
Richard
Gave him
Branson
some
was
money
going to
the
be
other
the
day.
first hot air balloon around the world. Or
He's
balloon.
alright. He's a good guy. Yeah, yeah. They should do that.
All right,
They should actually be doing something real.
I'm live streaming right now.
What
Well,
are you
I'm not like
streaming now?
Okay.
I'm streaming some ISS. This is an ISS tour. You guys want volume on or off?
I've seen the ISS tour. I've seen that footage. I know exactly what it is. Yeah, I've seen that years ago, man.
I tried
6 years ago.
Yeah. I can put the
Good
volume
nice.
on if anyone's interested in that, and I can
Yeah,
skip
not really.
ahead. I want to look at this, and I want to just like.
You can check it out, man.
I'm not looking for proofs. I'm not looking
I'm just
for.
hanging out for like 15 more minutes. I gotta go to bed, man. But
No, flat out, dude. Like,
I
I'm
don't
with
wanna
you.
watch it.
I'm not looking for proofs. I'm not looking for anything
I know.
that.
Dude, my favorite ISS tour was the one of the bathroom of the ISS and how to use the bathroom.
Oh.
What I'm talking about.
Favorite issues, bro. That was the most epic.
I think the exercise machine is pretty laughable. You know,
exercise
like the
machine is
nonsense
pretty good.
they come up with.
I like the exercise.
What I'm talking about is most of this seems kind
My
of like
favorite.
it's actually happening.
Yeah, it probably is. That's where it happens. It happens. The way they make it look good is they combine, they meld the two between harnesses and the ISS mocked up inside of the ISS on a 747 Vomit Comet of sorts, or any kind of plane, where they dive and they show them like going down the little tube, and they're really weightless, so it makes for really good shots, but they can't do them for more than what? I think it's like 60 to 90 seconds. The dives, before they have to come back up.
Yeah, but this is an hour of unedited footage, so we're talking about 60 to 90 seconds, where the Vomit Comet is definitely a thing. But we can go outside like these videos. Like, what are the greater problems with low Earth orbit? Like, are there any problems with low Earth orbit that like we should be addressing?
Yeah,
Well,
like
I
us
mean,
not caring how it's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
well,
Oh,
actually, if you went around it, like a dinner plate, then you'd know that it wasn't a globe. I don't know. And plus, low Earth orbit, I don't think that's really space anyway. You'd just be like kind of up there with your whatever they fake crap with, whatever kind of
Yeah.
sky tech's up
Hey,
there.
Bear.
It could be.
Well, I mean, I have a video playing, and
I'm not
like,
watching. I'm not watching it, but I did want to bring up one real quick thing, man. Do you know there's spiders that can shoot their webs out and fly like up to like
Ballooning.
30,000
They call it
feet?
ballooning, even though it's not a balloon; it's just a tether. But it's cool.
Tether, these lines of spider silk, whatever it is, they throw it out and they catch the wind, man, and they go
Do
up
they
like 30.
find them that high?
Yeah, they find them
30,000
like
feet.
at 30,000 feet, dude.
Dude, spiders are
Fucking
going higher than
crazy.
astronauts. Spider knots. They're higher than the real astronauts.
I think spiders do.
It's an amazing electromagnetic phenomenon that needs to be talked about a little bit more, I think.
No, I think we definitely need to talk about spiders. Spiders more.
Flying spiders, exactly. Flying ones that fly like 30,000 feet.
The ones that fly and the ones that like cut down on your fucking fruit fly population. Like spiders are, in my
I don't like
opinion,
fruit flies.
Spiders, in my opinion,
That's what NASA should work on, the fruit fly problem. That's something they could actually do. Instead of just stealing money.
Spiders and bees, if they went out, we would die. Like I think.
Exactly.
I think.
Yeah, we're gonna be
I'm not like a biologist, but like I kind of feel like if spiders, if you Thanos snapped like spiders and bees, like we'd be next.
Take one month's worth of NASA's budget and fix the
it's like 10 billion.
The bee problem. Help out the bees, man. Like that would help out humans.
Give $10 billion.
It's way better than just basically. I think NASA's just like it's a money laundering scam, is what I think mostly.
Are you watching this video?
I have a speculation.
Sunday.
The spiders are flying up.
No, I'm just kidding.
But the spiders there.
Yeah.
Do they call them flyders?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
We'll be here all
Flider
week.
not.
Make sure you
Tip
tip
your
your
waitresses. Yo,
tip your waitress.
Bada bing.
Bada bing. Bada boom.
For all we know, we found the intermediary species in the series of evolutions between flies and spiders.
Oh yeah, Jeff Goldblum. Yep, Jeff Goldblum for sure.
Yeah. So I gotta give in my parting thoughts because it seems like there's some people that want to go to bed. Who are you voting for? It's gonna be Trump,
I gotta go too. Oh, good lord! If I thought my vote counted, yeah, I'd vote for him because he's funnier than Biden. But
he's funnier.
I just think
he's got the record, and he isn't like paying.
He's greasy, dirty. He's greasy, dirty, just like all of them. You don't get on the ballot. You don't get on the ballot unless you play ball.
You guys know Biden dropped out, right? He's not running.
Yeah, we know that, man. Yeah, we got.
Wait, is he still alive?
Is he still alive?
Does anyone have?
Technically, he is not allowed to give the money to Kamala legally. They can win that, but they don't think they can win it quick enough to make a difference. But
like
technically, they're supposed to give all the money back. If the person that you donated to doesn't run, you have to give it all back.
So Kamala probably deserves all the money because of her appointment.
They should give it back, and the people that gave it to him actually have a legal.
Are you trying to say that those 14 million voters actually have a say in where their money goes?
Well, I'm saying if you said I wanted it to go to Joe Biden and Joe Biden doesn't run, then you can't say, oh well, whoever you think should get it. It doesn't work like that.
So you're saying
At least the way this guy on 5 seconds of some news clip I saw, he explained it that it wasn't legal
Yeah, that's
for
the way I
him
understand
to
it.
just
has to
pass it
go
off.
here or
But
they have
I
to
think
give it all
I
back.
think
They have to
I
give
think
it
that
back, man.
I think the people have spoken, and because of that, all that money should just be funneled into the Harris campaign.
Yeah, well,
The people have
exactly.
spoken.
The
That's
Harris
legal.
campaign.
Well, that is legal.
The people. I mean, you can talk about laws and justice and order.
Oh, they
but
don't care about that.
But the people have spoken, and
Hey,
Kamala
James,
Harris,
have a good night, all right? I think his name's James.
Good night,
I'm
James.
saying,
See you later,
saying good night to
Playboy.
the homeless guy at the post office. Yeah, I had him help me. Yeah, James. I think he's homeless or something. I had him help me with my 2 big bags of mail. I'm like, dude, you want to help me with these bags of mail if you ain't doing nothing? Put my brights on. Okay, sweetie. Anyway, yeah, he helped me. Yep. I gave him some change. I told him, I said, I don't even have any ones on me, dude, but you can have some change. Well, honey, he's kind of freaking like very quiet. He's freaking homeless. I think he might be a meth addict. So, you know,
Bear, you're in
you might have to
Cali,
ask
right?
him.
You're a Cali.
Blowjobs.
Oh,
Bear,
sorry, man.
Bear, you're in Cali, right?
No, I'm in Arizona at the moment. I'm in
What's up,
Arizona.
Flat Earth dude? Flat Earth dude leave?
I think Arizona.
Hey, what's up, man?
Is the
What's up,
place
my
to
brother? What's
be.
up, James?
How's it been going tonight? What are we talking about here?
We have not been geniuses tonight. Thank
No,
God.
we
for
have
No, we've been
definitely
mumbling
not
about
been
just
Jesus
completely
tonight.
worthless nonsense.
Oh, fucking retard.
Movies.
Movies
Yeah.
and
I'm down with
The
that.
only thing
I'm down
good we
with that.
talked about was a
Really
funny thing
stupid,
that
man.
happened on the way to the moon. We talked
Funny-
about my rotting femoral heads, which isn't really interesting. It's quite scary,
spinal cord
but
separations.
yeah.
Little things. We've been covering some
Yeah.
stuff that, you know.
Are we trading
It all
recipes
takes
tonight, or?
place on a flat, non-rotating spin. What was that?
Yeah.
I'm
all the
live
things
streaming.
all the things on the downtrend of somebody being threatened to be deleted. You
What
know,
was that noise?
He threatened to kill me, and he has no way to like go on that threat. But so
crazy.
there was some private conversations that I had with so full disclosure, what he did was unacceptable. It's not acceptable on this channel. It's not acceptable on this server. He has been removed, and hopefully that's.
Hey,
He
did he do?
did apologize though. He's a little bit, he's
What
like
did he
probably
do?
didn't really mean to say it, but
Yeah,
he shouldn't have
there's
said
a
it,
lot of-
obviously.
I
But
gotta
you
bring
know,
something up, man. Fuck this. I want to bring
I
something
don't
up.
think he's a bad dude. I don't think he's a bad dude.
Get off. Whatever.
not a
whatever
man.
happened. I know Dan for years, man.
Oh, here we go. That's my.
the man.
I
I don't
got
wanna
a
talk
feeling.
about it, man.
I got a
wanna
feeling.
Move on, man. Just move on.
Okay, cool.
So, do you guys know there was a ritual today in Paris? You guys anybody catch that?
I want to hear about it.
The
Yeah, I
bearded
did.
lady
The
shit.
Olympics.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Is that that
The
blue shit
Olympics.
that everyone's posting all over
Hey,
Twitter?
guess what, man? They did this big giant ceremony, right? And they fucking marched all these people through the city and then boats and all kinds of crazy shit. And they went and they carried the flag they just fucking up this ramp, and the trippy fucking weirdo was carrying it.
Coming up.
But they hung the fucking flag upside down, man.
No,
No shit. The American flag.
No, of
the
course it
Olympic
wasn't the
flag.
American
Oh shit! I got a T-vote. I'm gonna watch that.
Upside down, bro. Check it
That's
out.
unbelievable, bro. That is
Hold on.
unbelievable.
Wait, they
Question.
put up the American flag?
No, the Olympic
Upside-
flag, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
Oh, the Olympic flag.
Yo.
They hung it upside
Well,
down.
that's still fucked up, though. What? So, what are you saying?
All right,
Yeah, it is.
let me stop my stream.
Do you guys know that flags that hung upside down is distress?
Yes, in distress. Yep.
wait, did that happen? They really put the
It
Olympic
really
flag
did, man.
upside down?
I swear to God, man. I swear to God, it really happened.
Oh man, that is literally like that castle movie. Damn it, that is
Yeah.
distress.
Hold on.
Right.
The last castle. Don't get me started on movies.
Be
This is
careful
terrible. Why
with
am I
the
always bringing up?
Olympics this year, man. Might be
Yeah.
some shit going
Flat
down.
Earth?
Dude,
Flat Earth
well,
dude?
wait. Who is in distress? Is this it right here?
The Olympics is in distress, man.
Yeah, apparently it's upside down. Either that or wait, are they in Australia? Wait a minute. Are we just? Are they in Australia? Hold on. Oh, they're in
No,
France. That's right.
they're
Ah,
in
well,
France.
you're
Dude,
scaring me
Flat
for a
Earth
minute
dude.
there.
Good manga.
Thought it might
Don't
have
you
been right
bring
side
that
up.
twisted upside down shit in for me. I had
Andy
no part of it,
Podal,
and it was
are you
not
sure?
done for me.
You sure they didn't
right.
film the France Olympics in Australia?
Hold on. Everybody, breaking news. He is right.
Hey, you got a giant ritual going through a major city like Paris, and then they hang this flag upside down at the end of all this fucking hoopla and shit, fucking billions of dollars spent, fucking yeah, it's crazy.
I'm just fact checking. He is
Lighting the
Flat
fuck
Earth dude
out of
is
there.
fucking right. They hung it
Yes, of
upside
course
down.
he's right. Of
Hung
course
it
he's right.
upside
I
Wait,
don't
what do
need
you
to
mean?
look
Of course
into it.
he's right.
Flat Earth dude has never said anything here that hasn't been
Crit,
backed
is that
up like
you?
that.
Crit, is that you?
I'm pretty
No.
clear.
Oh, you sound
He's got a good track record.
No,
Hey, you remember the Chinese? All the stuff with the Chinese opening ceremony. Have y'all ever gone down that
Do
rabbit
you
hole?
remember that? Do you remember the beds?
No,
Do you
that
remember
was
the
that
beds?
was London. That was London.
Oh, that was London. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Chinese
Well,
would-
yeah,
was
well that
creepy
one
too.
too, actually.
That was creepy too.
The
was
Chinese would like put like who are the
London,
Chinese like against like their
Olympics.
fucking lay population? They would make them be like the fucking beds. Like it was some fucking London shit where they made the paper beds.
They still have them. They've continued the cardboard beds for the athletes.
Yeah,
Bed knobs and broomsticks,
Cardboard
man.
beds.
Everybody knows that like the Beijing Olympics, they weren't doing some fucking paper bed shit.
The beginning of the
Beijing
ceremony.
But you know.
Dude, and they made sure it didn't rain for that. Remember that? It like rains a lot in China, apparently.
Hey, guess what? Hey, Bear,
didn't
today
do any
on
of
their
that.
ceremony today, it rained the whole way, man. It rained the
Whoa.
So if you
They're
want to get
freaking they didn't bother with the chemtrails, little
No.
dum dums.
They fucking it's poured rain all day.
Oh my god.
Fuck off,
if you
man.
want to get anything out of the closing ceremony, watch Celine Dion like
That's
do
the
her
opening
final-
ceremony. It's called
No,
the
that-
opening. That was
you're right,
today.
you're
the
right.
opening. It was-
You're right.
See Celine Dion. I'll watch Kentucky freaking Derby, you know.
No, you'll watch fucking Titanic, mate.
She looks like a damn horse. She looks like a damn horse.
Hey,
Why the long
give her a
face?
break, she's dying.
Listen,
Oh, really? Is
Yeah,
she?
she's dying. She did a very good job at the end, and the light show at the end was very good.
Dying?
The entire ceremony was
Oh,
fucking
she's got cancer?
No.
That's sad.
She has a muscular
dig this.
disorder.
Hey, Bear, dig this, man. She has stiff person's disease.
Oh gosh, dude.
You know what that is?
I don't know. It's about the odds of her getting what are the odds that Lou Gehrig's got Lou Gehrig's disease?
What
are the odds, dude?
I got stiff person's disease right now listening to you beautiful fellows.
Dude, how about Epstein-Barr syndrome? That's a disease where you want to stay in bed all day. You just want to stay in bed all day. It's called Epstein-Barr's.
I don't think we have
I'm like,
that.
I've got that.
Person's disease.
I've got that.
Is that like those fainting goats where you scare the shit out of them and they go rock
Oh
hard
my
and they fall over?
god!
I think actually yes. I think
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh!
Somebody help me out.
So
Right. I know what's wrong with it.
It's
There's something weird, man, with their fucking ritual today, man. Made everybody fucking crazy. I don't know what's going on, man. Fucking
Every Olympics, man. Every Olympics is always weird on the ceremonies. It's always a rabbit hole.
yeah, it's super weird. They fuck something up. It goes wrong. Yeah, I get it, but anyway.
All right.
And
What do
at
you
the
guys
end
think?
of the day, the Earth is still round.
what'd you guys think?
Down like a pizza, bitches.
You think
You guys are talking about the fucking Olympics. This is the Flat Earth channel. What are you guys doing?
We're doing
the Olympics are the most fucking
What else
important
do you
thing
do
going on
fucking
right now.
No.
man? Pizza
That's
Earth.
a ceremony that exposes
It's totally
it all.
wrong.
Don't you know?
It
Oh shit!
exposes what all?
They had some
The
super
deep state.
cock fucking.
You know what I mean?
The
No.
entire world is doing something right now. We should all pay attention.
Whoa, the world is doing stuff. Whoa.
We should take a
Whoa,
break
bro.
from
Easy, cowboy.
everything that's been going on. We should take a fucking break.
Doesn't
Take
hurt.
a break.
Is the Earth
Relax.
flat or round?
Have you ever seen the dollar bill, dude? The back of a dollar bill?
Yeah, I guess the rest of it doesn't
both,
fucking matter.
man.
Oh, you don't even have an answer to that. Is this the Flat Earth channel?
Dude, are you
Oh,
coming
we
in
gonna
here?
troll. We're gonna troll. Okay.
Nobody's trolling. You guys are missing the plot, dude. You guys are talking about the Olympics. What am I, gay?
Yeah. What's the problem with talking about the Olympics? It's a big thing
Yeah,
right now.
it's not Olympic
Oh,
spheres.
what?
It's Olympic circles.
Now that was a professional comedic joke right there, man. That was pro.
No. So, flat earthers, globe earthers, we can recognize the fucking Olympics. It's okay. It's okay.
Dude, people go like drive their car.
No, this is combat. This is either you're a flat earther or you're a round earther, dude. And
Yeah,
I'm not gonna sit here and fucking listen to your bullshit.
And also, we need to figure it out tonight. We need to figure out whether or not the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe tonight.
Yes, we do.
Well, it's flat.
Nah, we already know. We know there's no drop over distance, no measurable.
It sounds made
It
up.
doesn't
You're
happen.
gay. Those are gay facts. What are you talking about?
I've been from California to Maryland to Washington State and back to Maryland, and there's no freaking curvature.
What does that even mean?
That space is gay.
You drove across the country, now you know what the shape of the Earth is? What are you, gay?
No, I just know what it is from freaking Washington to Maryland and Arizona to Maryland.
No, you don't.
Yeah, but Washington's
I've
not
flown
a
over
state.
it. I've driven from Washington.
I drove 1,000
Maryland
miles.
to Maryland to Utah probably
fucking queer,
at least 10 times.
Hey,
oh, yeah, I drove a long distance 10 times.
Fuck, it's this Mongo's problem. What the hell's going on here?
That doesn't
All right,
Definitely
someone go
flat.
for it.
It's definitely flat.
Yeah,
I got to the ocean and it was sea
Oh,
level. It was sea
All right.
level. It was the same level as the Atlantic Ocean. So
All right. Yeah. Can of
What
worms.
does that even mean?
Can of worms has been open. Deofus, what do you got? You have what would you say?
Would you mind pronouncing my name correctly? You fucking... Oh, shit.
Your name is dumb. If you have a complaint, it's your own fucking problem.
Yeah.
Somebody
with your
change
name-
this guy's
all
name.
right. How about this? Yeah, with your name, I'll pronounce it as stupid as it's written. So fuck you. All right. So how about this? What do you got? So how about this? So you came in here disturbing the little shenanigans that we got going on because this is a Friday night, right?
Chilling.
By the way, most of the people on this channel, Doofus, are globe earthers.
Yeah, that's true.
Who cares?
Globe earthers in here.
So how about this?
I think you're fucking retarded. No matter what.
We're retarded.
All right, Doofus. Okay, I'm a retard, right? I'm a retard,
Yes,
right?
you're a
And you come to
retard,
me-
yes.
Yeah, I'm a retard, and you come to me and you say, "Hey, the Earth is actually a globe." Okay, what would you say to actually try and convince somebody of such a thing who doesn't know any better?
I wouldn't say anything. I don't think the Earth is a globe.
Oh, so
you
you have
don't.
no business in
Yes,
this
that's
fucking
what we're
channel.
trying to. He just came on here talking all that jazz.
Is that a man
Yeah,
or a
dude.
woman?
I'm just talking in a high pitched voice, dude. Is your penis curved or is it
It
straight?
doesn't move. I've
Are
never
you
seen it
300
spin.
pounds or are you fat?
Yeah, I'm about mid. I'm about halfway between.
Dude, I'm
300
fat as a
pounds,
house
yeah,
if you're asking me.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
have to just listening to you
I
guys.
prefer girthy. I just prefer.
Oh man, why are there so many fat retards in here? That's weird.
Why? Well, you're here. So what's that make you, bro? Come on.
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
a
talking
fat
about yourself,
retard.
bro.
Look, I'm a normal sized smart person. Okay.
Smart
He's a
person.
normal
What have you done to
Oh.
demonstrate that you're a smart person?
We got a smart person up in the
I would
house.
have to demonstrate
He's
that.
better than us, guys. He's better
Let's do
than
an
us.
IQ test. Let's do a side by side
Oh
IQ.
yeah, let's do an IQ test.
Wait.
What's your IQ? What's your IQ?
Miggy, man.
How much money
higher
did
than
you
his, I don't
waste
know.
on college?
No. What's your
How
IQ?
much money did you waste on college?
Yeah,
Is
Doofus, tell us
that? Are you
everything
actually
you know about your
correlating
IQ.
college with IQ? That's
No,
weird.
Doofus, tell us
No, I'm
everything
just
you know
I'm
about your
correlating
IQ.
college with
Whoa, you
stupidity.
guys are freaking out.
No, tell us everything you know about your IQ.
Well, I don't know. I've never taken an IQ test, so I'm sure.
No, I didn't ask about
Exactly, because you're not smart enough.
No, tell us
Well, let's
everything.
just take
You're
one
not
right
smart
now.
enough to take one.
You
That's
can pick
why.
Because you're
one.
not
And
smart
we'll take it
enough.
side by
Oh
side.
my lord.
Wait, Doofus.
I'm offering to take one with you right now.
Doofus, who you voting for in
Okay, I'll take
November?
one. Let's take one.
You pick the one, and I'll fucking share my
Okay,
shit. My
so
screen.
right now you got to get down on your knees and close your eyes
Yeah.
and open your mouth.
Isn't this tragic?
And
dude?
tell me
You guys-
if there's curvature
Like
or,
you guys
or
don't even
flatness.
want to
Guys,
take it with me.
No, Doofus, just open your mouth.
Come on. Stop
And
it.
just let it happen, dude.
Doofus, just take it.
This homosexual shit is very bizarre to me.
Doofus,
It's
just
very
let it happen.
gross.
Doofus,
You came in here disrupting. You came in here disrupting.
let it happen to you.
That's all right.
Let it happen to you.
Guys, quit with the big dick contest. All right.
Fuck
Stop
this.
it.
Yeah.
Get some.
Come on. Stop it.
Get some help.
Yeah,
Doofus,
they already
so-
forfeited. They don't even want to take an IQ test.
Yeah,
They're just like,
right.
oh, suck
Doofus.
my dick or something.
Doofus.
That's not
So,
even a Glober, dude.
What
What
is
the fuck are we talking to him for?
Doofus, so
Yeah.
Kamala, right?
Doofus, quit with the big dick contest. All right. Let's talk
Really?
about. Let's talk
Is
about
it me
argument.
doing that, or is it
Yeah,
your
and
gay
the IQ
boyfriends?
stuff, man.
Yeah,
Hey, we're all adults here.
All I heard.
Get it
All I
together,
heard
man.
was
Get it
IQ.
together.
Guys, all I heard was IQ test this,
Don't fall for
IQ
his
score
bullshit.
this, that. I don't give a shit. Right? It's a giant,
This guy
it's
don't
a
know
giant
shit.
contest.
All right.
Okay.
That's this guy named Do Ofus.
Let me lay out the facts. Doofus says he is a 100% Kamala Harris supporter in November.
Whatever, man. I don't give a shit. Is he fucking
I don't
flat
either.
earther or not? No.
He is apparently.
If he's a flat earther, man,
that's what
I'm
he said.
leaving flat earth. I swear to God, I'm out of here. If he's a flat earther,
He says he is. Are you?
He don't know the
Answer
first
question.
fucking thing about flat earth, man. He
No,
don't know
he's not a fucking flat earther.
He don't know the first.
Oh, well, get the fuck out. Bring us some evidence then, bro.
He don't know nothing about the globe or the flat earth. He don't know nothing, bro.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked. Right? So if I was just a retard you met on the street trying to convince of your cosmology, what would you present them? Or present me?
And that's when he said he was a flat earther.
Me?
Yes,
yeah,
you.
Doofus.
Yeah.
Doofus.
Look,
No,
dude, I don't know anything about
was
it.
my-
I don't know shit about. I'm not a fucking spaceman, dude.
Wait,
Why don't you guys present your arguments? You fucking
hold
nerd.
on. I
Fucking
think
nerd.
there's
Fucking
like a channel that might be better suited for you. Let me find
Yeah,
it.
I think there's a
You're gonna
channel.
kick me out now.
I think it's
Yeah, you guys are cowards.
wait. How
Cody
so?
Guy.
How so? How
Cody Guy,
so?
why don't you
Well, you're gonna kick me
people
out
who
now.
belong to this channel take
Why
the
don't
lead?
you just talk about your own fucking thoughts on the matter? Okay, so what? Is the Earth flat? You
Yes.
fucking
Yes.
fat retard.
Totally flat.
I think so. Who are you calling fat?
Totally flat. You're probably all fat.
What?
Listen,
Who's
yourself,
a
dude.
retard, man? Who's the,
We said
And you're
flat.
also retarded.
We said flat.
I'm retarded. I'm
It's
retarded.
fat as far as I
Hey,
know.
Doofus, are
And
you a doofus?
I work my
Listen
ass
to
off.
you guys.
I'm a doofus. I'm a doofus.
Is the globe fat or not?
That's
And
all
you're
right. You can call
black.
me.
You're also black.
I'm a
Wait,
fat
black?
earther.
Wait,
I'm a
by
fat
the way,
black
Fat
retard.
earther.
by the way,
earther.
there was a
Hey,
beautiful.
hang on. Did I get? Whoa. Hang on. I'm sorry. Did I get that right? Did this guy just call me a black retard?
Yeah, he
did.
got
He
muted
did.
for that. I'm pretty sure.
I actually
None of
sound
that
black.
bullshit.
That's funny.
He got
It
muted.
doesn't matter, dude. Don't be saying stupid
I
shit.
know. No, I'm not insulted. I'm laughing. The guy actually thinks I sound
He's
black.
hilarious,
That's funny.
dude.
I actually kind of thought that Mick was like itself a slur because
Holy
like
shit,
the
that
movie
was funny.
Rocky, but I don't actually.
Sorry,
think
what? Wait,
Like-
I missed that. What'd you say?
Like Mick Like, isn't that like itself like a slur?
No,
Nick?
Nick?
No, not really.
It's not a
It's like an
slur.
Irish person.
Well, it's not a slur. It was it was a typo for my name.
There was an Australian that was
Moving
trying to communicate with me like 30 seconds
Yeah, I
ago.
was trying to tell you to shut the fuck up and let a flat earther talk to the new guy.
My apologies. My apologies, Timbo. My apologies, Timbo.
I didn't
was
mean it
trying-
personally.
Dude, I was trying to do the same thing, man.
I don't
was
take it
trying, bro.
personally, man. I don't take it personally, man. We're all.
I was trying.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Did the guy leave or not?
No, he's still here, man. He's just muted. He's muted.
No,
I can unmute him if you want, but he's an
No.
idiot.
He's done, but I would love to see like what he has to say in the chat.
Yeah, he's not chatting. I don't see him in
Yeah.
the chat.
He knows. He knows.
You're not getting any good conversation out of him.
Not
Right.
one.
No, you're not.
Timbo. Not even
He
close.
came in here. He came in here to fucking stick it to
Troll.
whoever
It's
the
a troll, man.
whoever.
I call it a troll. Everybody calls it a troll. That was a troll, man.
No, he had a grenade and he didn't care who he fucking let it out on. If someone wants to say something, if someone wants to bring in a topic, flat Earth, globe Earth, a topic, they can bring it in. He came in with a grenade.
Well, he didn't know anything about the globe.
And threw at the first black guy. And he threw at the first black guy he thought he saw.
Oh, yeah, that's fucked up, dude. Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I mean, if he wants to tell us, why we're all moving 1.3 million miles per hour through a space vacuum on a spinning rock, then yeah, come on in and tell us.
Fucking
Tell us why we're all right now.
Question. That is
moving.
a legit question.
Why are we all moving right now? You, me, every single person here talking. We're all moving at 1.3 million miles per hour through the Milky Way galaxy through a space vacuum. Tell me why you think that to be true.
Doofus is calling us out in the chat. Just saying.
Wait, that's the muted
Well,
guy?
let him speak. Yeah, let him speak.
He can speak now.
He's off. He's off mute.
Okay, yeah. So why do you think you're moving at 1.3 million? All of us, by the way, at 1.3 million miles per hour through the Milky Way galaxy through a space vacuum on a spinning rock. Why do you believe that? Tell me why you believe that.
Because God made it so.
Does God say that somewhere?
Did you hear what I said? I said because God made it so.
I know, but why do you believe that?
Because God made it so.
I know, but why do you believe that?
Far out, man.
Because I believe in God.
Oh, so do I. But did God say that somewhere?
Why?
Did God say that somewhere?
Say what?
Because I believe in God as much as you do. I promise.
Did
But I haven't
God
seen
say
any-
what somewhere? What the fuck are you trying to ask
that
me?
you're on a spinning ball moving at 1.3 million
Oh my gosh,
miles
that's the
per hour
fucking
through a
most
space
Reddit
vacuum.
shit I've ever heard.
It's not Reddit at all.
What are you asking me?
Why do you believe you're on a spinning rock moving through a space vacuum at these ungodly speeds?
Because
And
God made it so.
No,
Holy fuck! What the?
actually, I'm going to tell you
What's
why you
wrong
believe
with
that.
you, dude?
You believe that because that's what they told you.
Who told me that?
NASA, the powers that be.
No. This is his evidence. How did God make it so? Where is the evidence that God made it
He's
so?
a fucking troll. Red flag him and get on with it.
Your existence is the evidence that God made it so. You fucking dork.
Connect A to B.
Sorry.
How is my existence evidence that God made it so?
That is A to B. Are you fucking retarded?
No, I'm actually practicing on you.
Very interesting.
How did God?
Very interesting.
How did God?
Sorry to interject here, but sorry to interject, but just to keep it, keep it real. Interesting how this comes up after a couple hours of it coming up earlier. This is a classic affirming the consequent, right?
Your mic sucks, bud. Your mic sucks. Nobody can hear what you're saying, stupid.
You can't
My mic
understand me?
sucks. You guys can't hear me?
Yes, your mic
No,
sucks.
I can
We can hear you fine. We can hear you fine now.
Alright,
We can hear you fine now.
All right, maybe this guy's earbuds just have so low range that they can't pick up a wide range.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
yeah, low range.
Very interesting that this guy brings what he set up after a couple hours of us talking about it. This is a classic affirming the consequent fallacy. Right? So anyway, carry on.
No.
Yeah, carry on.
Mick,
Yeah, shut
Mick,
the fuck up, retard.
Mick, could you
What was that?
inform the room?
Hey, what's your problem, bud? You calling me out? What's your problem?
What's your problem,
What do you
bud?
got?
Yeah, you're like, oh, I'm gonna say
Problem.
some stupid shit and then I'm just gonna
Why you
fade
say
away.
stupid shit?
What
So I'm
the
saying
fuck are you
stupid
even
shit.
saying?
God made
I'm, guys,
flip
it's
all back
all right.
together.
It's all right. Guys, it's all right.
Yeah,
That's all right.
go
Stupid
ahead.
shit. It's all right. Okay.
So why you
Stupid
say
shit. What
stupid shit, man?
did I say that's stupid?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
FPD,
Well,
good. It's
it
good.
was like this
FPD,
Coriolis
come on.
gravity thing. I don't know.
FAD, let Mick cook.
Come on. He said stupid shit. What did I say that's stupid?
Everything you said was stupid.
Can you pick one and break it down for me? Because I'm
All of
stupid.
it was stupid.
Okay, so help me out, bro.
Why don't you pick one
one.
that you would like to defend?
Well, you're the one that said it's all stupid, so I'm too stupid to know which one's stupid. So you help me.
Oh man, it's all stupid. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Give your
Are you
argument, Doofus.
So-
Give your
so are
argument.
you-
Portico,
So are you-
shut up.
So are you too stupid to figure out which one's stupid that you can't break it down to a stupid guy?
I honestly can't even remember what you even said, but it was definitely stupid.
Yeah, so fuck you.
So are you gonna reiterate it for me, or are you just like, oh yeah, haha?
Said,
Nah.
"Are you stupid to break it down to a stupid guy?" That's what
You
he
won't
asked.
even
You're too
reiterate
stupid.
your own points. You have nothing interesting to say. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
How about this? Because I'm actually so anti-stupid that I'm going so fast that I don't remember all the things I say.
Oh, so you don't
Right.
remember either. You're just as drunk as me. Oh, good job, dude.
I'm drunk. Okay, so you're an alcoholic. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So are you gonna do anything? Are you gonna say anything,
Are you
dude?
going to present any? Are you going to present any evidence?
About what? What evidence would I have to present?
God made it
Or make
so.
any-
You're
God
so
made it
fucked
so.
up, dude.
Or make any claims?
So you won't.
God made it so.
You refuse
I'm
to
asking
present
you.
your position.
I'm asking you a question. I know my position if you want to hear it, but I want to hear yours.
Man, this is crazy. This guy's retarded.
My position is
Everybody see
Doofus is a fucking retard.
Yeah, I think
Prove me
Doofus
wrong.
is exactly what
Prove me
he
wrong.
proclaims himself to be.
My
Amazing.
evidence that Doofus is a retard is his retarded behavior.
Wow, there's a bunch of gay guys in here who are
And
sucking
God
each
made
other
it
off.
so.
This
And
guy
God
can't
made it
even
so.
present his own positions, and
There
this.
you go. Dickhead.
Shut the fuck up.
So
You fucking clown.
Timbo,
He was
well
going
done.
nowhere.
He
going nowhere.
he asserted and affirming the consequent. He didn't back it up. It was just nonsense.
He doesn't even know what that means. I guarantee.
He doesn't care. He was just trolling.
He was just trolling. God made it so. You know, what's funny is I've asked this before. I said, suppose it were 1 trillion miles per hour. Suppose it were 10 trillion miles per hour. You could tell these people anything, and they'll believe it. Like, that's all. That doesn't matter to them.
Yeah, you've got your
It could be
different
any
types.
speed.
You've got people that actually care about the topic. You got people that don't care either way. They're the ones that say all this stupid shit, and then you've got the kids that clown around that think that they're smart and intelligent. We're going to go and fuck with the dumb flat earthers, and then you just got trolls. I like the ones that are actually interested in the topic.
I don't think you were here earlier, Timbo, for the one that threatened to kill me. He threatened to
Oh,
murder
really?
me.
What
Yeah.
an idiot.
No, he said, if you take that stance, I will find where you are and murder you. Like he straight up said it. And he got
What stance, though? Because you're not a flat earther, though, either.
No. So he was a flat earther, and but he was like new to the situation, and he got he got like server.
Move on.
Hey,
Move on. Anyway, welcome back, everybody.
sounds
We're
like a bunch of
hanging out, talking about some good cool Earth
Upside down.
stuff, man. We got Earth.
Flags.
Check it out. Check out Earth, man. We live here. It's easy to check out, man. It's flat, stationary. Buckle up and hold on, because we're not going anywhere real fast.
It's got trees and water.
Trees and water. Cool
Trees
stuff.
and water.
And waves. I like waves. You guys like waves?
Waves. Nowhere else. You can't go anywhere else.
You gotta buckle up for this ride.
You can only surf on Earth.
Earth is exactly what it presents itself as Earth. If anybody wants
Kenny,
to dispute that,
I told everybody your transatlantic, your Trans-Pacific
sail race. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Check it
Explain
out.
that to everybody really
He
quick.
told
I
everyone
think
you
he's
were
right.
trans.
I'm a trans.
He told everyone you were trans.
I'm a trans.
I told everybody they should go straight from
California
Japan, from the
to Hawaii.
Japanese,
Japan, right.
Japanese to California, not to Hawaii, because they can't do
you're
that
right, man.
because they're going to be like, man, this is taking like 5 extra days. This ain't working out by the
What's
globe,
going
man.
on, bro? Why is Japan so far away from California? What's taking so long? It doesn't work out on the globe, man. It's a major flaw on the globe, man. You guys should check it out, man. I mean, there's no actual trans-Pacific sail race. There is a transatlantic sail race that's been around for 150 years, but the Trans-Pacific Sails Race has been around about 55 years, but it only goes from California to Hawaii. It doesn't go actually across the Pacific Ocean. And that's just my beef with the sail racing committees of the world and the Globers of the world would say, hey, man, if there was a real race like that they did every year, then we would know how long it takes to sail to Japan, and it's way longer than it works out on the globe. That's all I'm saying.
If you're gonna call it the Pacific race, you should go across the Pacific, not halfway.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like it should go all the way.
Do it from the California to Australia.
Yeah, that too. Having that second one.
That too, yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Like that one.
But what's the biggest indictment of all of it? It's only been around for 50 years.
Right.
It's like that in and of itself. Like if you really had two oceans in the way that it's presented, this race would be around forever.
Yeah, it should have been around from day one, bro. Day one. I mean, Columbus would have been like, yeah, let's do the transatlantic sail race, bro. Let's do it.
Yeah, you see that in a lot of different things that I've observed, that only recently do you have these little, like geodetic surveying, for example. It's only been around for, I don't know, but 50, 60 years or something like that. Not a long time, right? They haven't been putting curvature in surveys for a long time. Surveys have been around forever. So, and there's example after example of, within the last 100 years, it's almost like they've created, if I'm going to be conspiratorial, which of course I'm not, I would never be that person. But if I were going to be that person, it's very odd and curious, right? It's very odd and curious that in the last 100 years or less, you have all these things coming out that would be detrimental to the globe argument. That all of a sudden, have shown their faces. Anyway, it's like one of the first questions I always ask is like, how often has this been around? And a lot of times it's, of course you do have to go down the road then, of course, like it was created to cover the quote unquote lie. I don't even know why I'm using air quotes there though, because it is a lie. But
one of my first questions is: do you believe that 9/11 was caused by hijackers with box knives? And that's when I can know what I can talk to them about and what I can't.
See, to me, the litmus test is the Kennedy assassination. That and, frankly, the moon. Really, the Kennedy. If they can't. Well, now I use Epstein. So now I go, do you believe Epstein killed himself? And then if they say yes, so you believe Epstein killed himself while 2 guards fell asleep that were in charge of watching him, and all the cameras went down. You believe that happened, and he hung himself with bedsheets. And so that's that's like my first level grade 1 litmus test. And then, frankly, I've used that in arguments and been like, okay, well, just like in the Epstein case, we'll look at the moon landing. They lost 200,000 tapes, the original tapes of the moon landing. That's kind of like the Epstein situation where they just lost his safe in his New York apartment. It just disappeared. And you can go Google that. Everybody can go Google, did they lose? The FBI lost the safe that was found in the Epstein New York apartment. So I kind of now use Epstein to piggyback off of, because most people generally accept that the Epstein situation is, obviously a conspiracy. But when you start looking deeper into a lot of these things, it trends exactly like the Epstein thing, where there's like too many things you have to look past, too many coincidences. It's like too much. At least that's how I built the
There's so
argument.
many vaginas you gotta look out for.
We talking vaginas?
Yeah, like left and right.
I like them all, yeah. Big ones, short ones, fat ones, and tall ones. That's a way to kill a crowd.
I mean, throughout all the crowded vaginas that you've experienced in your life, what's your favorite?
Me personally, I do tend to like the fat ones. I'll be honest. I can admit that. What about you?
I like the innies.
As opposed to the outies?
Yeah, like an innie vagina, you gotta kind of you gotta use your hands.
Hey, well, the question is, here's the real question. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty brass tacks, right? The real question is, do you like those vaginas on a flat Earth or on a spherical Earth?
No, I think that like I like my vagina spinning. So I prefer on a globe Earth, 'cause that way it's a spinning vagina.
Vagina is traveling at 1.3 million miles per hour through a space vacuum.
Exactly.
Is that how you believe you enjoy your vaginas?
Yep, I like my vagina spinning on the globe.
Okay, well, tell us why you think you're doing that.
No, I'm not saying I'm doing it. I just like my vagina doing it.
We are like that, hypothetically, right? But I'm talking about you and me right now, because obviously we don't have a choice in this matter. So between you and me right now, are we enjoying our vaginas traveling through a space vacuum at 1.3 million miles per hour through the Milky Way galaxy or not?
Keep in mind, he did say his vagina. I did hear that. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, we could just drop the whole vagina thing, make this a real conversation, but I get it. It's Friday, Saturday now.
Dude, it's Friday.
We lose them?
Just chill out, man. Let's not make this serious.
I'm always curious how people, because I found myself, I came into this politics server through Flat Earth, but I have jumped into all these other servers and been booted very quickly. Funny. But may I ask, what's your name here? I can't read it. Braun something. So may I ask you, how did you stumble upon this?
It was opposite for me. Like I used to hang around in the fucking in
What's
the
that?
politics fucking rooms, and then Flat Earth came here.
and then you stumbled into here. How many times have you stumbled
No,
into
I
this discourse?
used to be in the like the flat Earth shit. Like
What happened?
and then like I just fucking and I've always been in a flat Earth shit, but just not in the 24/7 flat Earth shit. Like I've never like I lost
Okay, so
server. It was weird they're coming back here. Like Crit knows. Chris know me from the start, well, at least from the middle.
okay, well, tell us about yourself, man. Let's have a real conversation. I mean, we both obviously like vaginas, whether they're spinning or not. But
Oh, dude, I like spinning vagina, because
okay, we've all established that. Yeah. We all like vaginas. Okay. With that said, what's your position in this matter?
I just find it interesting how I like the
Okay,
debate.
so are you a fence sitter? Is that a fair?
Yeah,
You're a fence sitter. You're not quite sure. So are
absolutely.
you a 50-50 fence? Are you a 50-50 fence sitter, or do you lean one way like 80-20?
I'm a
Where you at?
50-50 fence sitter.
Okay. How long have you been a 50-50 fence sitter?
About
Like, if I would have asked you that question a year ago, what would you have said?
17 years.
Okay, so you kind of almost remain agnostic on. Is that a fair characterization of?
Yeah, man.
Because like 17 years, you're listening to this and you're still not sure one way or the other. And sure is a weird word, but more than 50% one way or the other.
Yeah, man.
That's somebody who's almost apathetic on the issue, as far as I can tell.
I like to say Jamaican on the subject. That's why I say, yeah, man.
Okay, I got you. Okay, well, like for the sake of everybody here, can you tell us like something you struggle with on the flat Earth side that maybe we could address for you?
My biggest struggle is, why is it we can see so far?
From you mean so you say that like from a flat Earth perspective? Like that's
Yeah,
what you would tell somebody who is a globe proponent.
yeah,
How
man.
is it possible that we could see so far?
Yeah, man.
Okay, well, obviously they're gonna tell you there's a thing called refraction that happens. It lifts up the whatever you're seeing that's too far, and it lifts it up in perfect unison with you would expect to see with a flat Earth, but it just so happens to do that. And so they would say that, and that's pretty much. I don't want to call that a hand wave dismissal, but we'll call it a dismissal.
That's bumbleclot, no fucking real talk. You know what I'm saying, blood? I see like the fucking when I look at the fucking sun, I look.
Yeah, and so
You hear me, blood?
and yeah, I do, and I think I know what you're saying. You're saying when you see the sun, you see it as more of a local, if you will, for lack of a better term. You don't believe that ball is, or whatever you think you're seeing is, 93 million miles away, or whatever they say it is.
Fuck that blood clot ball. It's not ball.
Yeah.
It's not ball, blood.
Yeah, it may not be. It may not be. Okay.
Dude,
Yeah. No, I'll
dude,
definitely put.
this is the worst Jamaican. It's the worst Jamaican I've ever heard.
No, man. I can't even fucking
Actually, no. It sounds legit. Actually, it sounds legit.
Is he, dude?
He's
All I
trolling.
can think of Steven Seagal's well, it had Screwface. Screwface was.
Yo, you thought that's legit. That was like the worst Jamaican.
Mark for that. I'm sorry.
I think it was a pretty good Jamaican accent, whether he's faking it or not. I thought it was pretty dead on.
Bro.
Maybe from Jamaica, man.
You sound Jamaican, blood.
That's what they say, bro. They do. They said Jamaica Bloods.
If I
So
were not
I don't
from
know if he's
Jamaica, why would I be wearing this hat?
Hey, whatever your name is, Bryn something. Give us your best Jamaican accent and say, we live on a flat Earth and we all know it. For hypothetical sake.
We live upon this flat earth, bro. We live upon this flat earth.
Come on, dude. Come on. This is your moment. We live upon this flat Earth, blood. We live upon this flat Earth, blood.
You're hurting yourself, mate.
Yeah,
Nah, man,
I'm not
I
believing it
I
anymore.
used to go to fucking I remember like fucking
I was just gonna say, I think he's from like Queens or something.
He's not Jamaican.
I don't know.
I don't
Okay, yeah.
know
Tell
where he's
Where are you
from.
really from, dude?
Tell us really. Tell us. Yeah.
Me, I'm from London.
No, he's probably from like a Hate America, but like not like the specific Hate
No,
America.
I lived in
No,
London.
he's from London. I believe that.
Yeah, but
But
like
hey, that is a pretty good Jamaican accent, as far as I've heard. But
there's a
I'm just
lot of
judging by
Jamaicans
bullshit on
in
the internet.
fucking London, man.
They mumble, yeah. They just mumble shit,
Bro,
and they
I
say
swear
blow.
to God, the best fucking shit is Jamaican patties, man. They're so fucking good.
Jamaican patties
Jamaican patties is like
with maple syrup. Like
no,
what is a fucking Jamaican patty?
it's like a fucking. It's like a pancake. It's not. It's like a. How do I explain to Americans?
It doesn't have beans, right? Because we don't
No,
do
it's just meat.
we don't do fucking beans in America.
No,
Yeah, it's a ground.
no,
It's a
we do
ground beef
beans. We do
pastry.
beans in America, bro. Like
We don't do
You don't
fucking beans
understand
in
how many
America.
fucking Americans are Mexican.
We do a little bit of beans, but
We
like
do a
not.
lot of beans.
We're
Well,
not.
I'm
Hey,
in
listen,
Texas.
bro.
We do a lot
Bro,
of
I tell
beans
you
in
what,
Texas.
you
We
drive
do
Pinto
a
beans,
little
refried beans.
bit of beans, but like not beans on
Bro,
toast.
how many Mexican restaurants are there in America?
Do you fucking Texan your beans on toast?
They're not that type of beans. Yeah, we
No,
got.
I've never done beans
Yeah,
on
I
toast.
roast.
Hell
You
I
don't do
roast
beans on
beans.
toast.
I roast beans all day long. I've freaking sold probably 2 tons of freaking
We do
roasted
like
beans in the past
Mexican
3 years.
beans. We do Mexican beans here all the fucking time.
We don't do beans on toast. Like,
Yeah,
like
we do
the
our
way that
Mexican beans.
the way that we do beans is like fucking
Like
very distinct.
refried beans.
Yeah, we refry them. We fry them twice.
We do them different than England. All right, there's an Atlantic Ocean in between the way that we
No,
do
like we do
beans
baked
and the way
beans.
that
Oh,
they
no doubt
do
about
beans.
that.
But that's the crazy shit. Like we do baked beans, but we do that shit with barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I'm willing to say that
They do it
and
tomato sauce.
I'm over.
England is tomato sauce. In
Well,
America,
tomato
it's
sauce is kind of Well, I know, but a tomato sauce typically, at least from a Texas perspective, is a tomato base. It's like a reddish.
no, it's so different.
All right, Branch.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt about that.
Does an English breakfast have beans in it?
Yes.
That's a problem. That's a fucking problem for me. Like I want.
God.
Dude, have you ever seen an English breakfast? Like all the bullshit that they eat. It's like
Bro,
they'll put.
Have you ever had
like a tomato that's been like thrown on a grill.
Yeah,
They
and
put
I'll
it's
put
ridiculous.
I'll put it
not
on the
satisfying.
side. Like
It's terrible.
All right. You
It's
want
the worst.
to hear a fucking problem? I went and had an American fucking breakfast, like a sampler meal, like a sampler, like the best fucking pick on the menu, and they put a watermelon slice on it, and I pulled it off to the side, and I was like, all right, you can have this back. Like I returned.
That's in England somewhere, or the British
Nah,
is where they did that.
This is in Oklahoma. This is like my.
Oh, well, bro. That's where we sent the Indians, bro. You can't. count whatever comes out of Oklahoma.
I had
No
to
offense
return.
to any Okies, and I'm from
I had,
Texas, so you know it is what it is. But
we're the same, you and me. But I had to return the fucking the watermelon. Like I
okay,
didn't know.
well that's not even.
I didn't
There's
know.
nothing American about.
I agree. I agree. There is nothing American about that watermelon slice on my fucking American breakfast.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that I agree with.
I don't know, bro. Like honestly, after you're done eating all that fucking fatty shit, having a nice bite of watermelon would be good.
No,
I don't disagree. I love watermelon, so I don't disagree. But
no. You want to know why he's wrong? Is because by the time that we are done with all that fatty American shit, there's no room for the watermelon. Like we're done. We're done. We're spent. There's no room for fucking watermelon at the end. We are either pancaked out or waffled out or fucking baconed out like watermelon.
Bacon out, man.
Yes, I agree with
Bacon out.
that. Yeah.
Like I think American fucking breakfast is being baconed out.
Yes, staple is the bacon and
Yeah.
eggs, of course.
Yeah,
bacon and
yeah.
eggs, and then you got to throw the hash browns. Some way,
Yeah,
some shape, or form.
we can waffle around whether we're gonna get a waffle or a pancake, but it don't matter. As long as we got bacon, eggs, as long
By
as
the
we got
way,
staple.
French toast is superior to waffles.
Oh, French toast is good.
It's
Yeah,
superior.
French toast is good.
It's superior to waffles. It's superior to pancakes
Yes.
all day. All right. So
But you know what's really good is French toast made with fucking brioche.
I don't know what that is. I'm American. I don't know what
French
that is.
thing, bro. It's a
Yeah,
French
I've
thing.
heard
Anyways,
that, but hey,
Brioche.
actually, tell us. Hey, tell us the best thing about an English breakfast. Listen to
bro.
this bullshit.
Don't talk
Listen to
about
this.
fucking beans. Don't talk about
This
fucking
is gonna be. Just let him answer. Actually, let's.
Honestly,
Go ahead.
the best thing about a British breakfast is the sausage. The sausage you get in England, you can't buy that shit in America.
But the little links, the bangers,
No,
or whatever.
the bangers. You get the bangers.
That suck, dude. That suck.
British breakfast is the same sausages you get during dinner.
Okay.
Is
I
this
mean,
the
I'll give you.
There's
It is.
no British
It's
breakfast.
a little sausage link. It's a
There's
little
no
sausage
British
penis. Yeah.
breakfast sausage links, right? You get the same British fucking sausages that you normally get in a normal fucking day-to-day fucking
branch. What is bangers and mash?
Oh, bro, the funny thing is, man, why do British sausages taste so different than American ones?
Are they that much different? Like, is it the salt? Because
I don't know. It's the seasoning. It's the seasoning.
America
It is
loves.
a seasoning, but it's not good. It's really not that
No.
good.
All right.
It's
Most
really
British food is
good.
not good. Let's be honest.
I miss British sausages, bro.
Is it just the salt though? Because America
I
loves
don't know,
fucking-
man.
America
Maybe
loves salt.
Maybe it's the fact that it's such a small country and you buy them fresh and they taste better when they're fresh.
Yo, Branch, where's your homestead?
Texas.
No, you're not Texas.
For real? Shut up. Shut
No,
up.
he's not Texas. Branch,
No.
you can say anything to me. We're best friends.
I'm from Texas.
All right, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, I am in Oklahoma right now. My homestead, the place where my fucking heart beats, the place where my fucking heart yearns to return, Kansas, the middle of the USA. Like, that's my homestead.
That's weird.
I wish I were back. I'm not there. I yearn to return.
Where are you at?
I live in Texas, bro. There's part of me that loves England because I grew up there. I was born there.
where do you yearn to return?
Before I die?
No, tomorrow. Like
Africa.
tomorrow.
I wanna return to Africa before I die.
So you're not homesick?
Man, I don't give a fuck about where the fuck next man's from.
No, where you're from. Like are you homesick at all?
Yeah, I miss England.
Alright, so you would return to England. I think that's beautiful. Like if I could press a button, I would return to Kansas because I love Kansas.
Hey, just remember, you're listening to an Okie give you that advice. I just want to just throw that out there.
Nah, bro. Like honestly, like,
hey, no offense, dude. No offense.
bro, I don't give a fuck what people say. Yeah, like I may be fucking Indian as a person, but I'm British at heart.
So if you could press a button, and your heart could fucking beat for one place, it would be England.
Fuck yeah, that's where I grew up.
Yeah, your heart fucking beats for England. Like I love that. Like England and the United States, we're fucking warriors together. We're fucking partners, and we're fucking warriors together. And there's a lot of shit that like this country, this entire fucking nation would be nothing without what.
Bro, that's where I was born, dude. Like
we
that's
are.
where people are, dude.
We're here because you are there. Like so.
Hey, what the fuck? Just because I'm brown skinned, don't fucking make a difference. I was born in England.
No, you're fucking English, true and true, right? Tried and true.
I mean, I'm brown as fuck too, though. Don't get me twisted. I love my Indian people.
No, so brown is what fucking defines us today. Like
I love my Indian people and I love my ways, but I'm fucking British at heart.
Nah.
Hey, the truth is, dude, Indian food is the only redeeming food in the British Isles. Can you agree to that?
Nah, dude, I do. I kind of miss the British food though.
Fuck, dude, British food sucks, dude. Indian food
By
is
British
good,
food, by British food, I include like Greek food and fucking all the like doner kebabs and it's not just British food. I mean like London food is what I fucking.
Okay, well that's a different story.
Branch, I want to ask you a question about like there's a curiosity that I have about America and how we are perceived. So our identity is like we're this melting pot of the world. Like all that are welcome. Like you can come here, you can make your name, and does that identity that we try to have, like is that representative? Like are we seen as like a melting pot in America?
Bro, I get America, bro. Like I've lived in America longer than I have the UK.
Yeah.
And so like right now if there was a contest between England and America, I would be about America.
Well, I don't want to know.
That's how it always turns out.
I don't want to know if America's better than British. I want to know if America is a place of hope. If people still see America as a place that they yearn to go to, that as a place that they
Quit using the word yearn. Quit using the word yearn.
Shut up.
Nobody yearns. Okay,
like, well, what are you trying to instigate when you ask that question?
I want to know if like people still respect America and like I want to immigrate here.
Do people still see it as a place that they want to immigrate where they can make a life for themselves? Is that a real thing that people really actually perceive? That's what he's asking.
Absolutely, bro.
Exactly. Okay, quit the yearn talk because you're making it too much by using that word.
Shut up, hypothetical. Why do you say that, French?
Hey, go back to fucking Oklahoma, dude.
This isn't about you. Branch, why do you say that?
Why? Because we live in one of the freest fucking countries of the world.
I agree.
And it's not even just that. It's just compared to other countries, we're chill.
Is Texas the best? Is Texas the best? Give it to me.
Texas is really fucking good.
Give it.
All right.
Give it to me.
I moved back and forth between Texas and California. And
Hypothetical genius. I love
honestly, if I had more money, I would live in
California.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the
They have the
weather
best weather in the world. The weather
Right.
is literally
the weather is the best.
the best in the world.
Right.
And they have that going for
South Cal. South Cal.
But
It's
I
gotta
like
be South Cal.
Texas. I like Texas because it depends on the part of Texas. I like my part of Texas. Because people here, when they're racist, they'll be racist to your face.
And you like that.
I like that shit. I don't like under fucking ground racism.
No, neither would I. Like, so the other day I looked at a thread that it was a little bit racist in my opinion, but like I'm not the arbiter. And
Yeah,
it
what I'm
said,
talking about is like in Texas, if some motherfucker in Texas racist, they'll just they don't give a fuck. They'll just be racist in your face.
Branch, are you black?
No,
He's Indian.
I'm Indian.
But
Okay.
look, I'm in Houston, so I'm
I
around
look
a huge
black,
melting
bro.
pot.
The crazy shit is, you know how often people think I'm black?
Being black in America.
I've had Indian people think I'm black.
Well, that would
Okay,
suck.
so-
That would suck because like you want to have your people,
Why?
right? Because you want to have your people. Like
I'm just saying, man. Like,
dude,
I'm the weirdest motherfucker. I look in the middle of everyone. Like, when I go to fucking Mexico and shit, they think I'm Mexican.
no, Branch, like I identify, like I respect that because like if I'm a white man, if I went to the Middle East, if I saw a white guy, I would give him the nod. I would give him the nod, like the you, me, like I would give him the nod, and that wouldn't happen very often. And most people would see me as the white guy, and I wouldn't talk to anybody. But like if I saw like a white American or if I saw like a British person, I would walk up to them and I would try to talk to them, and we would have little silent conversations, like that
Dude,
kind
I
of
got
shit.
this weird way, bro. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck's weird the way I look. But like, I can fit in with anyone, and they will think I'm their people.
See, the thing is it takes
Except for white people.
Yeah, except white people.
I mean, to be honest. Okay, I'm just making that clear.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
that's a good point, though.
No, but white people will accept. I think we would accept everyone.
I don't know what city.
White.
Wait, Branch, you saying
I
that
don't know
white
what.
people won't accept
No,
you?
what I mean is I can't look white.
It doesn't matter if you look black or white.
Dude, like, honestly, like, I can be white as fuck. Like,
I thought you were Jamaican, dog.
no, I'm just saying, like, I can feel,
I'm just fucking with you.
I can feel the fucking.
Right. So, Branch, you're in.
I've hooked up with white girls too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Branch, you're in.
Yeah.
You're in the media. Is that right? Like, you do media shit?
No, man. I do IT shit.
IT shit. So you do like
Dude,
networking.
he's Indian, man. He's Indian.
He's not. He's not that kind. He's not that kind of Indian.
Hey, I got to be a little racist, right?
And that's kind of expected in this fucking channel. All right.
Nah, well,
So
I guess that makes me
Oh,
Indian
stop
too,
with that
right?
bullshit.
That makes me Indian
Stop.
too,
We're
right?
all separate individuals.
all right, I'll stop. So you do IT shit, like networking stuff. I guess I don't have any questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I don't
You
know,
know,
man.
I always find it funny
I
that
find it
people
funny.
from you go ahead. You got it.
I
Go
find
make
it
your point.
funny when people think that there's a difference between people that do this type of IT shit and that type of IT shit. Like honestly, like when are we gonna stop trying to see a difference between those people?
Well, there is a problem. There is a problem in IT, with very specifically India, right? We can agree that.
Yeah, but bro, I wasn't even like that type of IT, right? I was like product
Yeah,
management.
he's not even going there.
I was in product.
He doesn't have to go there.
Management, bro. Like
He doesn't.
fucking.
You don't have to go there to acknowledge that this is a significant IT threat to everybody. This extends to English persons. This extends to.
Yo, why does everybody look at India in a bad way like that?
If India conducted themselves differently, if their legal system actually prosecuted.
Dude, don't.
Well, you
What?
think that that there's this small group of people that do the
That's an
telephone.
unfair characterization, dude.
Right.
Shut up.
Like,
Shut up.
Hang on.
seriously, bro. Like,
Hang on.
this
Hang
small
on.
group of
India.
Okay. Guys,
like,
if I got
honestly,
if I got the
dude,
argument,
I'll be
wait,
honest
Branch,
with you, bro. Like,
hold on,
like
Branch.
you,
I gotta chime in.
you,
I gotta chime in on this. And clear the air here. Right. Presumably, if I understood the argument correctly, it had nothing to do with race or anything. It had to do with outsourcing in general, and the IT sector just happens to be one of the more recent sectors in the economy that has been outsourced to a lot of places outside of
yo,
the West.
Mick, hold on, Mick.
Was that not the case?
No, I don't think that's where it was going at all. Somebody's getting deep throated. You're gonna get muted, dog. Mute this man.
There's no mods here. It's fucking chaos. Mick,
Okay.
yeah, that's loud.
Not a mod. Okay.
Okay, somebody mute him.
Yo, Mick, I was just trying to say, bro, just chill the fuck out because, like, you're making it
I'm chill, man.
I know,
I'm chill. It's just because it seemed like there was an argument about the brew, and I
what
wasn't
you
sure.
started saying was that's the point. Sometimes you gotta just chill and just read the fuck.
Hey, bro, it's okay. It's okay. It's just because I thought there was a little bit of an argument brewing, and I thought I misunderstood, or I thought I understood the scenario that might have been misunderstood otherwise. I'm good, man. Don't worry about it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
I'll tell you this, Mick. It's very hard to get an understanding like that in this server.
Hey, can we
It's
all
hard to get
agree
away.
that we're not gonna fucking gag on Cox? At least without muting our mic first.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair.
Yeah, that was pretty. That was pretty intense.
Are we saying there's no one's allowed to gag on cocks?
Like that guy just came in emulating.
Someone just said you can't gag on cocks in the server.
Yes, like that guy. I didn't know who it was. I wasn't watching,
Live
but
stream,
regardless,
bro.
I mean, when's the last time you gagged on a cock?
Never.
I don't, but I've had some women do that to me. I don't know why we're talking about this. Let's go back to what we were talking about, or actually, let's just move on from this whole subject.
Can we not? Can we? You know what, dude? Why are we acting like this is such a fucking like? You know what's funny, right? This whole survey, yeah. Everybody's always acting like it's such a serious fucking place. But why don't we joke about gagging on a cock?
We do joke.
Here's the thing. The room does have rules in terms of service that are outside of our control, right? We've got the politics server. We've got Discord. They have their own terms. And at the same time, we're live streaming to YouTube. And because of that, we're restricted in many ways of what we actually can say. So we can try and keep it formalized.
Is there any other platform or type of social media where you guys can do this, where you're less constrained?
I mean, you can probably create your own server or something, right? Then you're subject to Discord and whatever rules you guys set up. They have their own rule set, right? You can't like post stuff that, you know, is against the law, for example, and then everything else just kind of trickles out from there. That you know, you set up your own mod rules. So in here, we try and keep it structured because the whole point of the room is to discuss the topic in the title. Then when we have people supposedly like Branch or Doofus who came in earlier that are a little bit inebriated, it can get a little bit out of control. So it needs to be controlled.
That makes a lot of sense. People can act on emotions quite often.
I think you just chimed in a little late there. There was supposedly a bot that came in making, you know, extreme sounds, right? Disrupting. It took a few minutes to actually get to it, or a few seconds. And that is out of our control, but it actually may cause problems because that gets streamed everywhere and all that. And then as a result, you know, might get kicked out for all we know. Doubt it, but there's that risk. So then, you know, it carries on. People pick up on it, make jokes of it. You know, it gets crazy.
Yep. Quick question for you guys. So everybody here, for the most part, is a glober or a flat earther, firstly?
Most people in here tend to be flat. Flat for me. And we invite those who have a countering view.
Got it. And so I've listened to this VC a couple of times up until now, and usually it's based on having conversations / debates with the opposition, if you will, and like trying to get to some common ground and show what is true, what isn't true. But what's the step after that?
That's up to you, man. If you know the truth, right? If it's whatever it happens to be in the matter, that tends to lead you down a path of discovery, finer details about that truth, and then you're off to the races.
All right. So, is this the VC that also has like speculation Sundays, or is that somewhere else? I can't remember right now.
I think it's this one. I believe it's either this one or the other one that the mods in here have common powers over there. I think it's in here. Wrong.
All right.
Where do you stand, sir?
Geocentrism, but That's like the shortest answer I can give, but there's a lot more to it. Geocentrism, toroidal fields, etc. Right?
Okay.
I'm down that hole right now. Nikola Tesla, frequency, vibration, energy, how the toroidal field or electromagnetic field actually works. I'm planning on probably next week or next weekend making a video going through the entirety of that one. What's his name? Terrence Howard, I think. Podcast or one of his podcasts that he did with Joe Rogan and stuff, and just breaking everything down, what's BS and what isn't BS, and why everything is BS that he said that's BS.
Okay. So, with a geocentric worldview, what leads you to stick to that?
You mean by stick to that, the toroidal field, or?
No, I mean, my understanding of any sort of geocentric worldview entails that there has to be certain physical characteristics that lead us to interpret it to be such, right? And one of those things is, for example, a curved surface.
Yeah.
Then there's the open system of the Earth adjacent to the vacuum of outer space, which in some arguments can be characterized as a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Amen
right?
to
So
that.
there's two things, and there's a couple other things that are kind of like seemingly, brushed over in science class. Like, oh, it just makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't really, right? So there's, I was just asking, what do you adhere to, or what do you understand as being the case?
Thank you for clarifying. I just woke up, so let's see, where do I start off? Besides what you just said, the obvious ones, no curvature, vacuum of space adjacent to a pressurized system and stuff like that. One of the things that really stuck to me is the whole level plane of inertia and block domain thing, as well as I've gone straight away a bit from, let's call, the facts of geocentrism and heliocentrism, because I've had so many debates up until now for the last 5 years that I've got tired of it, because it doesn't bring me anywhere further, right? So now I went into more like quote unquote speculation. For most people, it'll be speculation and seeing what other synchronicities, quote unquote coincidences, and structures are found throughout all of human history, civilization, culture, religion, and mythology, as well as physics, right? And the amount of coincidences, quote unquote coincidences, that start appearing are just mind-boggling. It's absurd. It comes to a point where it's almost an infinite amount. So
coincidences in what way?
Well, first we'll do the basic one, like the normie one that most normies hear. Every culture, religion, mythology, even society with secrets and so on, have a depiction of a non-rotating geocentric Earth, right? Secondly, when you start looking at things like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, how it is found everywhere throughout nature and creation itself, sacred geometry as well. That when you map out the luminaries or wandering stars, aka planets, they actually create a what is it called in English? They create sacred geometrical patterns when mapped out on a geocentric Earth, and a whole bunch of other things.
Okay. Now, are these things that you're describing, are they exclusive to any particular model?
Oh well, so with the sacred geometrical patterns that are formed with the planets, that is exclusive to the Earth. So the geocentric Earth model.
Geocentric specifically?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say geocentric, are you referring to the proposition that the Earth is a ball, it just happens to be at the center of everything, so to speak?
I'm referring to FE model, so geocentric,
Okay.
level, all of
Okay.
that.
Okay, because that term seems to be interchangeable, right? There's a gentleman that comes in here. He's like a math professor, college math teacher, or something like that. Christian fellow, and he describes geocentrism as it's a sphere model, but it's just a ball at the center of everything. I don't know if he adheres to it, but in discussion, I could swear that I've heard him describe it like that, and I thought I've heard other people mention the same. So it depends on the context, so it
Okay.
can be confusing.
Got it. I've
That's
actually
why,
never heard anybody say that before, so that's new to me.
as far as I know, like traditional cultures, like for example, in the Catholic school of thought, or potentially other Christian derivatives or whatever, when they refer to geocentrism, they're probably most likely referring to the sphere model, unless of course they're adhering to Old Testament, Genesis 1 type of thing, right? But it has to be specified, so it can it can get kind of confusing. That's interesting.
I think the biggest issue nowadays is there's just so much information. Well, besides the indoctrination, right? There's an abundance of information out there now, especially online, that people don't know how to actually discern what's correct and not. Nor do most people are willing or even want to put in the time and effort to actually go through the stuff and break down what's what and figure out if anything is true or if it's all false and so on, right? So
yeah, and in the midst of it all, you're getting conflicting, not only conflicting information, but you get conflicting definitions of things. So you say one thing, it goes in one ear and out the other from the listener, because they interpret it the same word that you said totally differently, and then it comes back at you as if you interpret that they didn't even hear you, even though you're using the same term. Like in these rooms, the latest, as far as I can remember, is the term level. Right? When we think level, we think flat, horizontal, no equal elevation across the entire plane, right? But then you look up in one dictionary, it describes it similarly, or synonymous with flat, flush, all these different terms. But then you look in one dictionary, it actually describes it as parallel to the surface of, or to the curved surface of the Earth. It's like you read that; it's kind of it's not kind of contradictory. It is contradictory, So that same word will be used in both contexts. So people talk past each other all the time on that.
I get that. I've had that issue in many conversations where people can't even agree on the definition or meaning of a word. That's why I find that etymology is quite important, and the root meaning of words, right, where they come from and how they were used in the beginning. So, if you want, I could say, I'm going to say it like this. So I've strayed away from the quote unquote science and physics and maths from the FE model, right, or geocentrism, due to the fact that there's so many people who have gone down the left hemisphere route, the logical, rational route, right, where they've went too far into it that they only see that, right, and they cannot have the faith needed to visualize some things and even entertain some ideas, and that's the biggest issue nowadays.
Sure. I mean, I think it was either today or yesterday, there was a big topic, a big discussion about, the room was full of people being lectured by an individual who came in here and presented to us using the standard globe model, how celestial navigation works. He's going into all the math and how the lines are parallel and they intersect here, this, that, the other thing. And it works perfectly, so beautifully and elegantly that it must be, basically the inference was, it must be accurate, because look how simple it is, quote unquote. Right. And then he did the counter argument was, well, it works so evenly and nicely here compared to how it would have to work, quote unquote, on a flat Earth model. And in the model that he's presenting, he's got these coordinates in 3D space, Euclidean space, above, a plane. And he's drawing all these triangles and trying to, sort it all out. And he's like, oh, well, it can't be the case because, you have these angles and they don't work and this, that, the other thing. But baked in both of these things, there are underlying assumptions, right? In the globe model that, the lines extend parallel into basically infinity, right? So, or at least infinite enough that the lines are basically parallel enough that the model can work. So there's your first assumption. And then in this other one, it was the complete opposite, basically. There was no liberty given for the potential infinite distance away to the stars. So much so that he was actually had them plotted in 3D space in the visible portion of the screen. And you can see, pretty, well-defined triangles with, normal angles to them. So as to say that the stars have to be in 3D space, fixed in 3D space, so much so that we can draw Euclidean, orthographic triangles to them. You know what I mean? So like, there's like assumptions on both ways. Like they're thinking it through so much. But the problem with these things is we can't actually know either case. Right? No, I don't know anyone who's claiming that they know the distance to a particular star, but they say, oh, well, we would have to, or the triangle would draw a triangle, to take two different points. Everyone gets their elevation angle, and you find the intersection that would imply that the star is so many miles up or whatever. It's like it's very difficult to do because the underlying assumptions have not been sorted through, and arguably they may not even be able to.
One thing that truly discredits the entire scientific field when it comes to heliocentrism is that every single part of the heliocentric model is compartmentalized, where you have one model to explain one thing, another model to explain another thing, another model to explain another thing, yet there is no coherency or cohesive model to explain all of it in one go, because it's impossible to do so. There are too many conflicting ideas or biases or assumptions within each model that it wouldn't allow another model to work within that model, if you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. That's how
You
I've
guys
understood
believe
it.
in the firmament dome? Sorry for interrupting. I want to ask, do you guys then firmly believe in the firmament dome?
So I won't use the word believe. I'm going to say rather I know that there's a firmament. But yeah.
And then are you religious? Like, are you with Christ?
Well, I'm not religious. I'm not religious. I will never label myself with religion due to the simple fact that if religion was so righteous, powerful, and good, and all of those positive things, right? Why is there still so much famine, disease? Well, not disease. You can't blame that for religion for that. But famine, death, war, hunger, and all of these, like, just bad things happening still in society. I'm not saying that the scriptures or the teachings of those religions aren't good. I follow all teachings of Christ, teachings and practices of Christ-like figures in Christ. I just refer from labeling myself due to the simple fact that that's also ignorant. In the Bible, it says, "Seek and ye shall find; knock upon the door shall open for you." In translation and metaphors, right, that means seek out, question, look for answers, ask questions. Don't just blindly believe. And that's what I'm trying to do, right?
Nice.
Yeah, I would second that. I mean, I lean Christian. I was raised Catholic, though I left the church during my adolescence, and only in the last maybe 5-10 years or so have even reconsidered the idea, right? Because of what lessons I've learned and people I've come across who have taught great things, right? Oh, I don't know everything. I'm open to scrutiny. I'm open to looking at the faults and everything, right? But I'm reluctant to just throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so I don't know enough to really put a label, but I do have my leanings toward the Christian faith, right? Now,
Good.
regarding the firmament thing, you don't even have to look. You don't even have to be religious to potentially adhere to that. You can ask a simple physics question. You know, here we have gas pressure. We have the atmosphere that we're all subject to whatever, on average 14 psi.
Well,
pounds per square
it's
inch.
about buoyancy, right? Like in the geocentric model, like stuff floats up, like such as helium, because of buoyancy. So it's less or more
Relative. It's relative
dense,
density. Yeah, relative
that's what
density is the
buoyancy
underpinning
means.
of it. Well,
Buoyancy.
doesn't buoyancy rely on the concept of density as an underpinning?
Well, isn't that what you just said? Like the fact that it is more or less dense, and that's why stuff floats up or down. No, or did I misunderstand?
I think I didn't use those words. I started with describing density as being the thing, but as a consequence, things become more or less buoyant. Yeah.
Can I quickly interject? So
Yeah, and then I have another question for you guys after you.
no worries.
Tell me.
So the simplest way to answer it is you have to, when you look at this geocentric model, you have to think in terms of buoyancy, density, electromagnetism, electricity, and dielectricity. And once you have understanding of those,
Another question. Then is the Earth like a toroidal field? It's like a realm.
yes, it's a toroidal field.
Wow. Dude, it's so cool to hear other people like I'm not a whack job when I research this. Like to hear people
You're
think
not.
about this.
Keep doing the research, man. You're not. All the labels that you get called schizophrenic, crazy, retarded, all that stuff, whatever it may be, just take it as a badge of honor. It doesn't matter what people believe. At the end of the day, God will let the truth out sooner or later, right? And one thing that I can say with certain is that human consciousness at this very moment is going through a rapid change in consciousness, and people are more and more going away from religion and more going to spirituality. People are straying away from the mainstream way of doing things and will continue to do so. And as they do so, all of this information will become more and more modern, right? I've been saying for at least a couple of months now that the Schumann resonance is a representation of the human consciousness itself, right? And that's why they spend so much money on researching it. And now more and more people on social media are starting to talk about this stuff. So it takes time, man. You're on the right path.
And the slight
Unfortunately,
sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Like there is like quote unquote a great awakening, but unfortunately it's through new age, like Gnostic and pagan beliefs. Like really Christ is king, like he's king of kings.
Okay,
and,
so
yeah.
Well, let me say this, right? When you hear constellations
I
are
have to go
demons,
for a second. I'm sorry. Like I'll come back in 5 minutes. But keep
no
your
worries.
idea.
Okay.
No worries.
Better.
Interesting how the conversation pivoted so sharply. 10 minutes ago, we had sexual innuendo at the a la max. Then you guys came in here, and now it's actually on track. Before that, people were talking about and trying to interweave the topic into it, and it was getting a little bit out of control. I guess
I'm
now it's
always on
late
track,
enough
man.
where people are somber enough.
Yep. Hey, there's a lot of things that I'm planning on doing quite soon, man. It's gonna be fun. I hope some of the people in this VC will either be a part of it or at least will be able to witness what I'm about to start doing.
In regards
to, well,
or maybe it's too early to announce.
I can't say this, especially because we're on YouTube right now. By the end of, are we or no?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so I can say this. By the end of 2031, this little piggy right here, aka Mir, is going to be the most Googled person on Earth.
Okay.
regarding to many different fields, because I've been just living under a rock like a hermit for the last couple of years, just researching, learning, and trying to figure things out, right? Talking to other people in certain fields that are way more knowledgeable. Everything from these quote unquote, this term quote unquote new age, right? Information. It's not truly new age. Or something was practiced thousands of years ago before us. It's not new age. It's just coming back into the fad. Just like Crocs are a fad and they're not. Just like some hairstyles are a fad, they're not. Nothing's new age. There's nothing new underneath the sun. Everything that was will be again, right? So I'm gonna be making an entire video on electromagnetism, the toroidal field, and then how it all works, as well as going down through different conspiracy theories, quote unquote conspiracy theories, and religious ideas, beliefs, breaking everything down step by step into bite-sizable chunks for people.
Okay.
I'm already currently. This isn't nothing dangerous or that I'm not allowed to say. So, I am currently going through the entirety of the Bible and reading it through a more spiritual slash esoteric or mystic interpretation, right? Where the entire Bible just changes, and it's quite beautiful. There are in essence no more misconceived ideas of what the Bible is trying to tell you, what it represents. All these ideas like men are superior to women and stuff like that that people say when they read the Bible or even follow and do in real life just goes away because that's not actually what the Bible says. So I'm going to be doing that, and then after the Bible, most likely the other two Abrahamic books, and then Hinduism, Buddhism, and so on and so forth, and showing all the quote unquote coincidences or aka synchronicities between them.
Okay. One thing I've always found interesting, since leaning or straying towards that stuff a little bit more, is, and it bothered me, was how many different translations and interpretations and writings of the texts there are.
Yep.
Right. That bothered me.
I agree with you, man.
It's like, like for example, I came across, I think it's one of the Catholic Bibles, the Douay Rheims one, that has the instance of the term globe in one of the texts. I actually haven't read through it yet, but I did see a citation of it once. I forgot where it was. In a part in one of the verses, where in something else like an Anglican or some other English translation like the King James or something like that, they use the word world or realm or something of that sort. So and that to me, it just kind of coincide with the times where Copernicus and all the other guys that were pushing this worldview around that time. It kind of coincided with that. So I'm like, oh, that's an interesting little political spin potentially.
Yeah.
So it does disturb me to think that there's either deliberate or non-malicious
ignorant.
You know what I mean? So I've walked on eggshells when it comes to a lot of that stuff. But in the spirit of what the teachings are in general, I tend to try to adhere to. You know what I mean?
Nice. That's good. Well, first, I respect that you try to adhere to the teachings and practices, right? Not many people actually do. They just end up reading the Bible over and over, studying it, thinking that's what's going to help them.
Just reading it? No.
No, that you ain't that type of cat. So, besides that, I can tell you that it's. So I don't want to make this claim because I don't know how YouTube will react, but I do think that it is deliberate. I can say it like that.
I would
even King James, right? The King James Bible. He also wrote a book on demonology. Funnily enough, most people aren't aware of that.
Who's he? You mean King
King
James
James.
himself? Okay.
Yeah. He has a book that he authored about, it's called Demonology.
Okay.
So that's one thing. Secondly, due to the uniqueness of the original languages used for these scriptures, right, and how sometimes through translation words are lost or meaning is lost, you really have to go back to the original scriptures or the oldest ones that you can find that you can understand that are less corrupted, if you will, in a way. And that's when things start getting interesting. Even within modern Bibles, thankfully, the message is still kept, but it is a lot harder now to discern through the newer Bibles this message. But I don't think they can ever truly wipe out the original meaning of the scriptures due to the fact that the way it was constructed, it is truly a book of parables, metaphors, and allegories. I believe it's Mark 4:10 to Mark 4:19-20, something along those lines, where Jesus Christ, with his own mouth, says, the keys to the kingdom of heaven are with you, right? And for those who do not have all these things, again, he mentions that within the book in itself, all these things, what they are. Everything I say and speak of is but in parables, right? So it's quite literally there, right? And what is he trying to tell you? It's for those of you who are going down the right of the masculine energy, the left hemisphere. You're only going to read it as a literal book, even though that's not its intent. The Bible, the Quran, the Torah, all these different scriptures and religions, they're spiritual. So they have a spiritual interpretation and meaning behind it.
I hear you. Do you have are you astute in the various translations that there are out there?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm astute. I've gone through some of them, right? When I was first looking for the most quote unquote valid Bible that I could find, as well as seeing some just differences. So I have a broad idea of how the changes and alterations have been done throughout the years, right?
Okay, yeah. Are you at all familiar with the Schofield?
Schofield. I do not believe I am.
Okay. I'm not recommending it by any means. I'm just saying that's one. I'm bringing that up to highlight how that one is highly politically motivated, let's say. Right?
Yep.
And all that. So, if you're at all, investigating or whatnot, maybe keep that on your to-do list as something to look at. Just for entertainment purposes, let's say.
Yep, I get that. Thank you for the idea and proposition, man.
It's
Well,
a very,
let me see.
it's a very difficult subject to traverse.
Oh, I think the other guy's back as well. You back, man?
Yeah, hello. I believe we
Hello.
were talking about people wakening up to spirituality and
Yep, and the toroidal field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna point out. Yeah, like it's tough, man. The difficulty I think is in this process where people are relearning things, and in the midst of this total ocean of information and everything, it's very, very difficult, even for people who are looking into it, let alone the TikTok brains of the world, to not get caught up in stuff that is either false, just unintentionally so, but people just share the wrong information, or even worse, catching on to information that has been deliberately hijacked by those with malintent. Because you hear of all the individuals like the Blavatskys and the Freemasons and all Jesuit, etc. All that, right? And that's where it kind of becomes a little bit difficult to navigate, because you don't know which institutions are funding, said publishing house to do this or whatnot. You know what I mean? So to me, it's kind of like going back to grassroots as possible, as you were saying before. What's your name? Unknown. You know, that's your best bet at it, I think.
Right.
Well, so I will say this. Throughout reading different scriptures and going through different religious and even like mystical beliefs, right? There's one overwhelming theme that I found within everything, and I can't push this enough. Okay, everything is internal and nothing is external. Everything is internal.
Mind over matter. It's just like a hermetic principle where like the universe only exists because it's a projection through your mind.
Well,
It's one of the
that
core
is
principles of Hermetica.
so that is true to a degree, but in essence, that's also not even accurate or completely true because so you know that saying.
Something else. In
What?
ancient times, basically, I mean, if you guys believe flat Earth and stuff, you might be inclined. I don't know. You tell me that the timeline of history is warped and what we've been presented is fabricated. And
Yes.
if this is okay, I'm glad to hear. Well, I will even
I'll
go a
talk.
step further. Sorry.
Yeah, you got one more thing? Go ahead, add another thing, man. Give it to me. Hit me.
Oh, okay. I'm gloving up, bro. Be ready. I'll say, basically, we got dumber in as time went on, as the population and humans got stupider. Because it's said that in ancient times, such as Egypt, you didn't really need words to communicate. You could psychically understand each other. That's how powerful the human soul and connections were. And I know this might sound schizoid or whatever, but I've read sources which describe this sort of relationships in ancient times. And basically we got dumber over time, and now that's why like everyone's autistic. People are like really divided. Nobody can understand each other. Communities, there's no communities. People are fucked in the head. Like people don't have social skills. Oh yeah, sorry, excuse me. But
we're okay.
Gen Zers, like so many people. Like I went to for example, computer science major, and so many people are like just completely, I don't know, like they just don't have any social skill. They can't communicate, and it's really strange. Like I believe we got dumber in time as humans.
Yeah, I can say I have a software engineering background myself. I remember in school that there were a lot of people that were just like the gamers. You know what I mean? Like they'd have LAN parties, and shit. And you know what I mean? And as fascinating as the field is, it does attract a lot of that type of introvert lifestyle. And I always liked that too. Maybe I wasn't, that much so, but it did strike me as odd as to how common that is. And it was very difficult to get along with people. Now I'm fascinated with computers. I think they're fantastic tools. They're glorified calculators in reality, right? And I'm a practitioner of it. So I know it very, very well. But it's gotten very much out of hand, man. Everyone's relying on computers to do all their thinking, to do everything for them, basically.
Yeah.
And it can be very scary. And as a result, we're losing the touch between us, which is very sad. And to touch on what you were saying before, I'm inclined to believe some of that stuff too. I don't have any proof for it. I can't cite anything. But what I can do is, starting from the grassroots, brass tacks, one thing I've understood from physics class, basic physics, basic circuit science from high school, circuitry, whatever, is the fundamental principle of the following. Right? If you guys have taken any science classes in your you would remember the classic right hand rule, right? When you're building circuitry.
Yeah. Where you it's like a 3D, like the 3 directions, like you hold it and
Yeah, it's something along the following, right? Whenever you have an electrical circuit, you always have a corresponding magnetic field, right? And that right-hand rule just sort of describes the heuristic of, if the current is going in the direction that you
I'll
can
post
point
it in chat
to
as well.
I'm sorry?
It's the one where you
I'll
like
post it
wrap
in
it
chat for you
around
as
the
well.
thumb.
I have that.
Thank you. Yeah, if you point with your thumb with your right hand, and the current is going in the direction of your thumb, there's a corresponding magnetic field that flows in the direction that your fingers go to. Right, basic stuff. And then when you extrapolate from there, if you know that the body and all living organisms are then in of themselves basically gigantic electrical circuits, from there you can extrapolate that then there is corresponding magnetic fields around that circuit, i.e. what people call, might refer to as auras or whatever, all that shit, that kind of woo-woo sounding shit. But in a way now, there's a literal component to it. So when you look at that and you live your life kind of understanding that you are potentially extending, depending on who you are, extending a little bit out further from your body, right? Your brains are giant electrical magnetic activity. Your brains express brain waves that extend out beyond your corporeal self. All that type of woo-woo sounding shit, right? Don't want to go too far into it. That led me to really start to rethink what I thought before about who I was. That was just this meat sack made up of properly arranged Lego blocks. You know what I mean? And started reconsidering some of the stuff that we're talking about before. It's a very, very deep topic. We don't want to get too much into it, but it coincides a lot about what you guys are
Put it
saying.
in
It's
chat
very,
for
very
you
cool.
guys. But it's slightly different than what you're talking about because it involves electromagnetism, but same principle.
You literally have a diurnal electromagnetic field inside of inside your chest going boop 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 boop. Diurnal.
So yes, can we stop? Can we stop for 1 second? You had two questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the field that you're talking about right now. It's the magneto-dielectric field. Secondly, your first question was about history being altered. I'm going to say this now, Mike and everybody else. This is not. I'm no professional or anything. This is just my idea, right? I have to give that disclaimer. First and foremost, you can look up the world fairs where within a couple of months, massive Gothic cities were built and then overnight destroyed, right? They even had electricity at the time. There was a woman, I don't know if she's still alive in the U.S., Ruth in Connecticut. She was alive for the time of the world fairs, and she said she's never seen the night so lit up in her life. It was beautiful. Secondly, if you go back at...
What are you talking about? It needs more context to make more sense.
World fairs is basically this giant exhibition of like a fair, right? Where they built these massive cities supposedly within a short time span to have these fairs to show how amazing humans are, I guess, or whatever. And then as soon as it was done, all of the cities or quote unquote fairs were completely destroyed, right? So that. And in those world fairs, you had many things like pre-infant babies and incubators still growing and developing as a show. The entire fair was lit up with electricity, but without any visible wires anywhere at all. Conveyor belts were a thing, movable walkways, all of that stuff, right? Now,
What time frame?
that was in the early 1900s, 1800s, I believe.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this. Are you would you have any chance, by any chance, or excuse me, I'm sorry, it's late for me. Have you by any chance sourced this material from there's an individual, I forget his name.
Behind the veil?
Iwaranon?
How?
What's this? I forget how it was spelled. It was like Ewaranon. He did
I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him, but there are some other people within the flat earth community as well who do it, and historians. So
Okay,
What
yeah,
are
this
other
individual.
communities do? I'm so new to
I was
this, but
I was just gonna say, I'm sorry. I was just going to close up. This individual put together like a 5, 10, 15 hour long compilation of all sorts of stuff, tying all the stuff that you're talking about with some of the other things that we were saying. And in there, he talked about the World Fair. So I just thought maybe that was.
Wait. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna give the name of the video for those who are curious to look at it later. It is called "The Lost History of the Flat Earth." It is like, I believe it's a five. Is it that?
That's it.
Yep. Everybody, you can find it. That's the actual full name of the video, "The Lost History of the Flat Earth." Black screen with white letters of the title itself in the video before you even click on it, so you know which one it is. And I believe it's somewhere between 3 to 5 hours. If I'm 5 hours and 3 minutes, something like that.
I think that was only the first
Eric
part. If I'm not mistaken.
sorry, is it Eric Dubay? Because the only guy that does flat Earth is Eric Dubay.
No, he's not the only guy. You got Dave Weiss, Whitsitt, Jeranism. You got a whole bunch of people, right? But on a side note now, going back to...
I was just going to say, it is worth keeping in mind that the Lost History guy, my understanding was he did do a few interviews or something after having released the video, acknowledging some of the things he got wrong. I didn't see, so I don't know which ones he got wrong. Probably some sort of historical bits here and there, or timelines, or maybe some of his assumptions were wrong. But it still is a very interesting, preliminary thing to get started on if you haven't seen it.
Yeah. Again, so I'm gonna also basically re-say what you said in short. Me, Mike, none of us are making any claims that everything in that video is 100% true. You have to have some discernment and also do some research to back everything up. But there is quite a lot of information within that video that is true. Shocking amount of information that is true is in general, right? So it is a very, very important video. It's like a must-watch, basically. And to get to the other part of the history thing that, let me see your name again, Tinuku asked, is, yes, our timeline has been altered. Firstly, you have to just logically think 300 years of nothing happening in not a single field at all. No, not a single person has come out of that time of any importance. That's weird. Secondly, there's actually, if you go back and look at old coins and structures throughout the world, with dates like 1673. It's not 1673, it's J or I 73, which was like for Jesus. What is it called? Is it Jesus Adion year, something like that? The year of Jesus, and name of it. Then that's what basically that I or J would represent within those dates, and they altered it into a numerical one, right? To give the illusion that so much time has passed on since then, right?
I never heard of that one. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've been for the last couple of months prior to June. I was just focused on that. It's really interesting to go through. There are several people. I can link them later in private DMs to you and to Tinuku, if you guys remember me, to talk about this stuff. Yeah. It's truly interesting.
I'll say this: all the Renaissance, the 1500s, after the Black Plague, a lot of history got covered then, and a lot of the Renaissance was funded by Greek dynasties, rich families, to subvert society. Like all the geniuses, I'll say this as well. Every genius that we've had throughout world history, like after Plato and the Greek dramas and so on and so forth, they were brought up in a Christian nation. That's why, like, personally, I'm Christian. I want the theocracy ideally, but I'll add, the Renaissance was really made to subvert a lot of ideas, and the biggest one that I think is that now, in people's mind, Jesus looks feminine. Like all the depictions you see of him are like a hipster or something like that. When in reality, he's like masculine. He's supposed to look like kind of the fatherly figure.
If I may
There's been a
quickly
lot of
say, Tiniku, sorry
yeah.
for interrupting. If I may quickly interject, um, when going through the spiritual or esoteric interpretation of the Bible, something very weird happens. William Donahue actually talks about this. The entire Bible is talking about the Sephiroth, which is 100% divine
No,
feminine energy.
no, 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 no. This is Kabbalah. This is something very different. And I know the esoteric interpretation. It's called. It's in the Zohar. That's a Jewish mysticism book. It's really called the Magic Book. Like they call themselves that. And they have 4 different interpretations of the Bible: the literal, allegorical, and 2 others. And it's tied to Masonry. It's not good stuff. Like I know it seems appealing because there's more
You've
knowledge there
fallen
and
for a
interest.
trap. You've fallen for a
No,
trap, my friend. You
no,
have.
no, no. I've done much more. No, no, trust me, because I can tell you haven't studied Kabbalah, like Jewish mysticism, where this comes from, and
I
I'll
have.
tell
That's
you.
why when you. That's why you look up the tetra. Oh my God, my tongue now. 1 second. That's
Yeah,
why you
bro.
should look at the
From that.
Tetragrammaton and the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I've
I
researched.
know.
I'm currently studying Hebrew and learning the Hebrew language, man. So I've done my fair well of research. Kabbalah comes from the Hebrew words QBL. That's where it comes from. It's
Yes.
the unwritten word. I know my shit,
Yeah.
man. And I'm telling you, there is no the Freemasons, the Illuminati. Those people aren't the bad guys. Firstly, right? They may have some bad shit done, but then just because an individual or group is bad, what they're practicing is not bad. A gun isn't bad. It's the holder of the gun that's
No,
good
but
or bad.
yeah, you should kind of see it as an umbrella term. Like part of them is the Golden Dawn, Skull and Bones. The Jesuits are also tied with the Masons. Like it's an umbrella term for a lot of these societies. It's not one. But I'll say this: I'm not discrediting your efforts to learn Hebrew as futile, but you're not gonna get much further into this just from finding online information. When studying such a tradition as Kabbalah, real Jews in Israel, you have to be 40 years old and have been studying your entire life in Judaism and the rabbis to get taught the good stuff. Anything you find online is going to be subverted. And again, this is not to discourage, but
And
I've talked
if anybody knows that, I know that. I'm not allowed to share my screen, right? I have the ability to share my screen, but I'm not allowed to share my screen and show you my personal collection of documents, books, and so on right now,
I have
right?
the same thing, dude, but you get blackpilled at some point. Like I have 5 journals written out of all this kind of stuff. And like I was new to it, and I was like so amazed that like, oh, there's more knowledge there. There's more truth. No, it's a trap, really.
And secondly, you don't have to study or anything, right? That's if you read the Bible, you're gonna know that you don't need to learn and study to get information. It's already within you. That's why I say everything is internal, not external.
No,
There are different ways.
this is a
There are different
new
ways
belief.
there is different ways of attaining enlightenment and knowledge. One of the primary ways and most beneficial ways is going through yourself and actually getting that connection with the higher conscious mind, the Godhead, or the universe, whatever you want to call it, the force. I don't really care. God. Second way is going through scriptures and learning, and this is what Hermeticists did, right? They went through the scriptures and interpreting them in these ways to get this information. That's another way. There's multiple ways. Inherently, there is no good and bad in this stuff, right? It's all about the
Yes,
people who use this
You
information.
hear what you're saying? There's no good and bad. Who would say that? Isn't that exactly what the devil wants you to think? There is good and bad. Just think for a second.
Again,
Hold that thought. Just hold that thought without judging it. Just hold that thought. Isn't that exactly what the devil would want you to believe? That there is no
okay,
good
so
and bad.
in your logic, a gun is bad.
Excuse
In
me?
your logic, a gun is bad, and you should never use a gun because a gun is bad. Because that's your logic, then.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
saying it's
no.
not the
Hold
gun.
on, hold on, hold on.
I'm
You're
saying it's
jumping on
not
me.
the
You're
gun. It's the
jumping.
individual who uses the gun. It's the individual who uses the gun that makes the gun good or bad. That's what I say when there is no good or bad. You're not listening.
No, I'm not. Chill. Chill. These are new age beliefs where you think there's higher truth, higher consciousness, there's a higher you in yourself, and all will this lead you is a path of
I
misery
don't
because I
believe that,
followed.
man. And
I'm
that's
not
not
gonna.
New Age. Christ talked about this stuff. Christ talked
Have the
about this stuff.
courtesy. Have the courtesy to listen to me completely before jumping on me. And I don't even know if you have the self-awareness to kind of realize that it's kind of strange that this stuff triggers you and that you're jumping on me directly. Again, not an attack. Just have the self-awareness to admit that it's strange that you jump at me at the first opportunity. And I'll say this:
Because I'm governed by
all
law and order, and I like people spreading misinformation, lies, and dishonest facts that aren't facts.
I can say the same thing about you. You know, you don't have the authority to say this is the truth, really.
Yeah,
We're
it's all
speaking
about
on the same level.
It's all about how you conduct.
You broke up, Mike. I didn't hear anything what you said.
I'm sorry. All I was saying was it's all about how you conduct yourselves. This is okay.
Yeah. Agreed. But I'm gonna let you go down this path. It's not like my place to interject you and lead you back to the true Christ. But I'll say this: a lot of it, a lot of magic rituals, a lot of Kabbalah, a lot of this stuff perverts the Holy Scripture because there's real power in Jesus and His name. But once you mix it, like you don't understand the history of these pagan beliefs within New Age and Gnosticism, right? Which
Shut up, nigger.
is all
All
which
I
is
hear is
where
a whole
all
bunch
this
of
kind of stuff
assumptions
comes
of what I am and can and can't do. That's all I've heard from you. So yeah, again.
Whoa, okay, then I don't know.
Yep.
Whatever.
You're making a whole bunch
You
of
go
assumptions
your
that I
own
don't
way.
know I don't know history about this. I don't know that. And that's a whole lot of assumptions for somebody that's trying to tell me that I'm wrong without giving me statements and actual source links. This is why you're wrong. This, not because
Keep doing
I
your
assume that
research.
you believe this. I assume that you don't know history. I assume that you don't this, right? That's a big difference.
Chill. Okay.
I am chill,
Just
bro.
keep
That's
going
how I
on your
talk,
path.
bro.
Like
Get
I'm
used to it,
encouraging
man.
you to keep going. Just keep going. Like you're gonna keep going the way you go and eventually realize that it's all subversion and really Christ is king. There's no Christ-like figures. Buddha, you can't call him a Christ-like figure. Like everything you see, Christ oil and tantric, it's shooting up your spine. These, I don't know. I can't see how it doesn't ring a bell that in every religion, Christ is also truth. Buddha says Christ is also the way, but I am the way as well. Same with Muslims.
Exactly.
Same with Taoism. Everyone, yeah. And then Christianity is the only one that says no. I am the only way. The only way to the Far is through me, and rejects all other false gods. That's the. That I don't know. At least for me, that would ring a bell. That all other religions trust
Well, you
Christ,
keep
and then
looking.
Christ says no. I
Okay,
am
man.
truth.
Firstly,
The other ones are fake.
you're going now, you're just doing a whole bunch of monologuing, not actually bringing anything of substance, right? So I'm going to say this. I never made the claim that Christ isn't king, first and foremost. So I don't know, what you're talking about there. Secondly, that I never make a claim that there are multiple gods that exist out there. So again, thirdly, Christ himself, with his own words, that shows me how much you actually have read the Bible with understanding, says that the kingdom of God is within you. You are the temple. You are the temple. One second now. You are the temple. He says that you can do everything that he can and much more. Why would he say all of those things if they weren't true? Why would he say all of those things?
If you read the Bible, drop the verse in the chat. You are not even studied on the Bible and you act like you are. Just because you read an interpretation by someone else who had to interpret it for you. And I bet you're typing it into Google. Really humble yourself, man. Like this is not a
Bro,
way to conduct yourself.
you're making another assumption and attack on me without not even once throughout this entire conversation bringing up one thing of what you're talking about.
I specifically said earlier, this is not meant as an attack for you. I said it all over and over and over and over again. But
Yeah,
you
it's a
are
good way
within the
to
grasp of the enemy.
hide what you're
Like
actually doing because
you
you're not
have
bringing any
your
substance to this
hands in your
conversation,
ears
bro.
right now.
You're basically right now acting like a globe earther does against a flat earther, just so you know, which is ironic. But hey, anyways, I'm going to go make myself some breakfast. Have a good day, y'all. Much love. Take care. See you later, Mike.
Bye-bye. Take care, bro.
See you. That's actually something I was going to maybe allude to earlier before you parted a little bit to Nuku, was the risk of, or maybe you did hear a little bit, the risk that the reemergence of a lot of this information hitting those who are not necessarily ready to get it, how some of it can be misleading, just non-maliciously, just by pure ignorance. Someone shares a link because it looked fancy or it sounded good, versus those who actually may have deliberate malintention in sharing some of the information, right? Some of these people, organizations, may be funded by other institutions that have connections to a lot of the stuff laid out before, like the Jesuits and et cetera, et cetera. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult to suss out. You know what I mean? In these rooms, what I've tried to stick to are the fundamental physical realities, the physical stuff, because that's pretty straightforward, right? You look out, the world is horizontal, it's level, it's it's basically not a globe, and then from there, the rest is all to be discussed, as far as I'm concerned. Right? There's an infighting, as far as I can tell now. I don't know how far stretched it is, but I've witnessed it pretty much, 2-3 times a week or so over the last few months. A little bit of infighting in these rooms over the whole ether thing. You know what I mean? Because some people say, "Oh, there's no proof for it," but there's inferences. But that's horse shit, because you can't go by inferences. But then through deductive logic, you can probably come to the conclusion that there is something. Except it just goes on and on and on, and it's very tiring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is kind of like the line that I don't know if I'm willing to cross, because there's too much of unknowns for me. So I try and stick with the basics. And, some of the things I was outlining before, these are just givens. So take it from there, as you wish. But these are sufficient fundamentals for me. And the rest, is to be discussed.
Okay. I completely get what you're saying. Like, you don't want to overstep the line, because it's kind of hard to really tell truth from fiction. And I don't know, really, I would pray more and more, or at least that's what a recurring thing, that I want discernment, to be able to tell truth from fiction. And it's like I everything that I said so far, I stand by and I believe with the dude Murr. I don't know. I'm kind of with you on this point. Like, I don't think it's my job to convert people or to tell them truth. I'll speak to them, but in the same time, like you said, it's tiring. It's exhausting, especially if you get attacked and there's their soul start getting staticky and start zapping you and no, you don't know, I need to know this and that. I don't know. It's not my job.
Yeah, I was getting a vibe of a little bit of new aginess from that, but I don't know enough to really be able to tell. Right? Certainly, what he brought up about Tesla and all that stuff. Yeah. There's definitely some bits there. The trouble that I have is the interpretation and the reinterpretation and translations. Like he was onto something. There's definitely some, fuddling about with the translations in the Bible and everything, and that's why I was like, go back to grassroots, and you're more likely to see it more clearly there, right? And yeah, so for me, it's really like, okay, we live on a flat plane. What's out there, I don't know. Logic would tell me, there might be other things going on past where we are told is the limit. If it's a plane, it's reasonable to assume that. What people call planets, looking up at the stars and seeing these, in their minds, they see these balls flying around that we can probably go terraform. I don't buy that anymore. Potentially, we're a smaller fraction of a larger plane, and here's the planet, right? And there might be other planets. I don't know. Like it's all kind of what do you want to call it? It's speculative for me, and I acknowledge that. I make no claims about it.
May I offer you an alternative with answers? I'm not saying this is the truth, believe me. I'm just offering it for you to review it. What if the
Yeah,
Bible
what do
is
you?
correct? Genesis. Where?
I said, yeah, go ahead. What do you?
Yeah, I was going along this path of what is the Bible is correct, Genesis is correct, the firmament dome is correct, the planets are not planets like balls, they are like luminaries, they're wandering stars, right?
Right.
And yeah, you extract your truth from there. I agree with exactly what you said with the dude before. Mur had new agey beliefs, which I'll tell you because I recognize it instantly as I fallen into the trap, into the that's a snare, really, a snare of the devil to make you think like you are there's a God within you and there's some higher truth, higher consciousness, and this is bull. This is really bull crap, and it's like very egoistic and basically feeds on the it feeds the demon of pride. And when your heart has a lot of pride in it, that's like when you're most you're least self-aware, you're the most you're like most easily corrupted. And
Yeah,
by
I
all
heard
this,
that.
yeah, you can, I don't know, I can tell it 100% because I overdosed on pride at one point in my life. Like I used to be a very evil individual in uni at one point. Just I started getting it all confused. Like I thought sinning was better, and the more like abusive, violent, aggressive I was, like the more I would win in life and stuff like that. Um, yeah, it's fucked up. Your mind gets fucked up. That's why I kind of lost my point. But you said going back to grassroots, we live on a flat plane. Okay. My next question would be: have you converted anyone within your close friend group or family? 'Cause this scares me, dude. It's like if I
I
believe
have
this and
not.
other people believe this, yeah, me neither. Have you tried?
No, I've
Okay,
brought it up
I tried it.
once or twice. I brought it up once or twice just to sort of test the waters and kind of like poke a little joke or a little fun to see the reaction. And no response,
Yeah.
if not, a little bit of pushback. You know what I mean? So I
Okay.
keep it to myself because I'm interested in it. I join these
Yeah.
rooms. I hear impeccable speakers in here on both sides of the aisle. Wherein on one side there's a lot of rhetoric and manipulation going on, which in my mind is very talented. It's a little bit dark. It's very dark in many cases, but there is a talent there, and I know that because I know how to do that. I'm basically kind of trained, okay, in a certain way, or I have been trained in my life to manipulate, to use words to convey certain things and spin people around. I'm very astute in that, so I know what that's like. I'm not formally trained, but I've seen it and I've used it. Okay, and I've abused it.
You can
And I admit
recognize
that.
it. Or,
So I recognize that. But on the flip side, I've heard impeccable speakers who know how to dance with that and kind of use it against them. So there's so that enough is excuse me, that alone is enough to allure me back into these rooms, because out of that little dance or skating that goes on, there's what do you want to call it? There's learning and there's novelty that arises, and if not just in the information that's novel, it's the manner in which the information was arrived at from
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
opposing
yeah,
party
yeah.
who didn't know it. Right? So observing the approach is very interesting, and I also do come into these rooms with the understanding that, hey, all this time, if I had been misled, I want to know if I'm wrong, and if some of those in here who have taught me what I know now, after having flipped from, I was a glober, I was raised with the heliocentric model as a base
Everyone
given.
was.
If I came in here and learned otherwise, but learned wrong, I want to know, and I'm sure they would too. I make no claim that they do or that they have. It's just that if, for example, this one magical day that someone comes in here and says, "I've got the proof that we're on a ball and we're all here," like those like Alpha, Jedi, QE, whatever, the kingpins, if you will, of the rooms, and then we all figure it out together. I want to be there. so to speak, right? So I humble myself to that because I know I could be wrong, and I'm sure others would recognize that too in themselves if they're honest. I don't think we are, and I don't think they think they are either, or I think they're not incorrect also. But I am willing to know if I am mistaken on that. So all that to say, the base. This is the basis for me, and in the end, there's a creator, and we are creations of him, right? And we are built in his image, and I have nothing but reverence. I have nothing but reverence and respect and appreciation for it. Sorry, go ahead.
Is he Jesus? Answer this question. That's it.
That's something I'm coming to learn. I am coming to learn. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if you were here before, but I was raised Catholic somewhat. It was kind of like an iffy thing. We went to church once in a while. Okay, I'm baptized. Okay, I've got my communion. I've got my confirmation.
Yeah.
Oh, but everyone, whatever. And it just kind of fell by the wayside, and I did my shenanigans as a young guy. Right, I'm 30 now. In the last 4 or 5 years, actually more so 10 years in total, but in the last 4 years specifically, I've come across some really interesting people in my life, family members, who have helped me through some of my bullshit and have witnessed things with me and have guided me along certain ways where I'm like, okay, no, there's something to it. And they, arguably, in my view, have brought me back to the creator, okay, in spirit. And then after that, or coinciding with that, came all this stuff that we talk about here. So, and no, in that sense, it's brought me back to the Christian faith. And I'm still kind of, I guess, if you want to say a little bit, brainwashed with the skepticism or whatnot, or over skepticism of whether or not how much of, for example, of the Bible is parable, metaphor, or literal, and making that discern.
I'll say this. This is a great point.
This is where I have difficulty.
It means something different for everyone. For you, opening it right now, you will understand something completely different than when you open it to the same page in 15 years. Something completely else might jump at you. What I will say is look for it yourself. And like the other dude said, and you will be helped. Like you will be guided. And I really just encourage, just come back to your faith. You don't realize how much of your soul is Christian. Even if you go away from the cross, you are raised Christian, you were baptized Christian, your parents were Christian, their parents were Christian. Like it's so embedded into you in your psyche, but it's very deep. They don't realize really you are a Christian. And I'm not like pushing you like, oh, go church and stuff, but like,
oh, don't worry.
Don't worry. Just slowly like make your way back, and then learn to trust it whole, like with your whole heart. Whereas you can reach a point that I don't know, really, like you say, like I'm a crazy guy. I'll say like, fuck it, I'll take a bullet for Christ. I'll take 19 bullets. I'll take a beheading, whatever. Like maybe that's crazy to say, and maybe I hope that I would have the balls to stand in that moment and do it. But let's go back to the
yeah. Number one, I do wear a cross all the time.
Nice.
Nice. And number two, certainly what you're saying, in terms of the values espoused in the scriptures, I am I'd be heartfelt to say, oh, absolutely, I know I would definitely, take a bullet for XYZ. Given the circumstance, I might rethink it. But in my heart, I know it would be a good idea to certainly, uphold the values and do what I have to do to uphold them. Right. So
think about it. You want, like, I'm pretty sure every boy fantasized when they were in like class, like let's say elementary school, that what if a shooter came in, or what if this
the hero complex.
Every boy wants to be a hero and to sacrifice, because that's very masculine. That's in the masculine essence of a boy, of a man. And
sure.
What Yeah, what does that tell you? That love, that sacrifice is like the highest form of love, right? And
Indeed.
you, yeah,
Indeed.
and then, and yeah, if sacrifice is the highest form of love, who's the only God on earth, the only one to send his son to sacrifice himself for us? That's the highest level of form. That's Jesus. That's what he did for us. That's what he calls you to do for your family as a man, because eventually that's what he wants you. He wants you to become like the Father, you know, as much as you can, as much as your genes, psyche, mind, everything allows you to, so that you can do that then for your family, and then pass it on further, 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 propagate Christian community, family, nation, and you know, just good, good. Like that's the highest level of love, sacrifice, taking a bullet for your loved one.
Understood. Yeah.
Guys, the Earth is actually round.
Like a pizza?
I don't think pizza's round, bro.
Fucking guy.
Yeah.
I love
What,
that shit, man. Fucking funny.
Huh. That came in.
Yeah, that type of shit. They just come in, you know, spit fire and leave or get kicked out or something. I don't know. But yeah, no, I hear you, man. And I appreciate the encouragement.
Thank you for listening, or like, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'll do it again. I don't know if you have to leave or anything. But
Not really. No.
Okay.
I just like I was on Christian server until now, and then somebody said there's a politics server, and then I looked it up online, and then I read here, and I was like, "Whoa, what flat Earth? Wait, holy shit! Let's talk about flat Earth." And we can continue talking about that because, like, I never discussed it with anyone. I'll say this: when I asked you if you brought a friend to it, I did it with like my best buddy, and you know, like I can feel when I'm pressing him. In debate, like I'll just challenge him, like I'll destroy his every point, and I can feel like the cognitive dissonance in him, like breaking through the walls of like, or like the spells or the matrix or whatever you want to call it, and I could sense it. And then eventually, like he said, like fuck it, we'll leave this debate for another time because he started getting too mad at me, and well, like we fight as brothers, you know. We like we won't like full on like rock each other's jaw like a dick, but we'll punch each other, you know, like in the stomach or whatever. And no, it was getting too much. And yeah, he said, you know what, Vali, like my name is Valentin, and like Vali is the Romanian shortening for it, like the you call it like someone close calls you that.
Right.
And he said, Vali, you know what, you might be right, but I don't know, or I might be right, and Stephen Hawking might be right, and evolution and all of this stuff, but you might be right. So like I kind of got him halfway there.
Yeah, fence sitting.
Yeah, but yeah, no, but yeah, you he doesn't really have a reason for this, and then he would just be like, "Why are you so obsessed with this?" And for me, I don't know. It seems so neat. Like it's truth. I need the truth. Like if everything is, if it's this much is an illusion, dude, what else? Like when I first started learning about this, really, I felt like I lost my mind for a little while. But then I fell unfortunately into the new agey stuff, like oh, there's higher God, whatever. I started reading Masonry, Kabbalah, a bunch of different bad stuff, and yeah, then I realized like you're a fucking dumbass. Jesus is the way, the only way, and the life, and the word.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you share that. Mine was very similar, though. My my opening to the possibilities of other things being so predated my flat plane journey. I started looking into I'm trying to understand, you know, all the Freemason shit and all that stuff years and years ago. And came to understand, yeah, it's probably, you know, it's likely all full of shit there, so fuck that, it's not good. And a friend of mine, actually, I remember this to the day, we were going to I don't know if you guys heard about the trucker convoy thing that happened a couple years back in Canada. But a friend of mine, we went to rallies, right? And on the way there, we were just, chatting it up. At the time, we were smoking a joint, it was whatever. And he brought up, he's like, hey, and the Earth is flat. And I remember a gut sense of like this is fucking stupid. I had like an emotional reaction to it. I looked at him, are you dumb? Like you're crazy, But it stuck with me and got me thinking, And my first thought was, why the hell am I reacting so emotionally to such a stupid statement? If it's stupid, it's stupid. But here I am reacting to it emotionally. That's something up with me, right? And he's like, oh no, check it out, check this out. There might be something to it. It could just be full of shit, but it's at least very interesting because some people believe this stuff. And I was like, it's kind of weird. But I kept thinking to myself, like, why there's some emotional thing going on with me, like a little bitch, to something that sounds so stupid to me at the time. Right? Like, why am I reacting like this? Like, it's like a kid reaction, that Santa Claus doesn't exist or something. So I started going down the path and listening to stuff and checking it out. Probably came across some misinformation and all that, like the Gleason's map being the real thing, all that stuff. I'm through it and I'm able to think it through and criticize and discern. But that's how it started for me. And this goes back about 4 years. And then my jumping onto this server maybe since like mid to late February this year. So it's been a long time of uncertainty, but I'm pretty sure now that we're onto something.
Right. Here's a guy in private which blackpilled me, and dude, I don't know, this guy just does it the perfect way. He like hits you with a bit of comedy, and yeah, he's funny as fuck. But the way he presented Flat Earth just started. His name was on YouTube is John Zerka, and dude, he's funny as fuck.
Oh, John Zerka, yeah.
Dude, he's such a fucking funny guy, man. Like, I wish I had this guy as like an older brother or something when I grew up, because he's from the same region I am, Balkan, and I don't know. There's like some cultural things about him, I think, that make him like this as well. But bro, this guy really started to get some cogs turning for me, and it just felt very instinctual. At first, I was like, man, maybe I'm a schizoid. Like, let's go deeper into this. Like, why do I kind of feel drawn to it? And then, yeah, I don't know. Reading more started making sense more. Looked up Eric Debay. The thing that fucked me up the most was, dude, how come weather balloons double the height of planes and they don't see curvature? Or no, they double the height that NASA says that you should be able to see curvature at. What? And you don't see curvature. So now they have somewhere in their publications the point where you should be able to see curvature, like mile per inch square of whatever. And then weather balloons that you can buy on Amazon for like $300, put a camera on it, they go up higher, much higher than they say they used to be able to see curvature, and then you don't. Basically, like, I realized that the way they try to justify the heliocentric model is like borderline retarded. Like, they always fake it, try to add, like, it's kind of like, I would say it's analogous to like imagine like an old fucked up bike that you put like a ton of patches on the tires and it's like rusting, but they try to present it as like an amazing product, like, but it's a piece of crap, really. Like, it's so obvious. Like, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have made mention of that. Like, things are falling apart. They're really trying hard.
But it's on purpose. They allow it because now guys like this poor soul Mur, they're going to the dark side and they're losing a bit of their soul, unfortunately, because the more you go into the occult, the more you lose your mind and soul. It's not good stuff.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, there's certainly there's a control freak element in that drive to seek some of that stuff. And I know that because, I've kind of dabbled a little bit in it myself, and once you relinquish that, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. But what do you mean with a control freak? Like, as in, like, I want the truth, as in me as the
Oh,
individual need
like
to.
for example, yeah, like oh, I want the truth, and oh, if I'm more capable, and I've all this, there's all this like weird superpower shit, mystical power shit. If you really dig deep in your motivation as to why you want to look into this stuff, you'll find that there's an element of, at least it was for me, and I think a lot of other people too, of
Power.
oh, I want this because other people don't have it, so it gives me an advantage potentially,
Yeah,
and B,
power.
there's a power thing to it, and an ego thing of oh, I know more, right? So it's an
Yeah.
advantage thing and an ego thing, but mixed into it is also a thing of, at least it was for me, if this is actually the real deal, like this is really true, like I kind of saw it like if I didn't know I had a left arm, for example, I don't know, I had my left side of my left eye was blind, and I never bothered to look left and see that I have a left arm that I could use to do something. I would want to
Yeah, yeah.
know that, start using my left arm and my left hand. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah,
like if it's there, it's
yeah.
there. Why not use it? So they're all three of those things mixed together for me, kind of at least justified it to a certain degree for me.
You can kind of draw parallels to like your I don't know, not everyone can do it, but like I can do very, very clear day visualization in an instant of like what I want. So I don't know, for example, this is kind of ridiculous, but like I can imagine right now myself in a nice, I don't know, let's say like a nice modern mansion, family around, wife, 5 kids, like it's popping into my mind very clearly. The it's like a painting as I'm talking. Um, That's what I mean with the mind's eye. Like when I was into the occult stuff, I thought like I had, I'll say, visions and all this kind of stuff. Especially like I had like I also did meditations to get into like non-ordinary states of consciousness. Um, and I had visions and all this kind of stuff. I thought I was like receiving knowledge from the spirit world or whatever. But it, like looking back, it's really stupid. Like I was like the enemy had me in their snares, you know. Lucifer is never ugly, dude. He's an angel of light. Like he always comes as something beautiful to you. Like double D tits and blue eyes, blonde hair type.
Sure.
Really.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why, yeah. We can
But you
continue.
see
That was the interjection.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was the interjection. No, my bad.
I was just going to say, like, but you see my line of reasoning, right? That there is a rationale behind it, or at least, it seems reasonable. Like, if I'm missing a limb, right, and there's a way to get my limb back, I'll take it. Or more so, if I already have the limb and I've never knew how to use it, I would want to know how to use it.
Yeah, yeah. This is the appeal. This is the appeal of like learning about your pineal gland and your third eye and all this
all
wacko
that
stuff.
shit, all that stuff, and it's reasonable to consider. But if it's not being used, this is the crux of it. If it's not being used for the right reasons, then it's an abuse, and that's the problem. The pineal gland thing. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a fucking gland in your brain. It's melatonin is produced in there, like it's a natural thing, and it's all calcified for a lot of people because of all the fucking food and shit and whatever, right?
Americans.
So, you know what I mean? So if that can be, if you can understand that, change your diet, reconsider, who you are and where you come from, because that's a big deal. That has a major deal in your development of who you think you are. Trust me, I know. You understand these things and you start to unravel some of the bullshit. Balance yourself out. Utilizing these things is not, it's not quote unquote evil. It's just like if you're trying to power trip subconsciously or otherwise, then you have a problem. Because that's when, that's when the devil can start grabbing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, but literally, it's the exact thing that I was going to say. That's like the playground of the devil. Your imagination, dude. He can twist it, and like, man, he can fuck with you so hard.
Yeah, you just gotta know what's
And like,
true, and
yeah,
that's
like
it.
you shouldn't be when you pray to Christ, like you shouldn't have imagination, or like you shouldn't imagine that like, oh, you're talking to somebody. You know, you should just be humble, respectful, and show humility in the sense that like, I'm just going to offer a bit of my time, energy, effort, and life essence to Jesus. That's it. Like don't expect anything in return to have visions or all this ridiculous type of stuff that I heard from other Christians. Like, I feel a cosmic being charging me. Dude, that sounds like a demon to me, buddy. Like, I don't know what the fuck to
Maybe,
tell
man.
you.
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I have nothing but gratitude for the gift of life, and I sit on that, and I thank the Lord for this, and help me see through my bullshit, help guide me through my bullshit, and help those at the same time, and do what I gotta do to achieve what I think I need to achieve.
Yeah, help us all, dude. Really. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God, and yeah, please guide us. We're fucked up, all of us. Like our minds are fucking shattered. Take us back to the kingdom and lead us, like the good shepherd that you are. Like, we're fucked. But the cool thing is, millions and zillions dollars of Masonic programming and all this propaganda being pushed, right? And our souls still fight. How cool is that, dude?
Sorry, could you repeat that last part? There's still what?
Billions of dollars. The whole world is trying to program stuff into your mind to lead you astray so you can't tell truth from fiction. And your soul still says, fuck you, I want truth and I want God. I'm fighting for it. How cool is that?
Mm-hmm.
The whole world, billions of dollars, dude, going into making media shows, changing the culture, perverting the algorithm to promote LGBTQ and all this, like everything to suppress the cross and the Bible, everything, and the soul still fights for truth because it wants truth. It knows there's something more. You like when you said you knew something in your belly was up when that guy said the earth is flat. You felt that instinct. That's your soul signaling to like, yo, there's something here, dude.
Yeah, at first it was a total aversion. It was a disgust. It was like, how could he say something so stupid? But then there was the emotional reaction of that corresponded with that, and that's what got me. Why am I getting all disgusted and upset about this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that you. I will say that this is like a trait that shows intelligence. That you had the self awareness to be able to evaluate yourself, and you didn't just discard it.
Yeah, and I had a lot of help.
Yeah. Wait, I'll say this as a question, and then anyone else can chime in. Like people who believe in this kind of stuff and like have reached this point of or this point in their life, can you consider yourself a smart person? Like, are you intelligent if you've reached this, or like, are we just beginning to understand things? You know?
I think it's a form of intelligence. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be doing math in your head and shit. That's that's a form of, but being aware and understanding the sensory input that you have and being able to see the gradation about it. Like just, I hate to use the term. It sounds so, woo woo or whatever, but there is a sense of emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? 'Cause a lot of people mix them up and they can't actually verbally express their emotions. They just can't. Either I don't know if they don't understand what they mean or where they come from or why. Right? Like you need an intelligence to be able to articulate these things, and they're not stupid people. They can do math. They can you know, they're highly sophisticated in their careers, whatever. Like they're not stupid people. They just haven't, like, they're just missing some degree of 5-6-year-old education, or you know what I mean? Because everything's just been so bogged down. You know, so there's other things than intellect.
It's at some point in development something went wrong. Like I guess you could say, you know.
Yeah, there's all sorts of early childhood stuff. Some people were abused as kids. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. I'm very
Yeah. Yeah. I'll say this as well. Like I kind of have a bit of that right now. Like I used to be like much more able to articulate emotions, and I was also very. I used to be much more charismatic. This was like high school. I had a ton of friends. I had girlfriends every year from grade 9 to 12. But like after uni, I did 2 years. A lot of bad stuff happened. Like I unfortunately went down this path of when I came, like I told you already, with the new age stuff, and I don't know, my father died. I had to get his affairs in order. My cousin went completely psychotic. I had to take care of her. She was suicidal. Like during all this stuff, I just like some circuitry in my brain. Basically, when I get an emotion, it only goes into like it's all just thrown into anger, like just anger. Like I only really feel anger, laughter, like you know something is funny. I don't know if that's an emotion, and depression. But then I suppress the depression because like I can't stand still, and I just keep moving forward, like forward or fast forward or triple forward or whatever.
Right.
But
So like
yeah.
extremes, but numbed down to some degree.
No, yeah, just wrath.
Okay, so translated. Sure.
Come again?
I get it. I said so you get the extremes and then you translate them somehow and fuel a certain narrow you feel it down a sort of narrow path. Right.
Yeah, no, like I feel like I know the path that is laid ahead of me pretty clearly now, with Jesus ahead, and yeah, that's like really the only peace and calm I have, where like I can actually feel other emotions. Like I a lot of the time if I go to church, and it happens sometimes when I pray too, that like I I just I feel the weight like really in my stomach. It's like being pulled down to the ground. Like I don't even want to stand anymore. I really want to just lay on the floor like a fucking corpse. That like I feel the weight of everything that I've done, all the fucked up evil stuff, abusing, whatever.
Yeah.
And then yeah, like that's the only time that I feel like peace. And then I just like I get gifted. I feel like it's a gift from Jesus that I get tears for like for crying and for repenting, and it's like I I really feel like whipping myself on the back when I get it, but I can't stay in that mode too long. Otherwise, I'm like incapacitated. Like I have to keep going, like just constantly be moving. You know?
Yeah, the guilt and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But it's getting better. Like it's kind of. I feel like it's over the peak. You know, everything. If let's say you summed it all up, like all the mischief. You know, it's kind of like the worst point has passed. Then there's gonna be like future stuff that comes. There's gonna be future suffering, but now like it feels everything is scarred over, and I feel like Wolverine. Like I'm healing, you know, and I'm like jaded as fuck. I got scars, like I'm badass, anchor arts type shit, and yeah, like when I get whipped in the future with new chains of suffering, they're not gonna hurt as bad.
Right.
They're like laughing.
Yeah. So you built up the resilience. You're aware of the
I
distinction between the
I
ebbs
hope.
and flows of different kinds, right? And you understand your mortality or whatever. You understand to a degree, you know, that we're subordinate to big guns upstairs.
Yeah.
All that shit. It's. I mean, that's how I would frame it there for myself.
Yeah.
and just knowing the truth and utilizing these, put all this stuff in your arsenal and get to it.
Yo, it's back
I don't
onto
know
the
how else to
war
put it,
field.
man. Like it's just so it's so it's just succinct enough. Like all right, good job. No, let's go.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. It's really it's funny. I don't know. I like it. Thank you. It's encouraging. But yeah, let's go back. Basically, like go back out to the fucking war field.
Yeah, there's more to come, man.
Yeah.
We're just my view, man. Like the way things are going now, observing the type of the characters that come in here, okay, and out there, what I see where I live. I don't know how things are over there, but it's just the fucking it's just the fucking beginning, man. Things are gonna get really bad, And I was taught this, right, by those who kind of helped me out of my situation. They basically told me in a nutshell, I don't want to dox myself or anything, but they basically told me it's like, if you're not grounded, right, spiritually and emotionally and everything, what's coming is going to take you out. It's not, all the preppers of the world, gathering up all your food and, in America and some countries, getting your bullets and your guns and shit like that. You're thinking like this is the stuff that's going to insulate you from what's coming, in terms of, there's a lot of biblical references and shit like that, that were referred to in this thing, evidenced by what we're witnessing in the world, all the bullshit. If you don't ground yourself, no matter what you have, no matter what, no matter how much food you have or something like that, it's going to take you out. Because you won't have the capacity internally to handle what's coming and to utilize the resources around you appropriately. Like your food's going to rot. That God will take care of that, so to speak. You won't know how to shoot or you won't know how to aim properly because you're unstable. All this stuff. It doesn't matter if you're not grounded in truth. You're not grounded in your mortality. You're not grounded in where the world is taking us. God's plan and the Lord, and Christ and everything. It doesn't matter. It's going to take you out. So get to that first.
Okay.
And then do the rest alongside of that. But that's critical, right?
Yeah. I think you're right. And actually, good on the warning, because I guess I gotta forget this from time to time. It probably will get worse. But I'm very young, and like kind of a baby and all of this stuff, and really I'm the only man in my family. All the other ones are like not there, just not physically, mentally. They're like somewhere else, like drunk and like I gotta like finish everything. I gotta like basically I'm from Romania, but I've been abroad in the Netherlands to do my studies, and I did high school there, and I did 2 years of uni. I have to go back there. Like I had to come back this year because my father died. I said as before, I had to get his affairs in order, and my cousin was fucked up, and like now it's like, sorry.
I said, yeah, man, that'll do it to you.
Yeah,
death.
And yeah, it's fucked up. And then like I fucked it up really with I was with my high school sweetheart for like 2 years and a bit, and I fucked it up, man, and pretty bad. Like I really think I should have married her. Like she was so pretty and just a good soul. She's really sacrificed a lot of stuff for my sake, and I don't know. I had too much pressure on my mind, on my soul. I just kept getting angrier and angrier, and I got too abusive, and at one point I think she woke up like, this is no good, and fuck. And she was like proper nice. She was English and blonde, blue-eyed, very nice, very pretty. Yeah, that was like my rock,
Yeah. Live and learn, man.
Yeah,
You don't
but
sound
it's fine.
bad.
Like,
But if I may ask, like, what age range do you give yourself off too much? Like, I'm just kind of curious. Like, I'm in my early 30s, so I think we're both similar there. We're both still relatively young.
hmm yeah. So then you're not married.
No wife, no kids.
Okay.
But I look forward to it, man. I really do.
Right.
Like, I'd
Yeah.
like to have fun. I'd like to be, a father of 5, 6 kids type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, total fantasy at this point there, but I'm working towards it there. But first, starting with myself, be the best I can to attract the best, so to speak. You know?
Yeah. A good thing that I like to think about is like I would like to think that like God is holding her, right? And then he's gonna like drop her in my path when time is right.
Yeah, and just do your part.
Yeah. Like basically I forgot who told me this, but like
But you're young, right?
describe
So
the
yeah,
process.
we're young. We have time, right? You're young. I guess you're in your 20s or something.
Yeah, I mean I'm 21, dude. Like, yeah. I also got like
21.
I mean
Wow.
yeah.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know where time went between 18 and 21. It was like a firestorm. Really.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it's only going to accelerate, man. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
You gotta get the routine down.
Yeah.
Gotta
Speak
get
to
the
the
routine down.
old. Yeah. Get your stuff going there. Once you find a base, Stick around, man. You'll speak to the old timers in the room and shit. Yeah, they'll tell you. I'm sure. It
Good.
goes.
I need mentorship.
The saying is, the days are long.
Yeah, but I don't know if you have like if you're on phone or you have a mic, but speak more into your microphone.
Yeah, I am on my phone now. I'm sorry if there's echo. I am walking around a bit, so.
No stress. But yeah, dude, like I'm glad to speak to older people because they have more experience. They have more like that's the most valuable thing. That's the best teacher experience. And yeah, like I realized I need mentor. I didn't have a father. Like I need mentorship. Like now I'm learning what it means to be a man, like a man of God. And yeah, like it's much easier to have a mentor because you avoid a lot of pitfalls and fuck ups when you have mentors to tell you this and that.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah. Really, the first one that I had was the boss of my first job.
Yeah, no, I had great mentorship earlier in my career. I'm very grateful for that. But otherwise, it's tough to find, especially now. But I will tell you this, man. I didn't really expect this, but it's 6 o'clock in the morning for me. I just realized that. Been up all night, but it's been a great chat, man. I appreciate the correspondence. Stick around, man. Jump in from time to time. You'll see the craziness. I'll be here, and I take I don't know if you have a link to the other channel as well. Which one are we in now? Yeah, we're in the politics. We're in the politics one. There's another FE. There's another FE channel. I forget. I don't know the link to it. 24/7. 24/7 Flat Earth. I think it's 2.0. Discord. Here we go. Can I share this?
Send it to me.
Trying to find the link. Am I able to?
Insane in the brain, insane in the membrane.
Here we go. Just sent you the invite now. There.
Okay, thank you.
So I find myself in one of these two rooms from time to time. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of good people. So stick around, you'll find out.
Thank you for the chat, dude. And
But I'm going to
rest up, yeah.
likewise. Yeah, indeed. You too. I don't know what time it is there, but I'll catch you soon.
Yeah.
Be well.
It's 1 p.m. Dude. It's the middle of the day.
Okay. You're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, it's true.
I'll see you around, man. I'll see you around. God bless.